Good morning, Summit viewers and listeners. We're so excited to have you back for day 2 of the 1 in 31 Connection Autism Summit 2026, hosted by me, Sarah Bradford. And I am also the founder of S.J. Childs. That is my author name of my children's books that I have created in the past for all different types of special needs. And then it grew into this amazing podcast that I've hosted now for the last 4 years, the S.J. Childs Show. And the S.J. Childs Global Network is where we are kind of putting our nonprofit efforts into the world and creating education, obviously, safety materials and resources for our amazing autism community. We had some incredible sponsors show up for us this year: Russell Coaching for Students, ABC Pathways, K&L Speaks, Amma AI, The Waldman Way, The Caffeinated Advocate, David Lee. And I want to say thank you so, so much. Also, Pendulum Voke, who is on this tiny little banner here. Maybe I'll just show it so that we can give her the right here, Pendulum Voke. Unfortunately, I got the banner on the same day that she came in, so I wasn't able to put it up on this one behind me, but still giving thanks to her, making sure that she gets the accolades that she deserves on that. Yeah, and we're so excited to have our panelists here ready to go for our morning panel. It's going to be such an incredible day. As if you were viewing yesterday, you already understand and took part of how powerful and connected and just the value that every single person has to share. And you learn so much throughout the day. You learn about their situations, which then tends to sometimes learn about yourself more and your own situation. So I really hope that everyone gets as much out of these summits as I always have for these many years. I want to thank our community community partners for also assisting us. These are our sponsors from the past and everything. Oh, my thing is not mirrored and it really messes me up. We have the Golden Healer Service Dogs, which I am on their board. Thank you so much. The International Neurodiversity Resource Center, again, I'm on their board as well. Iconic, Able View, Understanding Zoe, TACT, which is teaching the autistic community trades. We had Liam on a panel yesterday. It was incredible. And Sparkspace Mobile, who creates a mobile sensory room that you can have at parties, at employee things, just events that you're having, so that you can have a mobile space, sensory space available for any children that might be attending. Just incredible, incredible resources. We're thankful so much for being able to bring these amazing speakers to you. I'm going to bring them up. It is now 9 a.m. We're going to start today. DJ, do you want to come say hello again? I see him peering in the other room. So here, did you want to come say hi, my dear? Let me bring up our speakers so you can say good morning to everyone. Hey, I just woke up.
I just woke up.
Here, why don't you lean down? Can you lean down on on your knees?
So
there you go. Okay, come over here a little bit more towards me. There you go. Oh my gosh, now we can't see your face at all. Here, okay, stand up a little more. Maybe just squat down. Hey, there you go. We're practicing all our movements, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you're
the
so
lean stand squat.
It's the lean stand squat. Well, why don't you just say, hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi.
Is there someone on here on the screen that you recognize? Because somebody on here was also at a place on your shirt with you. Who was it?
Is it Dr. Diane Hudson?
It sure is. Yes.
Good memory, DJ.
And what did you do with Dr. Diane Hudson and Spectrum Sailing?
We went sailing.
Yes, we did.
That's so cool, huh? And were they an incredible company?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they were. Okay, well, we're going to get started. So, do you want to say good luck, everyone?
Good luck, everyone.
Thank
Bye.
Thank you so much.
you. Ah, so cool. Thank you. I'm so glad he came to say hello. And yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah.
And I'm glad I know that he would remember anyways, but
Yeah.
it's good
But
to
it's
give him a little test. Oh,
kind of fun to be remembered too.
oh, that is so cute. Dad's on here. He says, "Good morning, DJ," because he's at work today. Good job, buddy. What a great introduction. Thank you, babe. Oh, I'm so excited to have everyone back today. And Catherine wasn't able to make it. Unfortunately, she had some health things come up. So we have these three lovely ladies that are going to give us such amazing insights from their own perspectives, which is just the best place to be able to take in from all different areas and get ideas of how to better help your special individual, whoever that may be, or maybe you're a teacher, administrator, or a healthcare provider. Hopefully you can gain some ideas on how to better serve your clients today as well. So without further ado, let's have some introductions, shall we? I guess we'll go in order of the boxes on the screen. Larita from KL Speaks, can you please give us an introduction?
Oh, I'm very, very happy to do so. Hi, Sarah. Thank you for having me. I'm very grateful to be a part of this family and communication panel today. I'm Larita Smith, and I noticed that I didn't put my name up there, but I am Larita Smith. I'm a proud autistic mom to Dr. Kelvin Smith, who will be speaking later today. I am the founder of KL Speaks. We offer basically two signature services. Kelvin provides autism coaching to first year college students. We all know through research how important that first semester and that first year is for autistic students that's starting off. And one of the key things for him, of course, is that he has lived experience, and he provides a situation where the student is able to identify their hidden cognitive patterns. They're able to speak with him about self-advocacy and ultimately apply those things to planning and different executive function and triggers that they have. So that, a lot of our kids, they're very, very bright. They are academic capable. But a lot of times it's other things that stand in their way. So Kelvin is kind of that buffer. He offers these one-time booster sessions to give them a great start. The other thing is, of course, we do a lot of inspirational speaking at colleges, businesses, the like, nonprofits. So sharing how we navigated autism as a team. Kelvin is now 33 years old, so it's been a long time. I am also a retired licensed social worker for over 25 years. So I'm here to share just a little of my perspective and what I've learned through both lived experience and advocacy. And once again, happy Saturday. I'm happy to have just a very authentic, laid back conversation. And I'm so happy to see Diane again. And I'm so happy to meet Jan. And let's have some fun.
Ooh, love that. Way to start it off. All the chills. I'm so excited. Miss Diane, Jen Diane, don't talk over your no, Diane. Tell us a little bit about ABC Pathways and about yourself. And hello, and we love you, obviously.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I'm really excited, as Larita said, just for a laid back, casual conversation about, what supports can look like and what people need. So I am a board certified behavior analyst, and my practice focuses on kids ages 7 and up. So I'm in private practice. I've worked in schools, I've worked in community settings, clinic settings, and I opted to work with older kids because I think, as many of the listeners are aware, a lot of supports, at least if you're getting primarily applied behavior analysis, those kind of stop once you're about 7, or if someone has decided that you have met all your criteria. So I purposely work with older kids and teens, and I say they're people because I have parents coming, I have grandparents, I have siblings, really just trying to help a lot of different folks better understand what any individual person's neurodiversity means to them. So I do social groups, I do individual work. In my community here in Jackson, Wyoming, we offer monthly free parent connections groups. So just a lot of different ways to help parents kind of see the bigger picture, I think. Autism can be challenging when you're navigating it every day. And there are also some pieces that you have a lot of control over as a parent. So I'm just I enjoy working with folks who are at the beginning of their journey, the middle of their journey, launching kids into their next phase. It's all pretty fun to me. So thank you, Sarah, for having this.
Always. And you've been a friend of mine for many, many years now. And I love that we've been able to see each other in person. I mean, I hope that I can just do like SJ Childs on tour someday so I can go see everyone. But it's been so amazing. And the chance to have you, I believe you were in the very first summit, the 1 in 44 tour. I was just talking about that yesterday, and I saw the graphic of you on there and thought, oh my gosh, these folks that have just been with me since the beginning and really just believe in everything, and gets me a little I'll try not to cry too much today, but I don't promise anything. Chan, you as well. I mean, we've known each other for quite some time now, and I'm just so grateful to have your perspective as well. Let us know a little bit more about you.
Yeah, I'm delighted to be here, Sarah. Thank you. And to meet Diane and Loretta as well. I am from Toronto, although I grew up in New York City. And I have 2 amazing kids that you're going to hear about today, Andrew and Ainsley. They're both grown now, and they both have multiple complex mental health and neurodevelopmental challenges, ranging from autism to Tourette syndrome, OCD, ADHD, anxiety, learning disabilities, and developmental disabilities. So co-occurring conditions are a major factor, as they are for most of us, I would think. And my kids' challenges propelled me to become an advocate, author, and speaker many years ago. So I've sat on a number of boards and advisory councils in both Canada and the United States. And I currently chair Carrie's Place Autism Services, which is Canada's largest autism services provider. By the way, the challenges in Canada and the US and elsewhere are pretty much universal. Our systems may be very different, but we all face, as families and communities, very similar challenges. 3 years ago, I wrote my award-winning book, Hold On Tight, and that was to tell our story unsugar-coated, because there was a void with that, and to share key insights and life lessons that I've learned to help ease the journey for other families. I also regularly write, as Sarah knows, for a number of magazines, including Autism Parenting Magazine, and I've appeared on 30, 40, 50 podcasts, including SJ Childs, which was a lot of fun. And my message is always one of hope and perseverance. So I am delighted to be here today and happy to answer any questions.
Oh, what a great start. I mean, powerhouse. We have like the power trio here with us. Okay, well, I guess, how do I quattro, I guess. And we have some really great kind of questions and things to go over. And I'm really interested to hear what everyone's perspective is going to be about that. So, today we're going to discuss the importance of community, practical support, and relationships that help individuals and families thrive. And just as we all know, and the entire theme of our summit is 1 in 31 connection. How do you start making those connections? What does that look like? And I think that kind of really guides into, what does a truly supportive community look like? Loretta, let's just go. We'll just keep it simple and go the same direction we've already gone.
All right. What a truly supportive community looks like to me as an autism mom, it's a place where you don't feel like you're carrying everything by yourself.
Mm-hmm.
It's really, really, really simple. I remember being at a family Thanksgiving dinner, and Kelvin was off to the side. He was doing his own thing. You could feel the looks, the questions. You could feel the quiet judgment. I'm sure people in the audience can relate to that. And then my cousin walked over, not to me, but to him. She sat down, joined him in what he was doing, and just met him where he was. No pressure, no correction. And in that moment, I felt we were okay. We belonged. And that's what community is. You know, it's not about having all the right programs or perfect understanding. It's about people who are willing to show up, to learn your child, and to respect who they are. For us, it looked like educators who adjusted instead of pushing Kelvin into a box, other parents who celebrated those small wins with me along the way, and professionals who treated me like a partner in this journey. And as Kelvin grew from preschool all the way to his PhD, that kind of community, it had to grow with him. The environments changed, the expectations changed, but what mattered stayed the same. People who saw him as a whole person and made space for him to succeed in his own way. So as a mom, you don't forget those people who made you feel like you weren't alone. That's what a truly supportive community does. It creates belonging, not just for our kids, but for the family as well.
Oh man, that was so moving. I love that so much. And
Yeah.
thank you for sharing that. And Julia said, I love that she joined him. Yeah, because we all understand that moment where we feel like, oh no, I have to explain this. I have to, and you don't want to make your child uncomfortable. Come and sit over here. Comes, all the time. So incredible job of showing just the simplest way that we can be community. Absolutely. Diane, I'm excited to hear your perspective on that.
Yeah, so everything that Loretta said, obviously. And if I may kind of take this from more of like the provider point of view, I think community for parents of autistic kids, families of autistic kids and teens, is that your team, like Loretta said, includes you as an equal partner and also doesn't get into the whole like my territory, your territory thing. I've never in over 20 years seen that work out well. And so community for a parent actually really means that all of the folks who are supporting your child are willing to collaborate and talk to one another and learn from one another. Because there's no one of us that has all of the answers. Parents know their kids best. And if we approach this as a team effort, it's going to support parents better. It's going to support kids and teens better. And so I think community is important, like getting parents connected together and feeling like they have support. And also that extends a little bit broader too.
I love that. Yeah, absolutely. And I have to just give you a little bit of props and say, you showed up as community for me and my family when we really needed help. Sorry, I didn't expect that, but it was so true. And
yeah,
I felt so kind of drowning in this, not knowing how to help. And it really, like, you just took my hand and you took her hand and you just guided us both very, gently and respectfully through a process that now on the other end, I mean, I can see how much growth and strength and all of the things that I wanted her to learn to see in herself. So thank you so much.
You are absolutely welcome, and it's my pleasure. I really enjoy doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just such an honor, and to just continue, our friendship and everything. It's so meaningful. It's all about the connection and community. So thank you. Jan, tell us about, your space and the community and what that is like there.
So I think I want to echo what's been said before, but community is really multifaceted. Yes, we talk about a community that holds our hands when we really need it, that listens, that customizes what we need. They're centered on what we need. Sometimes it's letting me weep, scream, vent. Sometimes it's, and as Loretta said, celebrating the smallest wins with me. But it's also laughing and joking about everyday situations. Just a month or two ago, I was walking with my son, Andrew, down the street, and a woman came up who we've met a few times and said, "Andrew, you have a heart of gold." And Andrew was totally literal. So he looked at me and he said, "My heart made of gold?" That laughter is so important, but that supportive community is here when you need them, and they really just get it. Now, family, if you're lucky enough to have a supportive family, whether biological or extended, you're indeed fortunate. Many of us do not.
Yeah.
Both my husband David's and my families were very well-meaning, but they didn't understand the almost daily frightening, violent meltdowns, the restrictive eating, the lack of eye contact, the stimming. They told us, and I'm sure this will sound familiar to a lot of people, you just need to be stricter parents. And they told the kids, just sit up straight, pay attention, and stop fidgeting, as if that would solve everything. Now, that's family. So what you have to do is gravitate toward those truly supportive family members we've discussed and learn to limit your engagement and navigate around other family members, because you can't get rid of family members. With friends, you can. And unless they're 100% supportive, no matter how difficult it is, my strong advice is shed them. For me, many of my friends distanced themselves, and some even disappeared. It was very isolating, and I felt alone and bereft. But when I found my first autism support group, parent support group, it was eye-opening. And to this day, that's the group I see as my second family. And finally, there's social media. Now, social media can be very supportive, wonderful connections, great guidance at times, but it's a two-edged sword. I always watch out for that toxic positivity. There are too many people on social media that say, I wouldn't change a thing about my kid. And let's be realistic.
Yeah, I guess that is the truth, isn't it? And it's changed so much. And I love that you brought in social media, because I think it's a huge part of who the kids are today.
Yeah.
And how do we meet them where they're at, excuse me, if we don't have the same understanding of what they're going through, if we don't understand the information that's being passed to them in the speed of light and sound, it's the quickest thing ever, and the access that they now have that us and even our children may not have had in their time as well. And so it's this very double-edged idea that there are amazing resources, but you can also find yourself in the wrong place. So be very careful, parents, with all of those things, of course. What do families need the most beyond a diagnosis? That is just, I think a lot of the answers that you just said could also be applied, but something I wanted to say is a lesson, kind of, I guess you'd say. Years ago, I had an individual on my podcast, and he expressed how when he had received his diagnosis and throughout his childhood, his parents often said that they had grieved him. And it really caused a pain and a heartbreak for him to think that he had been brought into this world and was being grieved as a living person. And I learned in that moment the powerful, the power of words that we allow our kids to hear, and that we speak to others, about our own experience. They can't understand what that process was like, or what all of those things, those hopes and kind of expectations that you didn't know you had, but you just grew up learning about, and then you have them as a parent, and then you have to wash away with them. But I also learned how to express it in the way that, okay, now I, kind of coach maybe people to say, it was a very overwhelming experience, because that's the truth. And it's overwhelming for the child as well as for the parents, but it's not disheartening. It doesn't make you feel like they were grieving. Anyways, that just came to my mind. So I just thought I'd honor that individual that told me that, and everyone else, and give them an idea of just how careful you need to be of how they are spoken about. But yeah. Now, on to the next. Sorry, I kind of jumped in there, Loretta, and said
Not
that.
at
But
all.
yeah,
No,
I just
just
thought it was
speaking
really
authentically, and I love that.
powerful.
So after the diagnosis, really came the real work, and the real need. Families need people who will walk with them, not just hand them a report and send them on their way. I needed clear information. I know when Kelvin was diagnosed by a neuropsychologist many years ago, I was in the office, and he was like, he's classic Asperger syndrome at that time, which is, of course, now autism 1. But I just sat there, and it really would have been nice to have a parent advocate who had already gone through this process, who could have kind of given me some resources and kind of helped me kind of navigate even that moment. So that's very, very important. We need clear information, but we also need hope, encouragement, and guidance that can actually that we can actually use. What really mattered was having people who were willing to walk with us, learn with us, and treat this journey as a team effort. When you're navigating autism with your child, especially from the beginning, you need support that goes beyond a label. You need understanding, patience, and practical help. You need people who can help you figure out school, communication, behavior, all the things that comes with everyday life. But just as important, you need people who will see your child's strengths and believe in your future. So as a mom, I didn't need perfection. I needed partnership. I needed educators, professionals, family, and community members who didn't just talk at us, but worked with us. And through every stage, the team approach made all the difference for me and my son. So for me, beyond the diagnosis, I needed connection, compassion, and a village that says, we're in this with you.
So true. So true. Diane, what do you think about that?
I think if I actually literally just had a conversation yesterday with a parent whose teenager is newly diagnosed. And what that person was seeking was essentially reassurance. Like this isn't like the end of the world. And some folks will try to portray it that way. I also, kind of like Jan, don't believe that everything is like sunshine and roses either, right? There's a middle ground, and it is important to understand what your child's strengths are, and also what your strengths are as a parent, and where can you reach out, right? After a diagnosis, what I find parents looking for is clear information, not too much information, just the information that they need right now to get to the next step. And when it comes to supporters, folks who are informed, so when say that, I'm thinking about in particular, autistic females present so very differently than autistic males. And it is still so common for autistic girls to be just misdiagnosed, with depression, anxiety, because providers aren't informed about that presentation, right? And we're making progress in that area. But in addition to being informed, you want folks on your team who are curious, because autism is different for everyone, right? And so what works for one person may not work for another person. And so folks who are really kind of looking at the whole picture, I think, a diagnosis is very black and white, but support is never looks like that.
Absolutely. I love that. Jan, what do you think about that?
Yeah, let me back up a little bit and just augment, because I agree with everything that's been said. But I think the first thing families need after a diagnosis is time to process and absorb the diagnosis. It can be overwhelming, and there can be feelings of everything from guilt, denial, sadness, fear, not knowing where to start. And as we know, the system does not make it easy. Now, for me, the diagnoses were such a relief. Kids were diagnosed when they were 9 and 7 finally, although for years I had been looking, and of course, our general doctor, our family doctor, had said, stop being a triple type A parent, Jan, your kids will be just fine. Again, very typical and pretty sad. But I kept looking. I knew something wasn't right. But those diagnoses allowed me to start down the path of getting them the right help. I think there are a couple of keys. One is too many professionals, not you, Diane, but too many professionals still treat only the autistic child and don't recognize that the client is in fact the entire family, that we all have needs. From a parental or caregiver point of view, to me, the key is to be able to accept, you don't have to embrace, but accept the fact that life may not be as planned for or hoped for in many ways, but it will be meaningful and fulfilling. And then you can move forward. The key is people often ask me how best they can support parents, caregivers, families of autistic kids. And my simple answer is, ask us. Each is different. And, generally, as has been said, we need practical guidance, resources, and emotional support. But that support varies person to person and day to day. And, it's everything from that emotional support to information to even help with endless driving to appointments and therapies. And in my case, it was ABA, CBT, CBIT for Tourette, OT, PT, the list went on. I found parents of older autistic kids like me and like you, Lorena, to be very helpful, able to help with stressors, how to deal with the system, deal with the wait list, handle costs, battle insurance companies, find the right service providers. But above all, information is power. So it's incumbent on all caregivers and parents to do the research, systematic research, and get informed about evidence-based services and supports.
I love that. Absolutely. And, it kind of it made me want to share a little bit about our experiences that we had. And, DJ was diagnosed at 14 months, very early on. I probably the earliest, at least here, and in that process, I remember, all of the he'll never. And I always remind myself that nobody can be a future teller of what can be. Like, yes, I understand that he was trying to help me create this mindset so I wouldn't have maybe ideas that they were possible. But some things have already happened. He's already succeeded. He's already gotten past all these he can't evers. And so I really, just suggest to find maybe through referrals and other parents, like you said, Jen, somebody who will be gentle in that process with you as possible. My husband actually, I guess, and it's great because here's two different perspectives. He loved it. He loved that the guy was straightforward, didn't, it was just like, but it wasn't it was like no bedside manner for me, and I couldn't handle it. Like, I needed caring for. I didn't need to be shot, deathly information about or whatever. That's how I took it. It was just, so yeah, we had a much different experience in that. And I remember a special friend, Brandy, and I'm going to send you this message so that you know that I remember all of this that happened. And I remember her. She worked with the youth group at the Jewish Center here. I remember her saying, "It's okay, like it's okay. He's the same person. He's the same person. You're just going to have a little bit of different, things that you're going to need to do and resources. Everything's going to be fine." And I was just like, "How can you say that? What are you talking?" And I really, but now today, remembering her comforting me and telling me those things, like, oh, I'm so grateful. And I haven't thought of that in quite a long time, in fact. But the same, I'm interested to find out and ask my daughter, what was it? How did you feel when you got your diagnosis? Because I was with her, and when we did get the diagnosis, we left and everybody was like, "Great. That's awesome. That's so cool. Thank you. Like, now we know." And she seemed to be kind of just very accepting of it. And I don't know if that was her age or just that her brother, she knew so much about her brother already. And kind of the same with my husband during that session with that doctor that I wasn't too in love with. He My husband, in that same thing, I recognized that my husband also had Asperger's at the time, or autism one. And I said, "Honey, like, this makes so much sense. Now all these things that I've accommodated you for all these years, now they make sense to me why, I've been making all of these accommodations and things." And so it was very, like, clear, for him that was happening. And I remember when I got my diagnosis and I thought, okay, before, I'm going to go in, I'm going to find this out, and then I'm going to come out and I'm going to do this live and I'm going to announce it to the world, because I'm already announcing all of these things everywhere. But it took me at least 4 or 5 months to sit with all of that information, to like overlap my childhood onto my, the information, and kind of see where I slipped through the cracks, or people didn't recognize, or misdiagnoses, all of those things that had happened. And a lot of the, maybe the negative view that people had of me because of that. I kind of teased that I had more drama queen keychains and t-shirts than anybody on the planet. And, but those things hurt my feelings. And I don't think that that's something that was recognized during those time frames and things like that. They weren't joyful. They were like, they hurt. And so, I just wanted to share, kind of that real life, what it was like in my real life for all of those parts. But like I said, I'd like to maybe ask Anna someday, like, how did you feel? Like, what was that process like for you? Because at the time, I think she was almost like, "Hey, I just fit in with my whole family," kind of a thing. But I don't know. So I'm interested to find that out. Excuse me. I love this question. How can professionals better partner with caregivers? Oh, fantastic. What do you have to say on that?
Well, I know Kelvin in a way that no one else does. So when professionals listen to me, respect our experience, and include us in decisions, that makes all the difference. It really did. And it developed a strong partnership. We're getting clear communication. We're getting practical support. We're getting real collaboration. Professionals build on Kelvin's strengths instead of focusing only on what struggles he has. They helped us navigate the journey in a way that fits our real life. And honestly, I can feel it when it's working. I always felt when I was with therapists, social skills therapists. I love Carrie. Social workers, whether it was dealing with speech pathologists or occupational therapists. I felt less confusion. I felt less pressure. And I felt more trust. So I would leave conversations feeling supported and not dismissed. And that's what I have to say about that.
I love that. Absolutely. There's a serious need for the understanding that part of being heard in a conversation with a professional, and that they're on your team and they're on your side. There's countless, therapists that we had to dismiss and say goodbye to, because you feel that right away. You absolutely do. This is my mom. Great day today. You go, girl. Love you. And I'm so excited she's here and, joining and learning from everyone else. So it's just fantastic. And Crystal said, absolutely. And heavy on the inclusion,
Oh, yeah.
on the decision making. That is so true. Diane, what do you think?
So I'll, again, kind of speaking from that, provider lens, I really think one thing that has helped me is to become a better listener and a better observer, because some parents and families I've worked with are not comfortable saying, see ya, I'll find someone else, right? Or there may not be another option where they are living. And so being really attuned to that body language, what parents are saying, what they're not saying, and asking clarifying questions. Does this work for you? What do you see? What could be a barrier? How do we work through that? Because when you're in a position of being the expert, which again, I would argue that there's still a lot to learn for everybody. But when you're in that position, sometimes it creates an imbalance, and I think it's on the provider to be the person who's checking in to make sure that it fits, and allowing that environment to be just the overall vibe, right? Like, we're going to collaborate together, and if I'm not getting clear information back from you about if what I'm doing is helpful, I need to be comfortable enough to ask and hear the feedback.
Yeah, that is so true. And thank you. Thank you for providing, as a provider, for recognizing, the listening is so important. And being a podcaster, I think I learned how to, and I mean, from my children also, but there was a specific kind of vibe that you go into when you're, especially like a host. I recognized in my process, I had to completely be just listening. I couldn't think of what I was going to say next, any kind of questions I had for the person, like zero. I just had to completely listen, and everything would come to me, and all of the rest of the conversation just flows. Maybe that's just a good skill that I've picked up along the way, but in that, it really turned off those what you're doing when somebody's talking to you and you're not, you're thinking about other things. You really recognize when you're in that mode or not. So definitely a good thing to practice. Jan.
Yeah, I'll just extend what's been said, because that partnership is the key. And as you know, Sarah, my book, Hold On Tight, it's all about partnership. It screams partnership. But this applies at all levels. So with healthcare professionals, to this day, for example, I ensure that my kids' psychiatrists and psychologists regularly communicate not only with each other, but with me and my husband to make sure we're on the same page. Then it applies to educators. Andrew's school sent notes home every afternoon detailed about his day, which we returned the following morning, so that we were in constant communication and on the same team. Ainsley's school held monthly group meetings with her principal, all her teachers, her external psychologist, and us, so that we could talk about what was happening and try to, adjust plans accordingly. And then later, when your child is grown, it applies to employers as well, especially if you are your child's legal guardian, as David and I are with Andrew, not with Ainsley. After several failed jobs where an employer either needlessly discriminated against him or treated him like a child, I learned my lesson about what was needed. And he's been at his current employer for 7.5 years now. And the key word there is partnership. Before he even started, they agreed to an in-service education session to learn all about him, not just about autism and his other challenges, but his strengths and how best they could work together. They listened to my recommendations, the most important for which has probably been to bring in a job coach for both the company and Andrew. And to this day, they still meet regularly together all these years later. And they call me whenever the smallest issue starts so that it doesn't bubble up as it so easily can with all our kids. And as a result, Andrew wants to stay there till he's 70 and be the best employed, not just the best autistic employed.
I love that.
Awesome.
And when the workforce can understand that this is the type of person you're going to get, like, hopefully they can change some of their, actions and programs. I did hear yesterday on a panel somebody say about making sure that a neurodiverse HR team. Brilliant. Like, please do that. Companies, please, put an HR department together that's for neurodivergent or whatever. Like, I think that's just have one person that can at least, be the go-to at least. No, those are fantastic. And I think that there's a lot to be said about helping providers understand. One kind of really cool thing I'm doing in Utah right now is I've just kind of sent out a general post and said, would any Utah autism providers, do you want to get together and have a meetup? And in that, 31 companies responded and said, yes, we'd love to have a meetup. We'd love to get together. We've had 2 meetups now, and now we've had at least 40 different, people like make collaborations and come together and share this. We had psychologists, occupational therapists, speech therapists, ABA therapists, advocates there, and they all just had a chance to share and give each other their information. And for me, this is like, how much more powerful could it be for the our state and for our providers to come together and really have all of these services for their clients and for their families. Like, this is going to do us a huge service here. So yay. So please take advantage of that. Do that in your states and cities and things. And and somebody Shuri had mentioned neurodiverse HR sounds amazing. Yes, let's push that narrative. Can we please? Sorry, I had jumped off of my questions because I had to answer an emergency call that came in really quickly. So please bear with me while I jump back over here. And if you guys know where we're going, you can go there.
Okay. So I think the next one was, what barriers continue to prevent meaningful inclusion?
Thank you.
I've seen that inclusion is not just about being in the room. It's about whether your child is welcomed, understood, and supported once they're there. A lot of the barriers that I saw over the years, Kelvin was diagnosed at age 10. There were quiet ones, assumptions, judgment, inflexible systems, people who expect autistic kids to fit into a mold that was never made for them. Sometimes the biggest challenge is not the child at all, but the environment around them. If the space isn't flexible, if the people aren't trained, or if families have to keep fighting to be heard, then inclusion is only happening on paper. So for me, meaningful inclusion starts when people stop trying to fix our kids and start asking how they can make the space work better for them. And to me, that's when you begin to see belonging.
I love that. I think the environment and belonging and really feeling valued to be somewhere is a one and only, like, you either have it or you don't. There's no middle ground on that. So I agree.
that was a tough area. That question really made me reflect a lot. That was a big one, going through this process and working with Kelvin throughout the years. It was meaningful inclusion. We talk about in April, we talk about, and celebrate awareness. Then we got to acceptance, but I hope one day we get to celebration.
Oh, I love that. That made my heart just have chills. I agree. I hope that we
Yeah.
can too. And I hope that this summit can be maybe a beginning of that or a start of I'm all about celebrating and honoring all of, our autistic voices in the community. So, yay. Diane, how do you interested to hear your perspective on that, coming from a provider and a
Yeah.
mom?
Yeah, so I think making the space fit, not making the person fit the space. The onus is on the folks in the environment to be aware, be educated, and to understand truly that each person in that room they can contribute. It might look different. An example that I'm thinking of is that when I do my girls in-person groups, it is, we've got we're lights on, lights off, music on, music off. Do you want to use a whiteboard? Do you want to talk out loud? What was the most amazing thing that I saw this past spring is you give all of those options. And by the third or fourth week, I've got kids rolling in and they're just practicing their dances that they're thinking about in their head or making them up in their head and just in the corner doing their thing. That to me was wow, this space is working, right?
Yeah.
And so to help from a peer perspective, to help everybody also understand, hey, this is not a kid who's different or should be excluded. You have no idea how much you're going to learn from this person. If you just ask some questions, hang out, adjust the environment so that their strengths will really show through. It makes a huge difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Jan, what kind of...
Yeah, I would add to that. Look, stigma and discrimination are insidious. And the core is that they come from, and we know this, a lack of understanding, a lack of awareness, a lack of education. That's what is at the core of everything. And then systemic barriers, unfortunately, come at every level. So you have individual, private sector, society at large, and government. In the end, what we're talking about here, if I distill it, is the medical versus social model. We're, as advocates and providers, we're trying to move from the medical deficit-based model in which autism needs to be cured to the social model in which differences are not necessarily deficits. They may indeed be deficits, but that we can often celebrate a lot of this. So there's a lot more connectivity that we have to do as a society, as individuals, to make people feel feelings of belonging and worth. There's lots of micro things we can do without a doubt. And the government really has to play a key role in increasing access to healthcare, widening insurance coverage, ensuring economic supports are increased, providing investments in affordable housing and employee training and support, and above all, including autistic individuals in program and policy development.
Yeah.
Then we become inclusive, and that fear goes away as soon as people understand it. We're not yet at the point of organized groups like Black and LGBTQ+, but we're getting there with increasing advocacy. And I'm delighted to see that there's a lot more noise out there.
And I know I've said this and I'm going to repeat it again. We're really truly in an era of life that autism has been heard by more people today than ever before. Not that
Mhm.
there's an understanding or acceptance or anything, but the word itself, which is a place for us to start from. As you know, as long as we have a starting point, we can build on that. We can start building those bridges. We can start, maybe getting more people into those positions in government or, policy change and things like that, that we can have our voices be a part of the overall changes that need to happen. I think that's fantastic. And you guys bring so much to this. I'm kind of like buzzing right now. So I love it. How do we support the whole family, not just the autistic individual? And I think that that's something just that I think has been covered on as well. And since we're just in our last like 9 minutes, what also gives you the hope for future of autism support?
Okay. Supporting the whole autism family to me just means seeing the child and family together as a unit. It means understanding that parents are managing appointments, school meetings, emotional stress, advocacy, and the constant effort of helping their child thrive. So it also means paying attention to siblings and grandparents and other caregivers and the people who are part of that support circle. It starts with what we've already stated today, which is listening to what the family needs. Sometimes that's practical help, sometimes emotional support, as Jan mentioned, sometimes it's just having someone say, you don't have to figure this out alone. So for me, one of the biggest pieces is making sure families have community. So when families are connected to other families, to professionals who truly collaborate, and to people who understand autism with compassion, then that's when the whole family can strive.
Mhm.
And what gives me hope for the future of autism? I'm hopeful that autism is getting more thoughtful, more respectful, and more real. Um, we're seeing people move away from trying to change autistic people and towards understanding them, supporting their strengths, and helping them thrive as themselves. So, a big hope is a future where neurodiverse people are not just included, but truly understood and valued.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. And I echo all of those same uh, thoughts and hopes as well. That's for sure. Diane.
I think what I am really hopeful about for the future of autism support is that finally we are becoming so much more aware that this is not simply a male or a boy phenomenon, right? And because there's a whole group of females who have been, I think a couple of us here right now are aware of how, tricky life can be until you're like, okay, that makes more sense. It takes away some of that like shame and that misunderstanding that you might have of yourself, right? And so I'm really hopeful that we're able to see the nuances even a little bit more and be more understanding, of family members, friends, kids, when they're struggling too.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Jan?
Yes, I think there's such an exciting shift in the landscape and understanding of neurodiversity now, as I talked about, moving from that medical to that social model and the rising power and advocacy of lived experience. But from that, there's so much exciting, we haven't talked about research initiatives and discoveries, especially in areas like genetics and DNA. You're seeing new discoveries constantly. And that greater awareness is leading to much earlier screening and diagnosis across the board, especially in marginalized populations. It used to be, as you said, 1 in 44. Now you're at 1 in 31. It's not that there's an explosion in the numbers. It's that there's greater awareness, there's greater screening, and particularly in those marginalized groups, there was hiding, there was shame. And now if we can bring it out, the numbers may go up, but they were always there.
Yeah.
And finally, the greater awareness that's really important for families is lifelong planning, financial planning. As we know, costs can be sky high, meds, therapy not covered by insurance, housing, transportation. So that financial planning is critical in helping you cope and optimizing the future, both for your child and for the entire family.
I love that. Absolutely. And I think that you had said it earlier, also, that when you're seeing a client, you're seeing the whole family. It's not just the child, it's that whole family approach. And that's so important. And, a little quote that we have is, a little bit of knowledge turns fear into understanding. And it's so true. Like, just, get the knowledge, do the research, get the, talk to friends about their situations. How can you help? How can you learn more? If you are not in the neurodiverse community, how can you learn how to support better and things? So hopefully you gained a lot from this amazing panel this morning. Such an honor and pleasure to have each of you join me in this space. And any last thoughts and words that you'd like to share? Let's go through the round one more time.
I want to thank my fellow panelists. Number one, I love the diversity you have. I've been to many, many, many summits and conferences, but to have the provider, to have the parent, to have, those that are self-advocates, it's just wonderful, Sarah. Great, great job. What I would say to parents and families watching today is simply, you're doing better than you think you are.
Love that.
As an autism mom, I know this journey, it can feel heavy, it can feel confusing and lonely at times. As Kelvin's mother, I've walked this journey from preschool all the way to PhD, and I can tell you, it does not always look neat. It is not always easy. There were seasons when I was tired, unsure, and just trying to get through the next step. But over time, I learned that progress does not have to look perfect to be real. Your child may grow and learn in ways that don't match other people's timelines. That does not mean they are not moving forward. And as a parent, the way you keep showing up, learning and adjusting and loving your child through every stage, it matters deeply. So I've seen that with the right support, patience, belief, growth is possible in more ways than you know. Keep going, trust the journey, and remember that your child's path and your family's path can still lead to something beautiful. Thank you so much for this opportunity for me to be able to share from the perspective of a parent. I want to thank all of you all. I still learn from a number of providers, and I really respect all of the work that you do. Thank you.
So great to have you. So great to have you here. And thank you. You're one of our sponsors. And you too, Diane. Thank you guys so much.
You're
Oh,
welcome.
my goodness. Thank you. Oh, thanks for believing in me and seeing, what I want to bring and help the world find and all of. So we're always looking for the people that don't know they need us. So we're this everywhere. Diane, please share with us your last final thoughts.
Gosh, what I would say for parents is trust your gut. If it doesn't feel right, keep looking. You might, it is a marathon, not a sprint, right? And sometimes it feels like a straight up slog. And I think that you create those relationships with the people who can help you get through the slog part, because there will be better times on the other side, like Loretta was saying. I promise you. I think, Janet, was so wonderful to meet you. Loretta, to see you again, band back together. So excited. And Sarah, thank you so much, Sarah, for creating this community, and all of these folks who, I as a provider, I really do absolutely appreciate being able to have real conversations with other providers, with parents, with advocates. Like, let's talk about it. Let's be real.
Thank you. I kind of feel selfish in that I kind of am now having online parties and bringing all my friends. So gets to watch. Yes, it's so wonderful. Jan, I'm let's finish it off strong. I know you're just such a
Oh,
beautiful, eloquent speaker.
Sure. So I love quotes. And Teddy Roosevelt said, "Believe you can, and you're halfway there." I said I was at the beginning an ambassador of hope and perseverance. And that means be a warrior. Keep up that hope and persevere. And much of that hope and perseverance comes from knowing that you are not alone. Find your community. Reach out to other families of autistic kids like me, like Loretta, like Diane on both the parent and the professional side. We are here with our hands out, waiting to embrace you, bolster and support you. And I carry all of you in my heart. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jan. Oh, this has been such an incredible way to start the day. I'm so appreciative for your time, your volunteering on a Saturday morning to come over and be with me and chat to everyone. So it's so meaningful, and I love you guys so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, this is just wonderful. Wow. What an amazing day. Yesterday was so full. Sometimes you get to the end of the day and you're like, how can it be better? And then you start the next day and it's just like a roll on, right? You just keep going and it just keeps getting better. I keep getting good and good and gooder. Hope we can have an English teacher in the house here. No, our next our next panelists are here, and I'm so excited to bring them up and chat. So here we go. And hello, Miss Piper. I'm so
Hello.
excited to meet you. I'm waiting to hear if you have an accent or not. Are you?
Ooh. Oh, then I might totally trip you up.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Since my brain mirrors usually first the accents in the room, my accent will default to an auditory prescriptive first. So I can't answer if it does or doesn't.
Where are you at in the world?
I'm currently located in St. Charles, Missouri.
Okay. Well, it's just so funny because we had on another panel, there was a gentleman, Seamus Hart, and he kept talking about his partner and how they were doing research and things. You're not his partner, are you?
Sorry to confuse you. Yes, and thank you, and apologies to the other Dr. Adams, Dr. Crystal. A recent readjustment from a 15-year previous last name. I decided to default to the first female in my ancestral line who came from Ireland into America, whose last name was Hart.
Wow.
So when my identity transferred and I didn't want to default to a matriarchal or a patriarchal lineage, I chose an ancestral Hart. So Hart is not what my research is at. So thank you for giving me an opportunity to caveat that as well. Thank you.
Fantastic. It's so nice to meet you. It really is so nice to meet you. And Dr. Crystal, I got to meet you just for a moment the other day.
Yes.
Thank you so much for being here.
Yes, thank you. This is very, very exciting. I was very excited to, of course, whenever I saw it, and to this day, I don't know how I found you, but I'm very glad that I found you and found all of you, and went ahead and reached out. And then, of course, to get that email of, hey, here you go. It's like, this is awesome. This is amazing. Of course, I'm in North Carolina in the States, and good afternoon, good morning to many of you. Good afternoon. And I'm really excited. I've been in occupational therapy for 22 years, and I have been in academia for now going into my 7th year. And so it is so amazing to bring up other therapists, and also to bring them up with the mindset of being very ethically and bioethically minded when doing research, no matter where you're at. So I look forward to just being a part of this wonderful team during this time.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
so much. It's so great to have you here, and I'm excited to get to know you more and stay in touch. And yes, I'm glad you found me too.
Yes.
It's like I just said previously, the hardest part is finding the people that need you. You need them, but you don't know where to find them. So that's why I'm saying share this with all of your audiences. Oh, Adam, I'm so happy to see you. I've been honored and to have Dr. Adam Hazlitt on a couple of different summits, it feels like. And
Yeah.
yeah, and to bring you back in this, I mean, I know it's just going to be such a like engaging conversation. And yeah, thank you so much for being here.
Very excited to be here. I'm excited
Yeah.
to be here. I love good conversations. So
I love it. And I listened in on some of your things you were doing on I guess it was some classes that you had. Anyways, you had posted some things live that you had been doing, and I was listening to some of them, and I was really learning a lot from what you were teaching your students and things, and I was really taking a lot from that. So thanks for sharing those things.
yeah, well, and that's kind of what I'm doing in the latter half of my career is taking my classes and just doing them in public.
Yeah.
Just doing them out in the
So
open.
cool.
And so that, I mean, because, my students are always shocked that people want to learn this stuff and not pay for it. You know what? Because there's that disconnect. So I have just decided in my old age, as I have worked with again, I'm pushing 50, but I worked with lots of older professors, and I cleaned out their offices as graduate assistants and stuff. And I saw these brilliant minds, and no one knew what all the stuff they did. And I watched the universities just chuck it into the garbage. And I said, I'm gonna put it out there and let it just sit out in existence. And then if my kid ever wants to go and look and say, what did my dad do? Oh, I can go watch his lectures and see what a fool he was there.
I love that. I love that so much. No, I appreciate that. And oh yeah, this is going to be so amazing. Piper, you did, you got to tell your name story, but give us an introduction. Tell us more a little bit about you.
Well, first off, I'm absolutely delighted, Sarah. Congratulations. I stepped into this environment immediately defaulting to a nervous system of academic presentation, and then to have the finality of the last three have a wonderful psychological safety environment in which to, in their cadence, immediately got my neuro mirroring already working. I was like, oh, well, here I thought I'd walk into the usual state, but which identity shall we present today? So thank you very much for that.
Yeah.
Bit of an outlier, perfectly summarized by multiple things the last people said. You're doing better than you know. The neurodivergent brain will always default to negativity as its origin patterning. And so just the very notion of having that is something to begin with that I have to then go, oh, that's right. I don't do that first off. Warrior to Jan. I found myself 13 years in a corporate art collection position without any knowledge of the cognitive ceilings that were above me, no intention of anything more until I discovered the neurodivergent pipeline in a company that I, being creative, could not join. Then had kids, and all the research I thought I knew as an adjunct professor and having a master's degree was completely thrown out the window. And really the only thing that I could hold on to was having a 19th century British background and studying in a place where socialized medicine saw the adaptions of the human brains not as a deficit, but just as part of the everyday fabric. So when I had that lens and came back as an adjunct professor, as a corporate curator, as a researcher, there wasn't an environment that I couldn't unsee that positive framework from, that my value system could let lie. So I started writing with my children's father, who is also neurodivergent, and that framework really changed everything from schools to healthcare settings. And I was in the state of Missouri's government for a year and a half, identifying the physiological and neurological reasons we need to interact with the arts, and recently found myself out of that position. So grateful to talk to multi-interdisciplinaries who understand that it's going to take outside the framework thinking to make any progress with where we're at.
100%. Thank you. And pardon me while I'm going back into our questions for today. I've been having to go in and out sometimes. So exactly. Perfect. We are going to be discussing on this panel today research. Research shapes services, policies, public understanding, and today's conversation explores how research can become more meaningful, accessible, and responsive to the needs of autistic people and their families. And I think one thing I really got out of the last panel was the notion that the client is the family, not just the individual. The client is always the family. Like, please remember that, providers, educators, all of the errors out there. Excited to start this panel and find out more about your perspectives, and see kind of where we can go with this conversation. So let's see thank you. What we're going to start with: what areas of autism research deserve more attention? Fascinating. Adam, let's start with you, gentlemen.
Appreciate it. Well, I come from the humanities perspective. That was my kind of first, field. You asked for an English teacher. That was the first. Yeah.
Don't grab my grammar.
No, not anymore. But I have moved into design and all of those kind of other aspects as I've continued, as we all do in the neurodivergent world, to study new things, and I just get the pieces of paper afterwards. But for me, I think it is those kind of abstract and kind of hard to nail down things like autistic grief, autistic joy. How did those manifest themselves? Because I know when I talk to families and when I talk to people that I work with, that is the hardest thing. Is the answers on what is. I mean, it's hard in general in the human experience, but we get this roadmap and we say, here are the 7 stages and here's what's going to happen. And then that's just another measure that the autistic individual doesn't measure up to. And it's just another way in which we can look and say, oh, there's a deficit. They're not grieving correctly. They're not expressing joy correctly, right? Why the flapping hands? I mean, I still do that pushing 50. Because I want to, and it makes me happy.
Yep.
Right. And it doesn't affect you. So why? So I think getting that kind of codified into research, but that there's a whole myriad reasons why that may not be the first thing that a lot of people look at. But for me, it's always the most important. The sweet and the sour, the joy and the grief, figuring that out so that people can live full, real, however they define them lives.
So true. Absolutely. Piper, you're excited. I'm excited to hear what you have to say.
I'm so excited, but I know the gaps in the research, and so I'm defaulting to another doctor in the room whose voice is not heard in these circles enough at the very impetus, I would say, if she wasn't in the room. So
what do you have to say on that, Crystal? Tell us. Oh, you're muted.
I'm not. Oh, hopefully you're. Oh, Dr. Hart, you're muted. Do you want to keep?
Dr. Gabby, I would much rather you go.
Okay.
Yes.
So I think I definitely feel from Dr. Hart. So she passed it along, and it's exactly, hopefully you let me know if this is what you were going to say. I really see that the research deserves more attention in the whole individuality, identity first, centeredness. It's intersectionality as well. So much like what Dr. Adam has said, like, what is it when there's autistic joy, autistic grief? What does that mean? But also, what does it mean for somebody to be autistic and be Black, be transgender, be, all of those things, mental health, the anxiety, the depression, bringing all those things together and intersecting them. That's really what deserves more attention. I know the other questions that you have are amazing, that I don't want to go quickly to actually see like, oh, this is what deserves it too. But like having those voices and looking beyond the physical, like really the physical things that you do, but the invisible pieces of like of autism, and not just saying, okay, that's autistic. No, it's other things. It's so many other things. And if we were not, and I'm not, I do not identify as autistic, but for those who I serve and I work alongside of and do research alongside of as well, it's very frustrating to see how someone could actually look at someone else and say, okay, yep, you're in a wheelchair, and you also, you like have your flags, and so then of course they do that, and even after coming out of disability LGBTQ like from last month, even the images that you see, it's someone in a wheelchair, someone with crutches, someone with this, someone with that, and that's not the only face. So sometimes things are very like it's the other invisible things that we do have within autism, and yeah, that's where I definitely see like the importance of acknowledging that and not being scared. So yeah,
Perfect.
yeah.
Yes. And I will jump on that as an individual that came from a place that was very research heavy. I found in America, the only research I could find was indebted to the medical field being very Caucasian, white, male, Silicon Valley fed when tech individuals were having difficulty getting their kids and they had the money to back it. So as soon as I started interacting with individuals who were not raised in a negative framework, I discovered that autism wasn't even a label they identified with. And my brain didn't start finding positive avenues of self-consideration until I met people who were not raised in a deficit mindset. And so it became very early understood that as parents, we both inherently had shame when our children were given a label, only to discover when we didn't use that label and just checked out their brain processing and the way they interacted with their environments, it was no longer a niche. So one of the ways that I help people in museums is understand the redirection of energy, like proprioception. Proprioception is when the body needs to use movement to get extra spatial awareness. So if you need more spatial awareness, you're not feeling safe in the environment, this is just you echolocating through your body through a sense of proprioception. So what America defaults to saying is stimming or quirking or tweaking out or ADHDers who dance, their bodies are adjusting to their environment, feeling overloaded, and it defaults to a sense of movement. So when we give people swings, when we give them fidgets, when we give people a non-forced environment of stillness and quiet, the body emotes emotion, which is just energy that the body is reacting to our thoughts. So we could go so deep down into the very systems that we found. We couldn't find the words in the language of the medical field. We found the words through the education system, who told us about our son first, and then were failed by the medical system. Then we went over to the UK and then discovered all the things we didn't like in ourselves were mislabeled as something that needed diagnosed in America. So that started with our white son, white male, immediately getting diagnoses, me having no effing idea, then my daughter come into the world, and then discovering all of my friends who didn't fit Caucasian, had health insurance, had an idea of what autism was, went to a school that knew it, could get diagnosed, could get understood, could get researched. That wasn't my Black friends. That wasn't my Black female friends. And right now we've got a lot of research that is not existing for Black male friends. So I'm very grateful the conversation is going to continue in a way that is
Absolutely.
where it starts everywhere at the bottom, and the language and interdisciplinary is the way out.
And when it comes down to it, sorry about that. Really, just in everything. When we build for all, we don't exclude. We don't have to catch up. We don't have to do the rat race to get everything messed up, unmessed. We start right. We do things right from the beginning. So yeah, I don't know how we start.
And my big thing, and one of the things that I always like to point out when we're, and again, looking at it from maybe a less scientific perspective, is we're trying to jam any way that we slice it. We're trying to jam new understanding into an old language framework, because all of these scientific, I mean, because I go to these universities and present, and I present on why we have IRB statements, right? And I'm like, well, human experimentation was a bad thing, or we didn't think it was a bad thing up until the 80s. Like then we're like, oh, they have autonomy too. And I'm like, so we're jamming all of this into a framework that was used to create the idea of disability, to create the idea of gender inequality, to create the idea of race. I mean, when you look at the creation of all of these concepts, now yes, all of these things existed, but the way in which we then put value on them. So I'm kind of a post-humanist, and I say let's stop looking at that and look at different. And I think that's kind of what we're talking about here. You know, we still have to talk within the framework that we have, because I mean, anybody who's worked in academia knows that, you know, you don't rock the boat too much. Everyone talks about all of these wonderful liberal ideas that, you know, theoretically that come out, but not really. It's a very incremental, slow process. And what we're talking about really does upset that boat. I mean, I got free money from the Ford Foundation to renovate a wing of the college, and I couldn't get them to understand I didn't want compliant. ADA compliant is not universal design. And they were like, well, I don't understand. It's compliant. And I was like, yeah, but the ADA didn't take into account the students that are now coming into the classroom, right? And when they saw the break room, they saw, well, you know, we got to have that so that the door never shuts. And I'm like, you're thinking about this carceral already. Already you're thinking about how people are going to misuse this rather than how people are going to utilize it to make themselves better. And it really is a framework, just like Dr. Hart said. I mean, it is a framework, and I don't know if it's strictly American versus European, Western versus temporal, regional. I mean, I came from Appalachia, so, you know, a different America altogether. So, but I'm here for this, and I'm so excited.
Love that. Crystal, what do you think? How can research better reflect lived experiences?
Awesome. So the research that I've done, and I really talk with my students and our faculty in every year when we are doing research with our students, the focus is to always include the people from the very beginning who you're claiming you're going to be researching or serving. And so therefore, even in preparation for this panel, I went directly back to the CEO of one of the wonderful autism supports within our area. And I didn't like the questions you gave me. I said, I'm not going to answer these questions without sitting with her, who is, I guess, even I really say that she is very good reason of why I'm even able to do research with those with autism. And one thing that she said is that research, we need to focus on case study. Now, yes, in research, it's always told, oh, level 1, level 2, and you know, randomized controlled trials and this, that, and the other and everything. And then when you're looking at the world of autism, um, yes, I don't care. You can have 1,000 people that included in your study and you're trying to get quantitative information. There's probably 999 people in that study where whatever you find, it's next month it's going to be different, because autism and the world, you know, our world is so different. It's so eclectic. And so when I talk to her name's Dawn. She was like, you know, where's the case study aspect of it? The community craves the case study aspect of it. And yes, you can have, don't get so caught up in the amount of how many people are participating. Yes, I know scientific world, they deem our stuff to be rigor and everything, depending on how many people we have involved. But as a therapist, when I've done evidence-based research, I mean, even when I was in my doctorate school and everything, it was case study. It was case study with individuals, because that is what was meaningful to the teachers. That is what was meaningful to the parents. That was what was meaningful to the principal of the school, because it's like, yes, we see that we have this need, you know, amongst a lot of students, but can we focus on Elena first? And as a therapist, occupational therapist, that's who I am focusing on first, is the individual. And then, yes, I take it to population. But that is definitely where the reflected lived experience is, not trying to lump one person's lived experience in with everyone else's when it comes to research.
Love that. And Piper, I do want to thank you so much for putting this in the comments so that people can have access to go and check some of these out. So I appreciate that so much.
My pleasure. And the intention not to jump in like the neuro wants to do. I'll put always links in the chat. Dr. Adam, I hope you don't mind doctor and first names. That's being in K through 12 and then higher education. You never know which doctors are going to be upset with it. I love that you used without the science. For a very long time, I avoided science and math as much as possible because my teachers had defaulted to using negative terminology around those subjects. The only reason that I published, and it is all peer reviewed, thankfully, because I had a writing partner that was tired of me complaining without validating it through science. And those ideas went into articles, and that's how my science came to be. Is I got frustrated not having the language to communicate what my brain tried to explain and had to figure it out. So I am an art historian. I am an artie by trade. I go down every single route because there's not an environment that our brain is told is supposed to be a certain way. And when you find yourself not acting that way, we assume shame so quickly that it's great to be reminded in these spaces. And Sarah, yet again, just hearing people talk, my body, hearing the word therapist, ooh, my back went. And then I was like, all right, that's right. You got to put your positive word next to hearing the word therapist, like CBT. You remember that was positive. So even reminding people in the space, you have to know you want to use that term. I will very rarely invite myself to such a box scenario, knowing I've got a positive framework, and that will already cause cognitive dissonance between the language and the environment and the physical safety I'm being told my body is presenting. So you have to know, you have to have a diagnosis. In America, it's timelines, it's a parent that's willing to take you to get it. It's being on the wait list. It's having the fee to pay the doctor you find who thinks that you're worth it. Again, the more I do these webinars, it was the teachers. We spent $5,000 out of pocket getting denied a diagnosis, but the teachers gave us knowledge. So we still carry a very heavy medical bias, like a lot of the people. I am very happy to care more about their brains and bodies and spaces, but those spaces still scare us. So case studies don't work when you can't get a diagnosis or when you don't label yourself that way. In America, I probably wouldn't be able to identify in a file that diagnosis, but in the UK, they wouldn't even ask me to. So it's like, oh, do I need it here if I don't really feel? So it is a very nuanced situation we're in. Even insurance, even politics, even language, even then medication. I put positive language in the chat because the more I realized the days I wasn't mean to me while taking my medication, biologically, we could monitor my absorption was better. The things our body and brains are so dislocated on that we're being mad at ourselves for not being connected on are the reasons interdisciplinary talks like this can remind us of, oh, I don't want to tell you this, but you just talking about your space made me scared. I probably should mention that.
I think that's so, you're so raw. I love it. I love it. I'm just like,
another way to say we're great in some spaces, but I wouldn't be this raw if I didn't feel that you'd presented an opportunity for people who are willing to wonder about their spaces. It's a cognitive belief system.
Fascinating. I just love it. Fascinating. Adam, please add to that. Dr. Adam, Dr.
I mean, I don't think there's a lot that I can add. I mean, other than the fact that, like I said, I think we need to, I constantly am always about challenging, what is and isn't measurable, right? Because and as I have gotten, and maybe it's again the privilege of tenure, it's all of that stuff after years and years and years, because but I'm just so tired of trying to perform to their standard that we'll never meet anyway.
Yeah.
Because we know the research tells us that they've already made a prejudgment. They judged us before they even shook our hand, and their uncanny valley signals going off, and they're going, something's wrong with that rabbit. I don't trust that rabbit, not letting him in the herd. And so I can show, because like I said, I had, experiences where they're like, show us the best practice, or show us the research and we'll do it. I showed them the research. They're like, well, show us best practices where other people are doing it and we'll do it. And I did. And they're like, well, bring us the money and we'll surely not say no. I bring them $1 million and they're like, no. And again, that whole time I had to again, doing all the right things, just like when we hear about the parents going through all the right steps, because the same way with, getting diagnosis for my child, you do all the right things, and yet you feel like Charlie Brown and Lucy's holding that football, and you're like, okay, this is the time she's going to hold it. And you line up. And at this point, I'm not going to play football. Like I'm going to figure out a way to, to change the game. And so I think that to reflect our experience, we bring it to bear on the system. And so that's what I'm all here for now. Getting those voices in there so that we can bring it to bear, because even if we're playing within their system, the way in which we're going to define, the way in we're going to use, is going to change that system fundamentally for the better, I think.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, and I think that this next question has been a little bit answered in a few things, but I think that it's a great something to really hone in on. And that is, what are the misconceptions about autism research? Piper, do you want to start off here?
Whew, that's a toughie. I knew nothing until I was in presence of people who were willing to share because they were in positive environments. And it was radical how quickly being around people in a positive environment changed everything about my inner monologue. My willingness to rethink about my thoughts, my willingness to question the thoughts that I was constantly reframing my capacities at. Until I had my children and saw what spaces did to their self-esteem levels without them even being aware of it. The mom in me that I didn't know would just level up even more so when it came to accessibility and how quickly kids talk themselves out of their talents. The thing I loved more than anything was working with artists. It's a beautiful nuance for those nervous systems who are still kind of grasping at that balance of humanity, but don't know how to be that vulnerable. And I find it's those artists that are seeking their understanding of their brain at such a level that we're all trying. We all get into our fields because there's something we want to know. But for neurodivergence, there's so much that isn't known. And that's on top of an already processing brain. So going into a space when we're already feeling a bit disjointed, and then having a brain that notices the light differences, the smells, the shift in the wind, the grumpy person in the corner, the place we don't know where will the water be. There's such a high load of cognitive processing without identification and self-knowledge that keeps growing each generation. That troubles me if we don't find solutions to know ourselves, to medically trust people, to listen to people in the authority positions and still trust them. There is a disconnect that only that kind of questioning what we assumed with our degrees and with the prescription we're given, if we're trusting that we know ourselves first. I know I have a long way to go. Each time my kids trigger me, I'm like, oh, I guess I didn't figure that thing out. And it's being around others who maybe have figured out the solution. I only have the language being around people who'd figured out their language enough for me to be like, well, that's not quite right, but that does get me closer. Yeah. So the bread nuggets that other people are willing to provide me are really what keeps my map growing.
I love that. And just as you're talking about the lights, my freaking light in here is like flashing, flashing, flashing. And I was thinking, okay, this is your ancestor of the heart ancestor coming through to say, yes, girl, you're going, this is
And
it.
we'll talk about colored lenses on a whole nother timeline for all the things we put in our pockets just in case our environments try to trick us up.
So if I do get up to go shut this light off, don't mind me, and I'm still listening. But yeah, let's definitely I love that. I love that. What's your take on that, Crystal? Where are you seeing those
Misconceptions. So I'm going to do something that my students always hate, and I always say, or they always hated about in an OT school, is we always say it depends. So on one end, there's a misconception that there's already too much research out there. So you'll have one group that was like, oh, because they're tired of hearing us come forth and say autism, like, and just like, I hear that so much, and isn't there already enough research out there? Also, on the other end, there's not enough. And I think it's not enough when we go back to, again, what deserves the more attention, like what's missing. And that's, I would say, is the common misconceptions. They're both misconceptions. And they're both misconceptions because to a family or to population or even an individual where things have been missing, there isn't enough research out there because there's something, again, I guess kind of goes to, did that rigor research actually meet the needs of the family right next door to me? And that family would be like, no, keep going. However, again, that whole of too much, it can be very overwhelming. So when I'm working with families and when my students are working with families, they're just, families are very knowledgeable. So decades ago, we really depended on the medical profession to tell us exactly, like, what is this? What do I do? It's your job to do that. And now our families and are those with lived experiences in neurodivergent, communities, they're like, no, we've done the research on that. We've looked it up, and here you go. And they'll come into like clinic and say, please try this, do that. And sometimes, not only for researchers, but also for families, it's overwhelming because they're trying to figure out where to start. So yeah, that question is very tricky, and it depends depends on who you're actually talking to when it comes to the whole misconception of research.
What about you, Adam?
Well, and again, just to kind of step even a step back, because I agree with Dr. Crystal here in the idea that, a lot of people look to research and look to these articles and these journals, if they even do, right? It's usually the articles about the articles, not, because, new U.S. News or something will carry the new study from University of whatever. But I think that if research provides you sure answer, as opposed to more questions, good research, I think, gets us to go, oh, well, what about this? What about this? What about this? For me, the surefire 1, 2, 3 step, if you do this, if you do that, because, even the medical science and field that I am closest to, which would be Crystal's field, even the OTs will tell you this may help you. This might be a situation where this one intervention or accommodation, but we'll have to see how your body reacts. And for me, that kind of Einsteinian, exponentialism is where research is going to inevitably lead you to more questions. Because even if that article says, here's what works for autistic people, and you look at your child and you're like, but not mine, why? That leads to another question. And then, and again, I'm a geek for this stuff. That's why I never left school. But I think that's kind of, especially as a parent, it would be my drive. Why?
And I'll hop in there, Dr. Adam. because I want to follow suit exactly that. We had the same questions. We didn't fit the boxes, the what was even supposed to be the outlier boxes, and that's when I started realizing that in museums in the UK they had pre-established environments for hypo or low sensory. So instead of low sensory hours, or specifically targeting what you were supposed to be defined in those tolerated when separated still moments, we came to realize it was the environments that were preemptively understanding there will be no one, and allowing the choice, the multitude, the different ways of learning. And that's why I'm so heavy indebted on anything that's kinesthetic or tactile or addition, because there is no one way to learn. And when you add more, you are only adding and layering knowledge. There's never, oh, sorry, I gave you another way to see something. And so it's really understanding. We have to throw out this notion of one fits all, one box, one label, and think of it more as if you must use spectrum, which I was originally avoidant of, but now I turn it over on yes and sensory. Every single second, every moment, something sensory is hitting us, and there aren't just anti-sensories. And I know that oh so well, having a son who is a low avoidant and a daughter who is a high avoidant. So I came back to America and they're like, we've got an hour for you. I'm like, for one of my kids, great. Because they still don't know. And it's that wonderful, we need to adjust our assumptions. Even the assumptions we have on doing it right have been like, yes, we've done it. We've got it. Okay, great. You've started. You're questioning. Great. But question if you did do it right before assuming you've got it. And every brain's different. So you might have it right today, or as female neurodivergents learn, you might not have it right on a different week or at a different age cycle or after a different transition in her life, which is always fun for a neuro to relearn their sensory profile.
Boy,
and that's not even in the research. In UK, there's a lot of female hormone integration in the research. In America, well, I don't, women on the call now. So I'm grateful that Dr. Adam can present just the notion of a vast spectrum of people who are fully in the field. And even in the field, I have different conversations and am a different cadence in those same environments.
When you really led me to wonder, should I have just offered, if anyone wants to write their own questions, you're allowed to.
You don't go back. You've learned. You are now questioning from an already evolving system, which is a positive, not with your brain already negative.
Right?
You get there one step at a time for a hard brain.
I know. I remember somebody saying that. I've heard somebody, stop shooting all over me. Would you please?
But the neurodivergent brain is so high, fast processing, which we all know because we love talking about the pattern recognition, but we're in a world where we're supposedly then supposed to stop. So we're functioning at such a high level, constantly maintaining an understanding of error detection and maintenance, but yet when we're stopped and we turn it in on ourselves or we turn to drugs, suddenly that's bad, given no alternatives of a different processing level. Yes, new system, new language. Wonderful that we're given an opportunity to try and figure it out.
Love that. Thank you. Oh my goodness. I knew this was going to be such an engaging, just like at the top of, of your brain all the time. How can families, I love this question, how can families distinguish quality research from misinformation? There's so much information out there. So how do we guide them? Crystal, what do you say to that?
So I will go straight back to what Dr. Adam Hazlitt said. Be very leery about when things says all and even most, and be very leery about that. That's the most simplest way that I would actually say. And yeah, that is the only the only statement that I have to say, because there is not an all or a never, or embrace the sometimes. Embrace that this may work for you, this may not. Also, the one thing, a very good thing to go to is research that at the very end, and I always tell students, every research should have implications for. because what that means is we don't have it all together. And I don't look towards research for, those who I serve that will definitely says, yep, we've done it. Here it is. Here's the answer. Absolutely not. Good research will question even their own research. Good research will give the contra pieces to what they have actually said, because the goal is that we're not here as researchers to prove that what we're doing and what we say that we're doing is the best way. We want to acknowledge other people who even have said that it's not the best way, because that's honestly where the heart is. So, what are the implications? After everything that we found and claimed that we found, what are we still missing and looking for? That's, to me, that is quality research.
Curiosity, right? It just comes down to basic
Mhm.
curiosity. We need that drive all the time. And I'm not a researcher. I'm just a mom. I used to be a paralegal. I used to do a lot of legal research. So I guess in a way I kind of am a researcher. Wow.
Mhm.
Accolades. But I think that there's so much to be said with that constant curiosity. And is that is that part of our stem of our neurotype? Are we constantly curious about
Let me play, please. Neurologically, curiosity and wonder are adaptive measures that hijack our tendency to overthink. So it's actually one of the things that I teach is the whimsy, the fun, the color is a way to hijack our fight or flight reactive instincts. And so being curious cannot be negative. It cannot be innately downward thinking. So if you see an article that is only definitively negative, it tends to be from a negative framework academically, not questioning or wondering or bridging. Since I do work at a university, we can't not talk about AI. First off, we teach it in our program. It's a grad student. Use it to upskill what you're thinking, but trust it to still be a student that needs to be checked. Knowing that, we've also come to realize it is predictive and pulls off existing knowledge. When in doubt, neurodivergent will never think inside the box. So the very nuance of this fear of AI, and we have an article written on it, is that AI cannot even guess the weird, evolving, wondrous magnetism of the neurodivergent because it is not embedded in a system that exists by a specific socialized framework.
And in writing, we're finding that students
it's us.
And in writing, we're finding that students who are neurodivergent are getting popped with possible AI and plagiarism things.
Yes, my excitement was it's writing like us. I don't know how many people go, you're extremely verbose. Did you copy that from AI? I'm like,
and it's not even that it's writing like us. It's that, I mean, I know as a writer, I mimic. And you, just as you were talking about with accent when we first came in, I mean, pattern recognition and subconsciously, unconsciously, I'm picking up those patterns and I'll read.
And
whether I'm,
I train my kids. I'm like, all right, if you're scared to write that person, write it as someone who wouldn't be scared. Write it as yourself. Use AI to combine it. So again, the cognitive tools, when the greatest bridge is just not disliking your own brain. There are evolving tools that never existed before, evolving people who actually care, evolving doctors who are willing to look at the physical and the mental and not give a label right away. There is an evolving ecosystem in younger generations to trust speaking and getting the words, where other generations were the exact opposite in their cognitive processing. So there's a lot of potential to trust sources. Previously, they said gut in the webinar, and I want to support that. But when you don't always trust your own gut, that is, again, the difficulty of the neuro. But our bodies almost always tell us before our brains read it, as much as we don't want to believe that. So if a therapist or a doctor gets you triggered faster, you didn't get up and change your light, Sarah. because you're a neurodivergent and you didn't want to mess with the flow, even though you knew it would help your cognitive processing for the rest of the day. So when we stop here, since we're at 50, I wish we'd stop a little early so that you could close it.
Oh, I did. I got up and shut it.
Okay, good. I didn't even know.
I totally shut it off. I
We'll
just opened the window.
we'll stay in a cube that hurts us and then be mad when we're tired.
That's the truth. No, thank you.
We will be mean to ourselves.
Yeah.
Unless there are people who give us language or spaces or communities to wonder if we're being mean because we actually think that, or because our environments have made us think that.
Oh, absolutely. No, thank you. Thank you so much. This is so amazing. I'm so glad we made these connections. I can't wait to have further conversations. So I'm excited. We are in, let's see, our last 9 minutes. So we're going to combine as much as we can. And let's see if we can really. What emerging trends excite you most? Where should research be headed over for the next decade? So yeah, I think that those are okay to probably go with that. That's right.
Shout out to the people being weird enough in the places where other people can see. I put in the chat for those who didn't notice that for a moment, Dr. Adam even busted out his, I believe it was a Nido. Oh, it's an octopus squid.
Jellyfish.
And I mean,
when they say we can't make friends, just show us something weird is all it takes.
I need something very strong to squeeze. But
that's what this is the hard ones. And one of my students taught me about putting them in the freezer.
Ooh.
Said put it in the freezer if you need a little extra oomph on these. You take the ice cubes or the gems and you stick it in the freezer and gives a little bit.
And the things I write about sensory kits, and I have a 20-page document on that, and I am so excited that I get a 10-minute distraction when this is over to go tell my son to put one of them in the freezer. I have never done it.
There you go.
And this is why it's not even that is in a manual on what to have in a waiting room. I don't think anything says if your kid has a heat temperature regulation, or when you're nervous and it redirects from your extremities, you could redirect that blood activation that takes from the prefrontal by having an alternative heat source held.
Wow.
And I only get those when environments that make me question what I know.
I love that. Oh my goodness. Okay.
well, Sarah, I'll go ahead and start, and then that way, because I know it's like, I don't want to encroach on anything afterwards. But what excites me the most is collaborating to show how medical, therapeutic, and person centered and like individual centered should go together. That emerging trend excites me the most. With our partners who we do research with, that was the biggest thing that came out, is just not being afraid of having the medical model, but also making sure that we bring in that whole therapeutic model as well. And just research headed over into the next decade, having those with lived experiences be included from the beginning. The moment that we start talking about, we're about to start writing to IRB, who is beside us with lived experience, family, individual, they should be sitting right beside us when we're writing to IRB. They should be sitting right beside us developing surveys. They should be sitting right beside us throughout that entire process. And that is what really is going to say, be that big piece. We're going to be doing research. What's the problem statement? I should not, as somebody who has not been diagnosed with autism, I should not sit there and say, this is the problem. No, somebody beside me who actually can identify what problem or emerging thing is for them, that's who should be there to develop from the very beginning the questions that we ask.
Love that.
Yeah.
Dr. Adam, would you like to add to that?
Well, I think I'm most excited in the kind of the stuff that's coming up, because I have been noticing the neurojustice movement and people talking about neurojustice and the idea of, within the frameworks of our actual legal and social systems, enshrining some not even more protection, but just, representation, efficacy, all of those things. So, there's some organizations, in New Orleans, and I know out west, and there's some coalitions that are forming. So, and these are like-minded social science academics, medical academics, all that stuff, kind of looking at, okay, we can continue to quantify, but what is it going to do for us in the real world today to make the world better? So I'm excited about applicable research, which, I mean, again, I'm talking, OT and art, those are applicable 100%. I mean, I'm, preaching the choir here, but I think when we're talking to other academics, yeah, wonderful. It's in a journal. Now, what can I do with it?
Love that. More brain knowledge, more brain data. One of the things that I was really excited to see, it opened a few years ago and I haven't fully gotten it in St. Louis, is a juggernaut of multiple universities, multiple science groups with the intention of adding more brain scan data for minority neurodivergence, like specifically with that target. Because even I see over in the UK, it is already kind of dispersed. So it's not as easily definable since it's already embedded in the system. So it is very interesting to see when it comes to equity, the different conversations when how does poverty play in? How does food subsistence play in? How does educational lack play in? I'm seeing some fascinating research on the different typefaces in school when it comes to education and literacy, in that if we truly consider that our American dyslexic doesn't think about how lines are processed, how typeface exhausts some kids, there is a level of understanding our brains that isn't even in the system that could support brains that have no idea and are just taking all that misunderstanding of knowledge embedded in little humans who are too smart to be able to be that smart that soon without support.
That's not the case. And I wanted to kind of off what you had said, Dr. Adam, just as far as like the justice. I want to just give a huge shout out to Carol Weinman. She's an attorney. She is one of the US only autism expert witnesses. She does criminal cases. She literally shows up for our community and is the one who is, sharing with the professionals what they don't know and how that they need to look at it in a different perspective. So incredible just person to know and to have in our space for doing that for us. So this has been just so rewarding and engaging, and my mind is so full of ideas and thoughts to go throughout the day. Final thoughts and things you might want to leave with us today. Who would like to start? Dr. Crystal, would you like to?
Sure. I'm sitting here saying everyone was amazing and thank you.
You are so good.
My final thoughts for anyone who would see this beyond us is to really embrace the connectivity. So yes, the name of this is 1 in 31 connection. Connection is very, very key. And that for us as researchers and those that we are doing in the research community, to keep advocating, keep doing things that are niche, things that are quirky, things that are get people to look at you sideways, because months later they stop looking at you sideways because I don't know, something just comes to their door and then they're like, I remember what Dr. Hazlitt said, or oh, that's what Dr. Hart was always saying. So yes, continue to being in that advocating piece and keep being amazing.
Thank you so much. Oh, it's been such a pleasure to get to know you, and I look forward to, connecting more in the future and chatting about all the things. Dr. Adam, what are your final thoughts to leave us with?
Well, I mean, there's been so many wonderful things, and I think I'll just kind of bring it, some of it together. We were talking about, representation with color, and we're talking about, protection, fight or flight, all this other stuff. And I always, again, looking at it from the humanities perspective, the ancient kind of, peoples, and making connections between biology and all that other stuff. I explain to my students that I dress this way the same reason why you don't try to eat the bright flowers in nature, right? The blue frog is blue for you, not for him. So, the idea that if you come to me expecting a normal interaction, if you, whatever normal is, if you come to me expecting the status quo and here it is, here's what you see, that's on you. Why am I the one? Like, I'm the one that's supposed to not be able to read the social cues. You're expecting a normal interaction with a 6'4" man with rainbow socks that go up to his knees? That's a you thing. Like, that's not a me thing. Like, I wear those to let you know that this is not going to be what you expect. But I really think that kind of, leaning into that, both, academically, professionally, socially, it's what we need, because I always say the new normal is no normal. There never has been a normal. So, that we got to make that the new normal.
I love that.
And Dr. Adam, you gave me the perfect opposite end of the spectrum, is so wonderfully to say that he will always have that strength to be like, why don't you notice me? And I'll always be like, am I screwing up? Should I stay quiet? So in the very opposite of the end, I came into this call with a bit of a stern, ready to talk, whether this was a questionable autism summit, because I couldn't quite remember what it was, medical. I saw the bios. I came prepared for what society would have liked me to present. And anytime you can give a brain, whether it is a dementia brain, a PTSD brain, a sick brain, a tired brain, a postpartum brain, any brain, the reason not to default to negative self-shame, that's really kind of the baseline of what we're trying to do. So my takeaway is my brain wasn't nice to me when I stepped on this call. And then per usual, suddenly I remembered all the things that do provide my brain dopamine. And it's such a simple thing like breathing that society and medical says we're supposed to do right. But really, if we're honest, we don't even do that right. But having other people to be like, now that was a full breath. Did you do that once today? We need those, because we don't. Be kind to yourself and breathe are more than just statements for those people who actually forget to do that.
Love that. Oh, what a pleasure to have you all here together with me. Thank you for feeling safe and comfortable and sharing. And I just, the best part of all of this is you all get to carry on connections, but I get to carry on connections with you. And so that's my favorite part of this all. So thank you so, so much. We have, thank you. Thank you so much. Also nice topics. He said he's a psychologist in Uganda, East Africa, and leaves his Gmail. So always great to connect, especially with our global partners, and help bring any resources we need, to share as well. So thank you so much for all of that information. Well, we've gone a couple minutes into our next panel, so I'm going to say goodbye, but what a great way to kick this off this morning, and wonderful conversations with all of you. So thank you so, so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Have a great day.
You too.
Come back and watch us on the other end, would ya? Oh, wonderful. Wow. Well, our next panel is panelists are already in the back. Well, at least one of them. Hello. I hope we have.
How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself, Miss Sarah?
So good. And congratulations. I have to be a little taken back, because I don't even think I knew we have Miss USA 2026. Like, what? I didn't even realize. I'm so sorry. I should have made way bigger deal of that. And yeah, amazing. Tell us about that. And the other panelists haven't come on yet, so it's just me and you until they do.
Well, not a problem. Well, yes, I am. My name is Kezia Wunderlich. I am Mrs. USA 2026, and I use my platform to spread awareness about the disability community. And I work with the wheelchair community. My company is called the Heart of Texas TV. Excuse me, the Heart of Texas. And under that, excuse me, is the Heart of Texas TV. And it helps those in wheelchairs to find fun and accessible things that they could do with their families and friends. And when I got my first title, which was Miss Winter Queen 2024, I decided to do a broad span of all disabilities to help those who didn't understand the disability community, to help them educate themselves. And now I'm Mrs. USA, and I'm still doing that. But my husband, we got married this past year, and so I'm just using my platform to help spread awareness about the disability community. Excuse me, disability community, because some people really do need education on that because they don't know what it's like.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And we appreciate your work and you're using your platform, and it's just incredible. And congratulations on all of that. So where are you at now? Where are you living?
My husband and I live in Houston, Texas, and we love it down here. And so, when a little background, we met online, and so through Facebook dating, and so
Oh, wow. Props to Facebook dating.
Yes. But he is the most amazing, amazing man. And I told him all about my work with the disability community, that what I've been doing before. And really, he just dived on in with me. And so I'm so grateful.
I love that so much. Yeah, darn it. I am hoping that Jackie, has the right link and will be here this morning, because I think the other two, actually, one of them had an emergency this morning. Royce, I'm not sure how to pronounce her name. I don't want to do it wrong. And then Kara, I think, reached out to me in the beginning and said that this wasn't a good date for her. But yeah, things change all the time, but we always roll with the punches. So,
Yes.
we won't let it stop us in any way. Plus, that means we can just learn more about you and have such an exciting conversation. So, where did this all start for you? Where did you decide that disability was going to be your advocacy work?
Well, my mom has worked in rehab all my life. She works down here in the Texas Medical Center. And then fast forward, I met a young man in a wheelchair, and we started dating. And actually, he is the one who started the Heart of Texas. And fast forward, then he didn't want to do it anymore. He didn't see the value in it, and I did. And I kept going with the Heart of Texas. And so then it started in COVID. So that was when the Heart of Texas started. It started during COVID. And then kind of like everything started to open up. And that was the first adventure on the Heart of Texas TV. And then we break up. And then my heart is just yearning to help the disability community, the wheelchair community, the autism community. And then my husband and I meet. And then he literally jumps in, and the first thing that we ever do besides going on our first 2 dates was we go to a gala for disability. And honey, what's it called? Night of Superstars in Houston, Texas. And so we jump in with the Dash Gordon Foundation, and which is an amazing guy. He does mainly stuff on the League City side of Houston, League City, Galveston area. And so he does karaoke and dances, all that kind of stuff. So we jump in, we help him with the Dash Gordon Foundation. And every time I go to an event to go speak or something like that, my husband's always with me. And then all of a sudden last year, when I had the title of Miss, whatever my title was last year, I'm so sorry, I can't think of it. Huh? Miss Texas 2024. I'm 2025. I'm so sorry. I was like,
no, you're
wait
good. I have dogs barking, so I muted. I apologize too.
No. My head was just like, oh my gosh, where are we? And so I thought of what can I do to help the disability community more. So I started the Heart of Texas pageant, which is a pageant for women with disabilities over the age of 18.
Wow.
And my queen this year, her name is Marcela Cantu, and she has progressive blindness. I can't remember what her disability is actually called,
Yeah.
but she has progressive blindness. And then so starting the pageant, and then my husband comes up with this amazing idea to take the disability community where we are. So he started monkey business with the Wonderlicks. And so each
Oh,
month we meet somewhere new. So like this month, which would be next Saturday, we are meeting at the Post, which is in Houston. It was a giant post office. And all of a sudden they turned it into an eatery. So there's a lot of restaurants and all kinds of stuff. And when you go onto the balcony, you can just see all of Houston, and it's just so beautiful. And so we're we're taking everybody to the Post, and then we're going to go feed the stingrays at the aquarium. And so we are invested into the disability community. I will never stop serving the disability community because not too many people understand what goes on in the disability community. And I can speak all day about the disability community and how wheelchair accessibility works and all that kind of stuff, but I'll spare you all of my
we love all of
disability,
that.
all of that. But
No problem. No, it's
I
great.
am so blessed to just be in a community that needs the support, that wants the support, and just hopefully we can change the minds of people who make those decisions. We really need that.
Absolutely. Oh, I completely agree. And you're doing such great work. And I love that you're hitting that over 18 because there's such a it feels like just a lack of things just fall off, services,
Mhm. Oh, yes.
celebration, all of those
Mhm.
things. So I think it's just amazing. And
Thank
kudos to
you.
hubby too for being a partner in crime. I think I saw his shoulder over there. Uh,
Yes.
well, hello. We're family friendly. No, this is so much fun. Well, I just sent Jackie a message on LinkedIn just letting her know we were on here and gave her the link. So hopefully she can jump in. But if not, we're just gonna keep continuing on, and I'm gonna pull back up kind of the outline that we created for today. And today we are talking about advocacy and how advocacy doesn't always begin with a microphone. It often begins
It's
with
true.
one person choosing to speak up. And today we get to explore all of those different ways. And obviously, you're showing us
Oh,
how we can show up to be advocates and help those in our community. Yeah.
oh, I thank you so much. It's such an honor to be here.
It's so much fun too. Like everybody's the last panel, they were just like so smart and so full of information, and it's just like you could almost see them just like at their the end of their seats, except for Dr. Adam. He looked like he was a little slumped over, but then you find out he's 6'4", so that kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, it's great when you learn these things about people. um I kind of already asked you this. What inspired you to become an advocate? What do you think effective advocacy looks like today?
I think effective advocacy looks like, unfortunately, we just have to keep going at it, keep doing rallies, keep speaking up. Like I said, because it doesn't seem like higher ups, they don't care about disability. And so I believe just the way that we focus on disability is, hey, pointing out problems. Hey, this needs to be worked on. And hopefully it can get to somebody's brain that can make decisions about accessibility and autism and wheelchair accessibility, and just speaking up about this as much as we possibly can, going to the White House, uh,
Mhm.
talking in front of the White House, and completely advocating for the disability community in front of those people that make those decisions for us. And
Yes.
unfortunately, I think that's just what we have to do for right now.
Mm. And we really need like our voices as the ones giving the information. We need to
Yes.
preface that. We would like our voices giving the information. We don't need a speaker
Mhm.
for the
That's right.
community. Now, you, as in the position you are, that would be more along the line of the type of speaker that we would want to represent us, right? Not just someone not even in the community, which is it's unfortunate, but we do learn, I guess sometimes in those types of situations our advocacy becomes stronger, and we become
Yes.
more boastful and voiceful and say, wait, we need to fix some things that might not be correct or being misunderstood. So I completely agree with that. How can families empower self advocates?
I believe how families can empower self advocates. I actually was just listening to a, a mother, and I forgot what her son has, but he's in a wheelchair and he is incapable of taking care of himself. And she was speaking about how the dailies, about what she goes through, the cost of it, how much it takes, how much it costs to take care of her son. And just like I said, it just hopefully it can hit somebody in the right place in their brain. Um, this is I don't I don't I'm trying I'm sorry, I'm trying to phrase this
No,
properly.
it's so fine. Take your time. No, there's no pressure at all. This is all,
Oh, and
it's all raw. So sometimes you
yes,
have to like grasp at what you're gonna say.
yeah, and there's no way. Oh, and also I want to make sure I'm answering your question properly
Yeah,
before
you're
we go
totally
down the
fine.
rabbit hole.
No,
Could
it's
you restate your question
oh,
again, please?
yeah, absolutely. How can families empower self advocates?
Okay. And then that's where I was going with, and then I started talking about the mama, and I started talking
I
about
do that
everything else.
all the time. Yesterday, I must have been like, "Wait, what did I say again?" Like, sorry, we can't edit this, but can you just get me back on track, please? I'm the host. I don't know what I'm talking about. No, this is our space. So we get to just
Yes.
hang out the way we need to. Don't even worry 1 second. So yeah, empowering self advocates
And
and
one
how.
way is like, hey, this is what my son goes through. This is what my daughter goes through on a daily basis. And like I said, I just heard a mother talking about what her son goes on a daily basis. And just hopefully just speaking out about those type of things, going to rallies, going to this, going to that. Now we don't need to like go into the street and then start just talking about it, but where the opportunity is, if you come up to somebody and they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry, what does your son have?" And you can say, "Hey, this is what my son has. This is what we go through." And like I said, you can't always open up the door, but you can let a little bit of light in through the window.
Absolutely.
So to hopefully that they see like this is what people are going through on a daily basis.
Hmm.
And my husband and I, we are partnered with another, yeah, corporation, excuse me, nonprofit, and it's called Jaka's Journey. And Jaka is the product of shaken baby syndrome,
Oh,
and he is in a wheelchair. But his grandmother, who is in charge of Jaka's Journey, she is advocating for him everywhere that they go. And we got the opportunity last year to do a gala with them, and she had this thing. She had all these boxers come out, and it was like knocking out baby syndrome. I can't remember the actual words.
oh yeah.
Knocking out disability or something like around those lines, and it was celebrating different kids, and she had professional boxers come out, and they were like doing the punches and all that kind of
So
stuff. And I
cool.
was a ring girl, so I got to hold up the sign, and my husband, he was the announcer. And
Oh,
so it was just a way, like, but that shouldn't just include the disability community. It should include people higher up, people who are in the family who don't have a disability. It shouldn't just be a bunch of people who are on top of disability coming together.
yeah.
It should be us spreading disability. And so even with that, we could just share like, hey, this is what Jacob is going through. These are what he has to deal with on a daily basis. And just like hopefully it might, like I just said earlier, it may not open the door, but it may crack open the window. So hopefully we can get that window open that gets the doors open.
I love that. That's a really great way to look at that too, because one quote that we always say too is a little bit of knowledge will turn fear into understanding. And sometimes
Mhm.
everybody just needs that. Like you said, some people
Yes.
are curious and they want to know how they can be more supportive. And especially when you're out in public. I know, for example, when I'm out with my son, and in the past, there have been times where he's had a meltdown on the grocery floor, and it takes all you have in those moments to stay calm, to stay in a loving space, and to stay protective and not worried about what other people are thinking about, what
Mhm.
other, what kind of is going on. And in that same breath, we go into public spaces and he wears his headphones, and there's a completely different, like, attention to him. When he is wearing
Mhm.
his headphones, it's like that's the signal. This is the signal
Yeah.
that he's neurodiverse. When he's not, um, it's like all of this chaos. I don't know. I'm glad. I'm really glad that people, can start recognizing that because he has this, physical display that you can see, you can actually
Mhm.
give him a little bit more space and understanding. But without him, like, it's just so strange how that could make all the difference in the world. But it really does. So, and as far as self advocacy goes, for us, um, I have a son with profound autism, and I have a daughter who is autism level 1, like myself and my husband. And so when I was teaching her to self advocate, which is a lot different than my son, he doesn't have the
Mhm.
same type of cognitive, capabilities as
Yes.
she does. And so I remember including her in her IEPs, and sometimes the principal or the teachers going, you're gonna let her, like, why? Because she needs, these are her
Mhm.
meetings, these are about her.
Mhm.
How do I assume I know what's going on in her body and her mind during a classroom setting? She is more capable to tell us all what she needs, and you'll sit here and listen to her needs and support them, and we'll set it up as a
Mhm.
team. But it's just so much that needs to be done with self advocacy and teaching right away how important it is to stand up for yourself. I think that I have this really amazing honor to have a daughter and be able to raise her in a way that I feel is a really positive way. And very from the beginning, I was like, hey, guess what? You love yourself first, more than
That's
mom, more than dad, more than grandma. Nobody loves you. You come first. You love yourself, number one, all the time. And I really was like interested to see what type of a human would develop with those type of self values in place. So she's 14, so I'm still excited, seeing the beauty and the growth and the confidence and just the self. um Really, along another thing too, telling her, you need to tell everything that's happening. You need to communicate when you're not
Mhm.
feeling good, when you're feeling good. Like, we want to know, we can adjust things based on what you're telling us and communicating. So
That's right.
So powerful to teach these young people how to use their voices for themselves.
Oh, most definitely. And I think education needs a huge revamp of how to handle people with disabilities. And it is, I'm not in that sector, but a part of me wishes I was so I could get into, what people need to do. I can talk about all day about wheelchair accessibility, but to actually get into learning disabilities and autism and all that kind of stuff is just so teachers aren't taught that. And I was actually talking to one of my best friends who actually is a teacher, and I was like, teachers are not taught to teach the way children need to learn. They're just taught to teach the material. And there's no one saying, hey, this is how do you learn?
Yeah.
No one gives you a test and goes through all of the learning, the ways that people learn and all that kind of stuff. And no one says, hey, this is the way you learn. Maybe we need to put you in a class that learns this way.
Yeah.
Or put you in a class that learns that way. It's just, here's the information and I expect you to memorize it. And I was telling her that if I were in a class that would have been in a way that would help me learn better. And I think this is for everybody.
Yeah.
Like, because not all of us learn the same way. There's several different ways that you can learn. And if we were all taught or given a test of how we learn, put in a class that this is how you learn. But even if you don't learn it this way in one subject, maybe you learn it in another way in another subject. And it would, like, the way it's in my head, it would be a lot of bouncing around. However, you would have a lot of less kids being a lot less stressed in school, so that they don't understand the information. This is not so because when they get home, what like parents aren't even taught like this is how my child learns either. So when they get home, it's just like, hey, let's memorize this, let's memorize that, but no one is saying this is how you memorize. Let me help you in your own way. Like there's different love languages. So let me love you in your way, but let me teach you in your way as well.
Yes.
And so when I just think schools will need a little bit more in that due to the fact that there's so many kids that don't understand or they're not comprehending. I think that can definitely help with all of the confusion.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, we literally had to leave schools a couple times because our situation was, not what they could accommodate, not what they were willing to learn at all. In fact, I'll tell you something so crazy. So my son was diagnosed at 14 months. He was reading at 1 and he was writing at 2. He was non-speaking until he was 6, so that writing piece was extremely important to us. It was our only way of communicating with him. And in that process, I was a little bit of an older mom. I was 33 when I had him as, my first child, and I was always fascinated and interested, and I had a love of early childhood education. And so early on, I had bought the Your Baby Could Read program. I don't even know if you're old enough to know what that is, but
I don't know what that is.
It is a series of DVDs. You know what those are, right?
Yes.
Oh, cute. DVDs and some flashcards. And I put this little 1-month-old baby in front of this TV and I started showing him these shows. And by the time he was 1, of course, I have no idea about any kind of autistic, things or anything at this point. By the time he was 1, he was tracing with his eyes all of the words, or like when it said raise your hand, he would just do the thing. And so we knew he was reading. And I started looking for other educational tools, and I found another really amazing series called the Rock and Learn. And so it was all learning preschool to high school like science and physical science, earth science, all types of different maths up to calculus, and even physics. And he had all of this information with music. And oh man, it was so amazing. He just thrived in this, with this information, and he had all of this knowledge. So come to first grade, he's gone to preschool in a specialized, it was called ASSERT. It was a specialized autism program. And they knew he had all of these high academic needs, but he still had a lot of social and physical challenges, motor skill, things like that he needed help and skills with. And so I remember the first day of first grade coming, or maybe before, first grade registration, and the principal saying, look, we just don't have space for a child who does algebra in first grade. And I thought to myself, whoa, don't they have teaching degrees? I think they probably went through algebra. Like, are you kidding me? Like, you can't provide a little bit of curriculum for my kid separately? Like, I didn't understand. I was literally like not understanding. It was like they were just hitting me and I was like, I don't get it. I am not comprehending. Yes. And it took me, like, I was so bereaved by it. Like, it made me so sick to my stomach, and like, just like, how would you not want to prepare not only my child? He's not going to be the only one in existence that's going to come through these doors with these exceptional skills. Make a program for him. Make a program for him that fits all the rest of them. But they didn't do that. They just said, good luck. There's the door. So I ended up having to pull him out, and we went down a couple other roads. He eloped from a school during a lunch break on the second day of school, and the school principal said he did a bad thing today. He was bad. He had bad behavior, bad. And I went in and said, this is the worst school I've ever been to. The only people that are bad were the teachers that were on call when my son was here. He is non-speaking. He can't, he's profoundly autistic. You let him alone. He left the building looking for someone. He didn't do anything bad. No. And so that was like, no way. None of this. We are not protected. We're not cared for. Nothing like this. I'm sorry, Salt Lake school system, but you failed us 100%. And so I took him home and I homeschooled him, and he finished high school at 12.
Wow.
In school. He didn't go on to college, but that's okay. He didn't need.
Yeah, that's okay.
Everybody has their own journey, and even though somebody might have high academic skills, they don't have to get a PhD. They don't have to go as far as, some other people. And truly, he had no more interest in sitting down and doing things. And it was kind of perfect. So anyway, that was my whole long story on, like, how schools can really define a child's school success and career, or how they can break it completely.
Yes, I completely agree. Last year, I met one of my cousins, and she was telling me that she was having some learning difficulties in school, and which would have been so easy to maneuver across if someone had taken the time for, hey, just to sit down and like go over the information with her. And I don't understand, and I'm not saying that her learning disability is easy or anything like that. That's not what I'm saying at all. However, I am saying that there are easy routes when someone who isn't high on the spectrum, or someone who just needs a little extra time. And I feel as if people don't want to do that anymore. We just want to work and we want to go home. And that is so normal, because sometimes it's draining and just to be at work, but just some of those extra, I call it the extra love tidbits of love that you can give to one student. And yeah, that student may need a little extra help, might want to come to you at the end of the day. But other than that, there's nothing, there's no extra thing that you are giving besides love to that student that just wants to pass your class.
Right.
So I just feel as if teachers, like I said, teachers are taught how to teach, but not the way that students learn how to learn. So if we can break that down and say like, oh, this is not my strongest suit, maybe you'll be good with this other teacher who learns it this way. I think there'd be so many kids who have learning disabilities that would succeed with just knowing that someone is taking the extra time, or a school is taking the extra time to unfold it and telling, hey, we want you to learn this information, but you may not get it this year. You might get it next year. That is okay. And I tell my students all the time, I'm a substitute teacher throughout the day. And one of my students was like, well, I don't learn this way. And I teach on my own acting and modeling. And so my students were like, okay, so this is what you got, this thing that you need to read, but you're going to have to do it in 2 hours or the next day. So either you stay up and learn, or you figure out how you learn. And so I go down the rabbit hole of how do you learn? Because when you're given a script and going into an audition, it's like, okay, they expect you to know this, even if you just got it yesterday. And so I was like, okay, so this is how you learn. And then we break it down. And breaking down a script, a 2-minute monologue takes somewhere between 45 minutes to an hour. But then it's like, and I'm tying this into learning, because when I let my students break down the script, like I said, that takes 45 minutes to an hour. Like, because sometimes you're given a script and you're not told what is happening before or after. You're just giving what someone feels in the moment. So whatever happens before that is up to you, and you can create that backstory, which will help you remember, oh, this can be related to me somehow. But then when we're learning, it's like if you can relate a word to a feeling, and that's something that I've noticed, when people relate words to feelings, they kind of memorize it better. Because for some reason, like, feelings have, they have great power over us. And so going with that to a feeling is they learn so much better like that. So I think if schools would sit down and talk about, okay, that this child learns this way, this child learns that way, maybe we can't take so many students in one classroom, because we have to figure out how these students learn, or else they're just going to memorize the material for the time and then be done with it. And I think that's for everybody. Like, I don't remember anything about, physics and all that kind of stuff in school. And literally, I don't care. But but I think if a teacher would have been like, hey, this is how this relates to you somehow, like, somewhere back in my mind, I would probably remember it. But I remember teachers who took their time to say, okay, maybe you have to learn it this way, or maybe you have to learn it that way. And I remember teachers like that. They have a special place in my head because they took the time out to figure out how I would learn. And I think that's what people need to do, schools need to do today. Like, it's not going to be 180 days. Like, this is probably all year when you're probably figuring out how students learn, because maybe you're just not the teacher for that student. That student needs to go somewhere else who learns differently. So that's my spiel about the learning.
I love it. Well, and Christy said there needs to be more adaptions for different styles of teaching that accommodate, that works for different disabilities. And that is so true. So true. Thank you, Christy. And, there's, excuse me, I read that and then I forgot what I was going to say. We're doing great today. Saturday. We'll just say that it's Saturday. We got Saturday on the brain. No, it's so important that schools really embrace. And that's what I wanted to say. I wanted to say, to preface to teachers, you are great. You are great. We love you. We cherish you. We honor that you want to work with our kids, with kids in the future coming. We just know that you need the help. You need your administration to want to help you, to want to put the systems in place for you. So hopefully some administrators are watching or listening. They can take some information and maybe look at their systems, the way they're running their schools and things, and maybe make whatever kind of accommodations they can from there.
Yes.
Love that.
Most
Yeah.
definitely.
Well, this is going wonderful. I'm so glad. What challenges have you faced in your own advocacy journey?
The challenges that I face in my own advocacy journey is that, like I said earlier, that sometimes people just don't care. They don't care about wheelchair accessibility. They don't care about kids with autism. My husband and I were at a birthday party the other day, and actually he heard what the guy said. And I did, what happened, honeymoon?
So there was a couple that was eating dinner.
There was a couple that was eating dinner, and the young man, his name is Joseph. We don't know what disability he has. He's in a wheelchair. He has limited mobility to stand and to walk. And what did he say, honeymoon?
So Joseph was excited about being on a roller coaster.
And Joseph is excited about doing a roller coaster. My husband's right here. He's telling me the story.
Hi, husband.
I'm sorry about that. I'm trying to keep everything.
You can join on. She doesn't have another panelist. You're welcome to scoot over and join the
So
party.
This is my husband, Tyler.
So
She said hi, honey.
hi, how are you?
Good.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I was almost getting
No,
into
tell
the
us the
story.
story. I'm excited.
So the thing is usually when I get passionate about something, it's hard to let go when you have to sometimes stop. But this was just one of those things where it wasn't showing passion, it was to show restraint. Because if it wasn't for my wife being there, him and I would have had a talking to. So what happened was Joseph was getting all excited, and people were saying, "It's okay, Joseph, we'll be on the bullet soon," because we're out by the Kima area. We're in Seabrook having dinner. And this guy, this old man, actually said the words, "Shut up." Yeah, that's exactly how I reacted. And then there's this couple that was next to me, and they said, "Did you hear that?" I said, "Absolutely did I hear that."
And
Blood boiling.
I was about to get up out of the table and just say, "What's your problem? Do we have a problem here?" And I didn't. Yeah, I showed restraint. I said,
He's
"No,
lucky.
we'll just keep it quiet." And I said, because we were having, a birthday party.
Yeah.
And Joseph, okay, there's a in Kima, there's a ride called the Bullet, and Joseph has ridden that ride over how many times?
100 times.
Over 100 times.
Wow.
And like I said, I don't know what Joseph has, but he is in a wheelchair and he has limited walking mobility, and he is just so excited about this bullet and all this kind of stuff. But instead of that comment being the way it was, like, I think that would have been that that gentleman's opportunity to learn what Joseph was so excited about.
Yeah, right?
Because he has the heart, Joseph has a heart of a child, and he's just excited as on a roller coaster as someone who has the adrenaline to be on the roller coaster itself. But he just has experienced it so much that he knows what it's like. And for that comment to come back, it was just like, this could have been so much less. What's the word I'm trying to say? A lot less. I want to say the word icky.
Really, yeah.
Yes, it was a very icky situation. The comment, all that kind of stuff. If he would have learned what Joseph was so excited, so he could have come over and said, "Hey, I realize this young man is so excited. What's he so excited about?"
Yeah, that'd be cool.
And then we would have been like, "Well, Joseph has ridden the Bullet over 100 times, and his mom is planning his birthday party, and he wants to do it all over again." And instead of just negative comments, that would have been his prime opportunity to come and learn about Joseph, why he's so excited, instead of telling a kid who just wants to have some fun like we all do in life to shut up.
Absolutely.
And I'm so glad that I didn't hear that comment, because I would have been at that table.
Yeah.
My husband, I was like, he would have been so
What
happy
was that
because
again?
I was like, sir, and I would explain to it, hey, sir, this is a young man. He has ridden the bullet. You know how it's like to ride roller coasters. And then I'm sorry if you can't ride a roller coaster, but he thinks it's fun. And he is excited that he gets to do it all over again. He doesn't know when he's going to do it. His mom's planning his birthday party,
Yeah.
but he is excited, and you should be excited too. And I think now that we're past the birthday party, like going up to somebody in love and showing them, hey, this is why this person is like this. This is why this person is so excited. I think that would change everybody's mind versus like, hey, don't do that. You know?
Yeah. Crazy.
I think and like some people they need the stern talking to, and that's the only time that you should do that. But some people
Yeah,
just
the
need it
older
out of
generation.
love.
We're gonna have a stern talking to you folks. Yes. Let's sit that generation down. Let's get this over with. We need you to be kind and loving. No, isn't that the truth? Oh boy. That's perfect. Perfect leading us into this next question. And Tyler, was that your name, Tyler? Did I get that
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay, good. You can join in and add this too if you'd like. I'd love to have you part of it. How can communities better amplify autistic voices?
I think with with the situation that I had just explained earlier, by just them probably just understanding, because Joseph is so intelligent, but he is so excited about stuff. I mean, just like a 3-year-old. And just to probably let people understand that he's not trying to hurt anybody. He's not trying to be loud on purpose. He's not trying to disrupt everybody on purpose. But he's not like you or I. He cannot say, hey, Joseph, that's too loud. He cannot hear that that's too loud, or that he might need to calm down. He can't regulate that emotion at the moment. But he's just excited. And I think just with a little bit understanding, hopefully that like this like advocacy is trying to get people to understand what we're fighting for, what we're trying to do. It's just with a little bit of love and understanding, I think that could have been different, just like the way it is today. That we don't go up to people and we still start saying, hey, that's dumb, that's stupid. We don't use that kind of words. We have to do it in love. And I just think advocates, yes, we're passionate about what we're doing, but then again, we have to remember that some people just don't understand. They really don't understand.
Yeah.
And if they come from another country or something like that, like advocacy is far from their minds.
Yeah.
And coming into a country where people are actually fighting for advocacy in different areas, they might not understand. So just hoping that they understand somehow, or just saying it in love,
Yeah.
will hopefully trigger them to say, oh, okay, now I understand, or I'm starting to see the bigger picture. So just mainly doing it in love and not in anger when we're upset about something, or let's just say, like we don't use the R word anymore, And so like, even if that, like I've seen different TikToks and all that kind of stuff, people using that word, and I'm just like, oh, oh my, oh my heart. If I were there, oh my gosh. But then again, you have to say like, they don't know, huh?
Yeah.
You kind of have to think that way. They don't know. And you can't care unless you know, huh?
Yeah.
So you
True.
have to think of, is this being in love, or or am I using this in anger? And I think us trying to push the narrative in love is the only way that we can actually do this.
I couldn't agree more. I absolutely agree. And I think that when we show up, seeing people for who they are, showing that, I have a new teenager, if you will. I know that sounds strange, but that moved in, and the place he was at was, wasn't providing him what he needed. But the first thing I realized was that he thinks his value comes from mowing the lawn or getting grades or doing dishes or something. No, your value comes from you. You woke up this morning, you have a smile on your face. You're valuable because you are here and it is just you. You don't need to have, grades, or you don't need to be doing all this hard work to have value. Like, you bring the value just by being you. And I was like this, to see the lights turn on at that moment when I think he finally accepted that. I kept reminding him every day. I kept reminding him. Now it's been like 10 or 11 months. And I could see the change, and just that self-respect that he has now for himself and the values and boundaries that he's putting down for himself. I'm so, so excited and honored to be a part and to know that I helped that young man, like, really truly accept his own value and worth, and it didn't have to come from external sources and things. So, I'm gonna ask you this again, Tyler. You're jumping in here. What about when you guys, right? You're on screen. You're in trouble now. When you are building your communities and helping, build on the programs and everything, what do you find is the most helpful way to empower your communities that you're working with?
Try to speak with an open mind.
Love that. Yeah.
Because it was years ago, my dad was doing some research, and I'm part of the spectrum myself, actually.
Hello,
And my dad was doing some research. He says, I don't think you're autistic, but because my mom sensed it back in kindergarten. I thought about it in the fourth grade, where it's like they thought I had problems with reading comprehension. Well, the thing is, I was excelling at math and I could read really well, but to try and make a summary or a brief statement always had to be they had to be in specific structural order. So, long story short, I was actually diagnosed with Asperger's,
Yeah.
a slight form of it. And so then, after being able to go to do studying and go to therapy for it, I've really made a lot of changes. And the therapy I did is without having to take medicine.
Yeah.
And I think everything's just medicated to death instead of doing actual therapeutic analysis instead. And I take supplements that are herbal, like ginkgo, things like that, to help concentrate on my mind. And then years later, my supervisor, who just recently passed about a year ago,
Sorry.
I think he had Asperger's himself. And yet he had a whole almost generation of family that all were autistic.
Wow.
His son was, his grandson was, his soon to be great grandson could be. And him having to deal with all that stress was hindering him, but he was always focused on work. And because him and I was the type where I was able to get along with people with different personalities. That was according to my dad. We were able to work well together, and then he was able to have an open heart for himself, not just his family. And then, it just sort of made an olive branch to be with those that he normally could not associate with like his ex-wives and, and his kids from all over the country. He was able to speak with an open mind, where when he was able to take care of himself for what he had, he was able to help others with that. And I thought, with what I have as well, being able to get along with different people and be able to listen to each and every person, because you never know what they're going through.
Yeah.
Really stems out how you can bring people alive. I just think it's just a godsend to be able to do that for people. It's just a way of helping.
What a great guy you got there, girl.
I
I
know.
love that. You guys are great. I'm so excited I got to meet you both. And thanks for joining us, Tyler. I think this is a
Thanks for having me.
beautiful. I'm so glad that you joined. And, we can't ever predict what's going to happen, especially, here I am. I've planned and made so many crazy, I'm building the website, I'm planning the events. We have 86 plus people, but you can't ever know. Like, none of your panel members showed up today. But me and Tyler showed up, and that's all we needed to get through this, and to get through this hour. And what a positive, wonderful experience. Something that I think people are going to be able to draw from and learn from. And it doesn't matter that it didn't go the way we had expected. I think it went the way that it was supposed to go. And I love
That's true.
that you said that, it is a godsend, and it is amazing when sometimes we find ourselves in these encounters and situations where we couldn't have put it together. Like, Tyler may not have ever agreed to want to do this. And so it's so exciting. We get these opportunities and we take advantage of them and really,
Mhm.
show up. And so thank you. Thank you for being vulnerable and sharing that with us. And I'm late diagnosed. I was diagnosed at 46. So yeah, I'm just turned 50 a couple weeks ago. Oh my goodness. And it's just such an interesting perspective to now have and be able to come from a place as a parent and as a wife and as a self advocate, and really help show up for the autism community.
Is it okay if I say one more thing?
Please, you're welcome
Okay.
to. Please.
I have a current coworker of mine. He's autistic, and he says he has difficulty making friends. And I remember giving him a hug, and he was one of those type where it took a lot for him to give somebody a hug because he had personal space, and yet he didn't feel uncomfortable me giving him a hug. And I said, "Well, you always have a friend here, bud."
Oh, it's
And we've
so
worked
special.
extremely well together over the years that we've known each other.
Yeah. It's so important that we share with those around us. And you have a special skill to be able to do that, Tyler, because so many men don't want to show up emotionally like that for other men. And I think that it's absolutely beautiful. It's so needed in our society. Why can't we teach our boys, our young men, that living in your emotions, with your emotions, and really like sharing is okay? It's a human
Mhm.
experience, and it's okay for everyone to do it. We shouldn't expect that only girls can do all of these emotional things. Yes, our emotions might be a tad bit more, defined by our extreme hormone changes all the time, but it still doesn't take away from the fact that there are so many men in the world, especially in different cultures, that are never able to just feel. They're not able to feel, not able, it's like a bad thing for them to do. So I honor you. I thank you. I think that you're just an incredible individual. Obviously, you two are just a beautiful match for one another as beautiful souls out in the world. So I'm so honored that I got to meet you both. Thank you so much.
You're most welcome.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having us, rather.
So much fun. I love this. And we're just 2 minutes before hitting our lunch break. And so I'm just, like I said, we couldn't ever plan that this might be where we ended up today, but it sure is where we're supposed to be. So thank you for
Well,
being in the moment with me. Any last words you want to leave with us, my dear?
I think I want to leave to everyone who may not have someone in their life that they love with autism or in a wheelchair or any type of disability, that please learn about disabilities all over, because we are all people. If you cut open my hand, your hand, we all bleed red. We're all people who just want to be loved and accepted. And so I would please tell you to just learn more about the disability, how you can advocate for those who cannot advocate for themselves, and just learn to love the way that you would like to be loved.
I love that. Do you have a website or anywhere where people can go and visit like your campaign and things like that?
I do. It is www.theheartoftexas.co, and that is for the Heart of Texas. And to follow us and be with Monkey Business, so we're always accepting new monkeys to join us on adventures.
I
You
love
could
that.
go to Facebook at Monkey Business with the Wonderlicks. So that's facebook.com/monkey business with the Wonderlicks.
Oh, I love that. Okay. Whoops, I'm clicking in and out of everything here. Okay. Facebook. Tell me that one more time. Monkey
Business
business.
with the Wonderlicks.
I love it. Oh, so good. Hopefully my secretarial skills are working.
Little search
Did I
just
spell it
on the
right?
app.
Oh, good.
Oh, I'm not
Wonderful.
entirely sure, honey. And then to follow the Heart of Texas and the Heart of Texas pageant. The Heart of Texas
Yeah.
pageant, all that is on the website.
Okay.
But mainly, if you follow Instagram at Miss Heart of Texas, you
MISS
can learn.
MS.
That's it. Give me one moment. Let me make
Yeah,
sure
no,
that
Oh,
is.
myself.
It is. No, it's called. I'm sorry, the Heart of Texas pageant.
great.
Yes.
Pageant.
So many different
Oh.
platforms for everything.
I put a space in between the and heart, so don't do that, people. Make it correct on Instagram, please. Oh goodness. It has been just such an honor and a pleasure to get to know you guys and like thank you. Thank you for being my new friends. And like
Oh, of
Aw.
I
course.
love this. Absolutely. If you ever come up to Utah, you have a friend to visit with here. And if I ever move
Actually,
to Texas.
well, I actually got relatives that live in
course.
Utah.
Really?
Yes,
Good. Well,
ma'am.
hey, if you ever come to visit, I want to know so we can get together. You guys
Yeah, my
Most
cousin. Oh,
definitely.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay,
My
honey.
cousin Lynette actually lives near Salt Lake City. Actually,
Oh, wonderful. Oh, I love that. Yeah, I'm on the west side of the valley. So, boy, it's hot here today. 104 today, you guys.
we're not
Oh,
far
Yes,
behind.
yes.
I
We're
know.
103.
It'll be coming your way anyway. So you can call me for tomorrow's weather, or I'll let you know. My dad's in Nevada, so I always tease him, your weather comes next, and then I'll get it,
Oh,
and so it's the way it works.
yes.
Well, you guys have a phenomenal day, and just thank you so much for your spirits and for being willing to join on, Tyler. Just bless your heart. I love it. Love it. Thank
Thank
you guys.
you.
Thank you so much, Miss Sarah.
Definitely. We'll stay in touch and make sure that, we're following each other on everything and
Of
yeah,
course.
get together in the future.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
See you guys later.
Bye.
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 Oh my goodness. Oh, I don't even know how to like come together after all of this is so exciting. That was so wonderful. Sometimes like I said things work out different than we expect them, but they are always where they're supposed to be. So, I hope everyone enjoys this lunch break. We'll be gone for about 30 minutes. We're going to go ahead and play our sponsor video. So if you're wondering about our sponsors, what they, are offering, what they have product wise, services, please watch the slides and then you can get that information from them. I'll be back at 12:30 when we have our next panel coming up. And until then, you guys have a great lunch break and we'll see you back here in a little
I'm Dr. Kariane Whitmer, Professor of Neurobiology, CEO founder of Amma AI, and I'm one of the 1 in 31 people diagnosed with autism. But while there are millions of us in our country today, in the rooms where solutions for autistic people are imagined, we might as well be 1 in a million. Since my own son was diagnosed in 2017, I devoted my life's work to developing assistive technologies. Autistic people are increasingly invited to provide feedback on the technologies and services made for us, but our involvement cannot begin after the most important decisions have already been made. Autistic people deserve the opportunity to identify the problems, imagine the solutions, build the technologies, lead the companies behind them, and determine what success looks like for us. At AMA, we believe every child can achieve alongside their peers with the right support. This starts by data gathering from a child's care team. Parents, therapists, and teachers are invited to contribute information to the system. Creating a lesson takes less than a minute. AMA is then available to the child whenever and wherever they need support the most. Each AMA is differentiated by a child's level, ability, learning preferences, and interests. My own son had very limited functional communication until he was 8. Through therapy and conversations with AMA, his standardized reading fluency skills went from the bottom of his class to the top in less than 2 years. AMA applies the right disability accommodations to any content to help kids learn their best.
It's great to see you. How are you doing today?
I'm asking you, what are bacteria?
That's a curious question, Ethan. I love your interest in science.
AMA quickly creates interactive, personalized social stories and helps kids practice emotional regulation.
Jordan is playing a basketball game in the gym when another student accidentally knocks the ball out of bounds, and the game has to stop.
Oh, seems like he's angry. Because the game has to stop.
Jordan feels a wave of frustration rise up inside him. His fists tighten and his breathing gets faster.
Oh, it's okay to get frustrated. Thanks for watching, and remember, we have made AMA just for you. Bye-bye.
We built AMA to change the world for us and the millions of other families like ours. We invite you to join us in making it happen.
No one tells you how much you have to hold when you're supporting a neurodivergent child. The appointments, the strategies, the reports, what worked, what didn't. I was trying to keep it all in my head. Understanding Zoe is an app that brings everything together in one place and gives you personalized support you can actually use in the moment. At the center of it is Pip. Pip is like a second brain, an AI coach that understands your child and everything you've shared. I can just tell Pip what's going on, like this morning was really hard getting out of the door, and Pip doesn't just reply, it takes action. It can turn that into an observation, suggest support strategies, set reminders, log appointments, even read reports and pull out important dates so that I don't have to scroll through PDFs or repeat the same story. It takes what is in my head and it actually does something with it. Everything about my child is in one place now. Their strengths, additional support needs, medications, goals, appointments, no more digging through emails or documents, and no more repeating myself. It's just all there when I need it. And this is where it really helps, because when you are in it every day, it is hard to see patterns. But Pip looks across everything and shows me exactly what is helping, and it tells me where we might need more support. Turns everyday moments into understanding. And I'm not the only one holding on to it anymore. I can share the right information with our teachers, therapists, families, but I do it on my terms and I choose what they see. And the best part about it is Understanding Zoe isn't just for children. As a neurodivergent adult myself, I started using Understanding Zoe, and you can use it too, to track what helps, what feels hard, and what you need more of. I still have hard days, but I'm not trying to hold everything in my head anymore. And to be honest, I don't feel alone in it. According to Understanding Zoe's research, 93% of parents of neurodivergent children feel misunderstood and invisible, and 63% of those parents are neurodivergent themselves. That is Understanding Zoe. Real support starts with real understanding.
Welcome to the SG Child Show. I'm your host, Sarah Bradford, also known as SG Childs. The SG Child Show is a top 10% globally ranked podcast, amplifying community-based neurodiversity education. Here, we center real conversations, lived experience, and meaningful access, because inclusion starts with understanding. Powered by our nonprofit, the SJ Childs Global Network, at sjchilds.org, we create global summits, educational resources, and connections that drive real change. This is the SJ Child Show, where we'd love for you to join us and listen, learn, lead with kindness, love, and most of all, access for all.
Communication access in one tap or scan. Access ID helps first responders, healthcare providers, educators, and community members support any individuals during moments that matter most.
I'm Dr. Kariane Whitmer, Professor of Neurobiology, CEO founder of AI, and I'm one of the 1 in 31 people diagnosed with autism. But while there are millions of us in our country today, in the rooms where solutions for autistic people are imagined, we might as well be 1 in a million. Since my own son was diagnosed in 2017, I devoted my life's work to developing assistive technologies. Autistic people are increasingly invited to provide feedback on the technologies and services made for us, but our involvement cannot begin after the most important decisions have already been made. Autistic people deserve the opportunity to identify the problems, imagine the solutions, build the technologies, lead the companies behind them, and determine what success looks like for us. At ALMA, we believe every child can achieve alongside their peers with the right support. This starts by data gathering from a child's care team. Parents, therapists, and teachers are invited to contribute information to the system. Creating a lesson takes less than a minute. ALMA is then available to the child whenever and wherever they need support the most. Each ALMA is differentiated by a child's level, ability, learning preferences, and interests. My aunt's son had very limited functional communication until he was 8. Through therapy and conversations with ALMA, his standardized reading fluency skills went from the bottom of his class to the top in less than 2 years. ALMA applies the right disability accommodations to any content to help kids learn their best.
It's great to see you. How are you doing today?
I'm asking you, what are bacteria?
That's a curious question, Ethan. I love your interest in science.
ALMA quickly creates interactive, personalized social stories and helps kids practice emotional regulation.
Jordan is playing a basketball game in the gym when another student accidentally knocks the ball out of bounds, and the game has to stop.
Oh, seems like he's angry. Because the game has to stop.
Jordan feels a wave of frustration rise up inside him. His fists tighten and his breathing gets faster.
Oh, it's okay to get frustrated. Thanks for watching, and remember, we have made ALMA just for you. Bye-bye.
We built ALMA to change the world for us and the millions of other families like ours. We invite you to join us in making it happen.
No one tells you how much you have to hold when you're supporting a neurodivergent child. The appointments, the strategies, the reports, what worked, what didn't. I was trying to keep it all in my head. Understanding Zoe is an app that brings everything together in one place and gives you personalized support you can actually use in the moment. At the center of it is Pip. Pip is like a second brain, an AI coach that understands your child and everything you've shared. I can just tell Pip what's going on, like this morning was really hard getting out of the door. And Pip doesn't just reply, it takes action. It can turn that into an observation, suggest support strategies, set reminders, log appointments, even read reports and pull out important dates so that I don't have to scroll through PDFs or repeat the same story. It takes what is in my head and it actually does something with it. Everything about my child is in one place now. Their strengths, additional support needs, medications, goals, appointments, no more digging through emails or documents, and no more repeating myself. It's just all there when I need it. And this is where it really helps, because when you are in it every day, it is hard to see patterns. But Pip looks across everything and shows me exactly what is helping, and it tells me where we might need more support. Turns everyday moments into understanding. And I'm not the only one holding on to it anymore. I can share the right information with our teachers, therapists, families, but I do it on my terms and I choose what they see. And the best part about it is Understanding Zoe isn't just for children. As a neurodivergent adult myself, I started using Understanding Zoe, and you can use it too, to track what helps, what feels hard, and what you need more of. I still have hard days, but I'm not trying to hold everything in my head anymore. And to be honest, I don't feel alone in it. According to Understanding Zoe's research, 93% of parents of neurodivergent children feel misunderstood and invisible, and 63% of those parents are neurodivergent themselves. That is Understanding Zoe. Real support starts with real understanding.
Welcome to the SJ Child Show. I'm your host, Sarah Bradford, also known as SJ Childs. The SJ Child Show is a top 10% globally ranked podcast, amplifying community-based neurodiversity education. Here, we center real conversations, lived experience, and meaningful access, because inclusion starts with understanding. Powered by our nonprofit, the SJ Childs Global Network, at sjchilds.org, we create global summits, educational resources, and connections that drive real change. This is the SJ Child Show, where we'd love for you to join us and listen, learn, lead with kindness, love, and most of all, access for all.
Communication access in one tap or scan. Access ID helps first responders, healthcare providers, educators, and community members support any individuals during moments that matter most.
I'm Dr. Kariane Whitmer, Professor of Neurobiology, CEO founder of AI, and I'm one of the 1 in 31 people diagnosed with autism. But while there are millions of us in our country today, in the rooms where solutions for autistic people are imagined, we might as well be 1 in a million. Since my own son was diagnosed in 2017, I devoted my life's work to developing assistive technologies. Autistic people are increasingly invited to provide feedback on the technologies and services made for us, but our involvement cannot begin after the most important decisions have already been made. Autistic people deserve the opportunity to identify the problems, imagine the solutions, build the technologies, lead the companies behind them, and determine what success looks like for us. At AMA, we believe every child can achieve alongside their peers with the right support. This starts by data gathering from a child's care team. Parents, therapists, and teachers are invited to contribute information to the system. Creating a lesson takes less than a minute. AMA is then available to the child whenever and wherever they need support the most. Each AMA is differentiated by a child's level, ability, learning preferences, and interests. My own son had very limited functional communication until he was 8. Through therapy and conversations with AMA, his standardized reading fluency skills went from the bottom of his class to the top in less than 2 years. AMA applies the right disability accommodations to any content to help kids learn their best.
It's great to see you. How are you doing today?
I'm asking you, what are bacteria?
That's a curious question, Ethan. I love your interest in science.
AMA quickly creates interactive, personalized social stories and helps kids practice emotional regulation.
Jordan is playing a basketball game in the gym when another student accidentally knocks the ball out of bounds, and the
Okay.
game has to stop.
Oh, seems like he's angry. Because the game has to stop.
Jordan feels a wave of frustration rise up inside him. His fists tighten and his breathing gets faster.
Oh, it's okay to get frustrated. Thanks for watching, and remember, we have made AMA just for you. Bye-bye.
We built AMA to change the world for us and the millions of other families like ours. We invite you to join us in making it happen.
No one tells you how much you have to hold when you're supporting a neurodivergent child. The appointments, the strategies, the reports, what worked, what didn't. I was trying to keep it all in my head. Understanding Zoe is an app that brings everything together in one place and gives you personalized support you can actually use in the moment. At the center of it is Pip. Pip is like a second brain, an AI coach that understands your child and everything you've shared. I can just tell Pip what's going on, like this morning was really hard getting out of the door, and Pip doesn't just reply, it takes action. It can turn that into an observation, suggest support strategies, set reminders, log appointments, even read reports and pull out important dates so that I don't have to scroll through PDFs or repeat the same story. It takes what is in my head and it actually does something with it. Everything about my child is in one place now. Their strengths, additional support needs, medications, goals, appointments, no more digging through emails or documents, and no more repeating myself. It's just all there when I need it. And this is where it really helps, because when you are in it every day, it is hard to see patterns. But Pip looks across everything and shows me exactly what is helping, and it tells me where we might need more support. Turns everyday moments into understanding. And I'm not the only one holding on to it anymore. I can share the right information with our teachers, therapists, families, but I do it on my terms and I choose what they see. And the best part about it is Understanding Zoe isn't just for children. As a neurodivergent adult myself, I started using Understanding Zoe, and you can use it too to track what helps, what feels hard, and what you need more of. I still have hard days, but I'm not trying to hold everything in my head anymore. And to be honest, I don't feel alone in it. According to Understanding Zoe's research, 93% of parents of neurodivergent children feel misunderstood and invisible, and 63% of those parents are neurodivergent themselves. That is Understanding Zoe. Real support starts with real understanding.
Welcome to the SG Child Show. I'm your host, Sarah Bradford, also known as SG Childs. The SG Child Show is a top 10% globally ranked podcast, amplifying community-based neurodiversity education. Here, we center real conversations, lived experience, and meaningful access, because inclusion starts with understanding. Powered by our nonprofit, the SJ Childs Global Network, at sjchilds.org, we create global summits, educational resources, and connections that drive real change. This is the SJ Childs Show, where we'd love for you to join us and listen, learn, lead with kindness, love, and most of all, access for all.
Communication access in one tap or scan. Access ID helps first responders, healthcare providers, educators, and community members support any individuals during moments that matter most.
Well, I think you guys have seen this one or two times already, so I think we can start. Oh, so nice to have you all here for our afternoon sessions for the 1 in 31 Connection Autism Summit. Something has happened. I've moved my table. You know how it goes. The background has changed. I don't know how. So excited to have this next panel, and we have our panelists here in the backstage waiting. Excited to bring them up and talk to them and get to know more about their services and their resources, and of course, just get to know about their values and who they are. So, without further ado, are you guys ready to come up to the stage? Hello, Bryson. Hi, Dr. Kelvin.
Hello.
Hi, Ellison. It is so nice to have you guys here. I think you had one more individual that may have had to step away for this afternoon. So it'll just be us four. Bear with me as I bring the questions back up for this afternoon. Hopefully you've been able to see the morning's sessions and enjoyed them, or your mom was on this morning, Dr. Calvin, and it's such an honor to see her and hear everything. So thank you guys so much for being here. I am, like I said, just going to open up these questions so I can be in the right place. Oh, take a breath. I just got my lunch in me. Maybe I think about 30 minutes next time is maybe not enough, but too long for people to wait. So let's just get started by introductions. Allison, you're our only other lady. Could you give us an introduction and let us know a little bit about yourself?
Of course, yes. So my name is Allison Cosgrove. I am a special education teacher in the New Jersey area. I'm in middle school right now. I was in elementary for 4 years. Now I'm in middle school. It's a whole different world. But I do teach in the ABA setting. Most of my students do have autism, but they also have comorbidities as well. So I have seen a lot. I've experienced a lot. Right now, I am focusing on accessibility and really trying to push schools into adding more access, not just for the physical building, but there's so much more to accessibility and beyond that. So I'm hoping to expand that message as well.
Oh, thank you so much for being here. It's a pleasure to have you and great to get to know you, and happy to meet you for the first time. You as well, Bryson. It's so nice to have Kelvin, I think that maybe I just think I know you because I've seen your video a few times now. I don't know if we've actually officially met in person or not. So it's great to have you all here. Bryson, could you please let us know a little bit about yourself? Give us an introduction. Thank you, Allison.
Sure. Well, I myself am a neurodiverse individual and an educator at heart. And that's kind of the core of what everything I do. I'm an elementary music teacher by trade. Left the classroom a couple years ago to start my company, Target Education Network. And one of the big passions that I have is just creating more accessible classrooms in whatever that looks like, in whatever realm that is. Universal design for learning is one of my favorite rabbit holes to go down and just kind of see how can we make sure that all education is accessible, but specifically within the arts in that music realm, how can we make sure that that wonderful content is getting to all of our students? And that's kind of my start, and I'm excited to see what we can get to today.
I love that. Can you turn your microphone up a little bit more? Do you have that option?
Let me work on that.
Okay. It was just a tiny bit low, and
is this any better?
Oh yeah, that's amazing.
Perfect. Thank you.
Good. Okay, Dr. Kelvin, it's so great to see you. Like I said, I got to watch your video a couple times, so spoiled that I already know you.
Well, thank you, Sarah. Nice to be here, part of the 1 to 31 Autism Summit today. I've heard my mom had fun here the last session, which was great. So introduce myself. I'm Dr. Kelvin Smith. I'm an autistic self-advocate, an autism academic coach, and a speaker through Kale Speaks, representing Kale Speaks. And again, happy to be here with y'all today. Mainly in Kale Speaks, I support autistic first-year college students through booster sessions that help do 3 primary objectives. One is to be able to help them recognize their hidden cognitive patterns. The second one is to be able to advocate for themselves. And the third one is to be able to help them succeed and thrive in their first year of college and help them gain confidence.
There we go. That was muted there. That's so important. I think that that's a really needed sector of transition, and for you to be able to, take them through and really help them through those first steps in college. Thank you so much for those individuals, I'm sure, as well as their families, are so grateful for that. I just managing all of these things on my phone here. I just am asking my husband to shut my door because my dogs are barking. Life is lifing and we can't stop it some days. So I apologize for that. But excited for today's discussion, because one of the most important things that maybe that have been playing out in my life especially is the heart of accessibility, and really showing how accessibility made first can create the type of inclusion we've been wanting and fighting for so long. So we'll just to make things easier, kind of maybe just go in the same order we went in, and you guys are welcome to just kind of answer one after the next, or whatever you'd like to discuss between one another. Please do. What does meaningful inclusion look like in today's schools? Allison, you get to go first.
Sure, thank you. So since I'm in the middle school now, I kind of left a little bit out. The school I'm in right now has not had a self-contained ABA program in over 10 years. So a lot has changed in that time. I have been developing this program, and luckily administrators and everyone have been very appreciative and very on board, but I've really been in control of all this. So adding that accessibility and inclusion portion has been a huge part of this job so far, along with the actual education on top of everything else. So what I think inclusion looks like today, it's giving the students, and I work with students who are non-speaking, they have their AAC devices, and they have paraprofessionals at all times. It's providing that access for them to join their grade level peers, but doing it meaningfully. Integration is one thing, there's a time and a place, inclusion is another, and I found that there is a lot of overlap in the education realm. Not necessarily on purpose, but if my students can attend and they can just attend, I don't consider that inclusion. If it's not adding to their education or their functional skills, something along those lines, it's not doing its job. It's not checking the box. So that's what I think we need to work on.
No, I love that. I absolutely, middle school is I mean, for parents, obviously, and the teens, it's such a hard time to go through. It's such a transitional period in an individual's life where they're really, looking at that. And this may be in a more typical setting than atypical, but really looking at that peer to peer communication, that peer acceptance, and just with a, daughter that is ADHD, but also is in that middle school setting and just struggled, and not with the academics, not with the education. Guess what she struggled with? The people. The people were mean. The people sent crazy messages, and the school said we could put her in isolation. Yeah, that was their answer. Their answer to cutting down school bullies was isolate the child that was being bullied.
Terrible.
So that is just, thank you for being in that space, because it is such a time for individuals to really understand their intrinsic value. It doesn't come from grades or mowing lawns or doing those, just because they are who they are. So
they are. And actually, if I could branch off of what you said, I just started in this position about a year ago. I've been teaching longer, but just this position. And the first day of school, we went to the cafeteria. They said, "Oh, we didn't expect your class to come here." What do you mean my students eat just like everyone else? They should be in the cafeteria. And they did go all year. It was fine. But just something even like that was not considered in the program.
And how does that make an individual feel human and feel included and feel belong when there are all of these groups that are excluding? So crazy. And I hope that your brilliance and assistance can really help move that needle there. It sounds like you're doing great work. Thank you.
Yeah, we've come a long way in a year.
Yeah, I love that.
Thank you.
Bryson, tell us about your kind of ideas of that and meaningful inclusion in school.
Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts about that, particularly in the arts and the elementary level. It can kind of be a interesting way of ensuring that everyone is included. And what does that word mean? Oftentimes it can be thought of, well, if it's on their schedule and then they go to the class, that means that they're being included. And that's not really, that's like 10% of the effort. And I think one of the things that I try to do in my own classroom, but also with the teachers I work with, is like, what does that look like? And helping teachers understand that it will look different for every individual, but just having them in the room is not enough. It's not where things need to stop. And that's where, quite frankly, I think that's where schools need to work harder, particularly with these specialist teachers that don't have as much specialized training in this, to help them understand, what does that look like in my specific content area? And how can I make sure, in the music world, we love to say that music is for everyone. But the reality is until we start doing some work in our classrooms to remove barriers and be aware of those barriers, our classrooms aren't. So I have a lot of thoughts, but that's kind of the top of the iceberg, at least.
I love that. And I didn't even realize until right now, I'm not muted. Yeah. That we have this amazing tier, and I'm going to go differently on the order we go on the answers in the next one, because we have elementary, middle school, and then we have a college transition. So we're going to go in that order because I think it's so exciting to hear that different tiered process. Kelvin, tell us about that inclusivity that you're seeing and how to make meaningful for those college students.
Yeah. So actually, before I deal with the college, I want to kind of go back to the earlier part. We talk about preschool, all that stuff going over. So I want to just let you know that as an autistic learner myself, who has went through that journey from preschool to PhD, what I see as meaningful inclusion is being seen as that whole person, a whole person throughout every stage of that journey, rather than just being a problem to manage. And in preschool, starting there, I would say that inclusion meant just being welcomed into the play and the communication and the routines, instead of, and going back to Miss Allison's thing about being isolated. Like, isolation is not a solution. You don't want to be isolated or corrected for being different. And then in elementary and high school, we're talking about predictable structures, sensory awareness, flexible teaching. I'll mention more about that in a future question. And adults who understand that behavior is often should be seen as communication by us and not like defiance or acting out. We're trying to communicate with y'all. And by the time that I reached college and graduate school, inclusion meant something deeper. And what it meant is it meant access to more rigorous learning, respectful communication, and honestly, I think most importantly, self-advocacy, being able to advocate for yourself, advocate for your rights, advocate for your needs. And at the PhD level, it just means being treated as a scholar with strengths, not just as a student with needs. It's part of it, but it's not the only thing. So for me, in short, meaningful inclusion is not just putting autistic students in a little room and hoping for the best. It's really about building those conducive learning environments where we're understood, we're supported, we're challenged appropriately, and we're empowered to succeed at every stage of the journey.
Beautifully said. Absolutely. Tell why this guy is a speaker, can you? His mom too. They're just eloquent, and so it always comes out. Such a great point. Inclusion for us has been really looking at what can we do to build the environment around our children, because I'm speaking from home. And I had to homeschool. A child who was the school district decided they didn't have a place for him. They couldn't provide algebra for a first grader. That was insane thinking. Come on now. I think it could have happened, but it's okay. Like, I understood at that point, 10 years ago, that I was going to have to do it on my own. I was going to have to create these systems, these environments for my own learner in his way that he learned, at the pace that he learned, giving access to him in all things. One of his favorite things is languages. He knows. I haven't asked him recently, but the last time I said, DJ, how many languages are you learning now? And he said, Google Translate is 244 languages. And every time a new language comes up, he gets on, he learns the alphabet, he learns just kind of like the language, the systematic part of the language, I guess you could say. You couldn't ask him to speak a sentence in that language. He could barely speak to you in English. But, the fact is, not having access to those things, he never could be where he's at. I could have said, no screens for you, even though that was the only place he was absorbing information. Like, yes, have them all, please. Like, how many more do you need? Where do we need to put them in the house for you to use them? And it really is just where are we making the changes? And are we looking, like you said, at this whole person, individual setting? And I mean, teachers are just the most amazing, special, wonderful people. And sometimes the administration and the schools are not supporting you enough, or not giving you the tools, or not giving you what you need to create these kinds of things. And maybe that will be a good kind of segue into this next question, a little bit strangely, but how can educators better collaborate with families? Maybe we can get some better ideas from families, since they're providing and creating these environments in their home as well. So, Bryson, we're gonna go elementary, middle school, college here.
This is a lot because I think one of the things that I kind of had to change the perception of when I entered my first teaching position was that, like, to put it really frankly, is like, I wanted to be in part of those conversations. I didn't want to be someone who had to find the information or hear about it from someone who heard about it from someone. Like, I want to be a part of these conversations. I asked to be part of IEP meetings just to see how they worked and how we can better understand these students. But I think one of the best things that I learned from my time in public education was that sometimes the answer is not even out there. One thing that I love about the role of a specialist is that we see students all over these different age groups for years on time. We see how they might connect to sibling groups, and we can start piecing together information that sometimes other teachers don't have because they only have one part of the picture. And one of the things that I started realizing was when I started being more vocal about what I was noticing and trying to find more information, reaching out to families, reaching out to the other people on the team, is that everyone is, most of the time at least, on the same goal. It's just we're often coming at it from such different ways. So, bringing it back to collaborating with families, I think the best thing that we can do is just open as much communication as we can, setting boundaries as well, because I think teachers also need to do that as well. We're answering during the school day, things like that. We'll get back to as soon as we can, but there's all these other things we're juggling. And really, I think the best administrators that I've had gave us time to do that work, because that's the biggest thing in education that I think we get wrong so often is we just throw more and more and more on teachers without any time to implement any of the things. And then we wonder why it didn't work.
Isn't that the case? I love this comment too by Loretta. So many gifts neurodiverse students have. Unwrap the box and see the gifts inside. They are there. So I love that. Curiosity. We always have to remain curious so that we can help those around us. Allison, how are you including or collaborating with families?
So we kind of touched on it, but middle school is a time of so many transitions. That's hard on the parents as well. Their babies are growing up. Middle school is a whole different world. I've had so many parents come to me and just asking, what can I do? Who can I contact? Who can come to my house? Where can I bring my child? And it's not that parents don't want to do these things, but they're coming to me asking, how can I do these things? So even though, yes, as a teacher, I'm constantly in contact about academic progress and behavior and IEP meetings, but we also have training sessions in the school, after school, and the parents just come and we are letting them run the show. What do you need help with? Who can we connect you with? And middle school and high school and beyond, as I'm sure Dr. Smith will confirm, that's a very short time. They're already thinking about transition from the 18-year-old phase, 21 and on in middle school, where it really hits them. So I think starting that conversation early and just letting the parents come to me and asking or telling me what they need has really changed everything. It's made it so much more positive.
Beautiful. No, I agree. I think that when I remember one of our school principals reaching out and saying, could you be our special needs parent liaison? And I was like, what even is that? I just had to kind of create it upon myself. But what they saw was me talking to all the parents. All those parents just annoyed that this other mom is out there talking to them every single day, saying good morning and all these things, because I love connecting with people. But it started this beautiful friendship of parents that I'm still friends with today from his preschool class. Not only that, but I think that really started my advocacy, like real advocacy journey, is thinking this principal sees in me the value to bring these other parents together and give acts and, take information and what a powerful thing to have available to me. So yeah, I think that by being included by the school, that's how I was kind of, expressing my experience with this. But Dr. Smith, tell us what you have to say on this subject.
Absolutely. So how educators better collaborate with their families? Well, the strongest partnerships that can happen between these two parties is when the schools ask the families what's going on in their home, what works at their home, what challenges are they seeing, and what are their student strengths, and how can they bring them out? What are their interests? What are their, like my mom said, what are their gifts? They're hidden in these little gifts, wrap the bow, they're there. And when educators combine that family knowledge with what they observe at school, the support can then become more personal, more accurate, and more effective. And families on the other side should be able to get these updates, be able to understand their rights, and be invited into that problem-solving phase early before a crisis happens. Like, we don't want the fire to be, a house to be on fire, and then, oh, now I got to do something. We want to be proactive with this. And schools should be willing to be able to build a relationship where families could be heard, they could be valued, and they are included in the work of helping their child succeed. And also, most parents are not trying to be difficult. I know some schools like, dang, what are you trying to like? Ugh. But no, they wanna help their child. They want to understand their child. They want to protect their child. And what I would tell educators is the following: listen first. Don't just lecture. Don't correct. Don't try to hide or fix things. Don't wait until the fire. Build that trust early. Share what you're noticing. Ask what families were, what works at home, and then keep that conversation going back and forth. It'll be a good conversation. And when that happens, when families feel heard and about their child's needs, then the support becomes much more conducive for and more effective, and not adversarial, much less adversarial.
Isn't that the truth? And you had said something, and I think, Bryson, it was kind of tied back to something you had said earlier, and it was about excuse me, giving people, let's see, how do I say it? Clarifying questions. Let's call it that. Clarifying questions. As an autistic, I need clarifying questions. Sometimes in my past, those were seen as argumentative. Why are you like, I need clarifying questions. I'm not being rude. I'm not being outspoken. I just need to understand the steps that you're giving me so that I can perform to the extent that you're expecting me to. And I think that is something we don't give enough credit to or give space for. And I think a good reminder for people. And Larita says, thanks for your work, Allison and Bryson. It's just so great to have, audience support and know that you guys are, just bringing so much value to the summit and to the community. What classroom strategies have the greatest impact? I mean, that's kind of a gigantosaurus question. So, what do you think, Bryson? What do you see having the most greatest impact?
Again, this is a loaded question in the best of ways.
It is.
But I would say, especially thinking my own experience, the ones that were the biggest needle movers were the ones that, I might have implemented for specific students in mind, but they were things that could help anyone. I am a firm believer in sensory tools, fidgets, over-the-ear headphones available, especially in a music classroom. And it's not something where, this student can get it, and this student can't. It's, I have all these things. We can all use them if and when we need them. And even I sometimes would use them. Like I have a fidget right now. I would teach with a fidget a lot of times. And I think that those are the biggest types of things that I noticed, because not only are we helping students have the supports that they need, we're also showing that everyone has support needs. And we're doing it in a way that this is something that everyone can use when and if they need the support, rather than this is something someone else gets extra because they need that support or they can't function. It's something that it's not as othering. And I think that is the biggest shift that I try to make in my classroom whenever I implement anything, is that it is for everyone when and if we need it.
Yeah. And thank you for that. That's exactly universal design, right?
Yeah.
For all, not excluding because they might not need it. And I had to laugh when you brought up the fidget toy, because in the last panel, we all had a moment where we had to show our fidgets. And so I don't know about you too, but I don't have anything. I just do my fingernails a lot. But I did have a puppy on my lap at that time, so I got to do a puppy show and tell. So that was fun. But yeah, it things that, like you said, Bryson, really help to impact the whole classroom, the whole population that's coming in, and not just this one Johnny needs this and nobody else can. Then that is still isolating, in almost inclusive just to him and not to anyone else, or it makes it all still divisive kind of. So, Allison, how about you?
So I have said this before, and I will say it again. Self-contained is not jail. And I hate when people perceive it as that way. So we use the entire school. We have fidgets, of course, we have so many, but like I also said, I love providing the access and the accessibility. So when the students are allowed to go and access what they choose to work for or what they want to learn about, it really has changed the game. I used to, and I still do, send a very informal preference assessment home. So it does open that lines of communication with the parents, and I get to know the student before that first day, a little bit, of course. And the parents really seem to respond well to it. The students respond well. And it's just a Google form. Just check here or write in the box here, what does your student like? Or if I send a copy to the students, what do you like? Tell me, I want to know. And it's been very good. I make custom token boards if the student uses them, has the choice board on the back. And when we do go out into the school, they lead the way. Sometimes they go to the cafeteria. They know the lunch cafeteria staff very well. And they always get extra tater tots when they have them. Big fan of tater tots in here. They can go to the principal's office. He is very welcoming of them. Everyone in the school knows them. So it's really been great to provide that access and just let them learn how they want.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I love that too. I can't think of schools that like we had been a part of that would have been so open. So thank you. Thank you. I'm glad that your school is making the efforts that they are. It looks a little different with impacts for college students, but they are big impacts. What do you say about that, Mr. Dr. Kelvin?
All right. So honestly, the strategies that made the biggest difference for me were the ones that actually made me feel safe, the ones that made me feel that I understood what was expected from my instructors and stay regulated enough to learn. Now, regulated for me means being able to stay focused, being able to not be overwhelmed, no meltdowns, which I tend to have when things get crazy. And a lot of stuff that I don't understand gets like, it just gets me, but being able to stay regulated. In the early years, that meant routines, visual supports, that gentle guidance, and finally, adults who didn't mistake difference for defiance.
Yep.
And as I moved through elementary and secondary and like high school, middle and high school, the most helpful strategies were those that have clear instructions, clear syllabi, predictable transitions. I don't particularly like it when just like if things have to change, let us know ahead of time, because I don't like it when like, oh, we're gonna go to a different way and then just goes crazy. And then sensory awareness, know how we perceive our environment around us, and teachers who knew how to break down these large projects, these large, complex, overwhelming just work into manageable steps. I did best when people were direct and consistent with me. And I didn't feel singled out. I actually felt supported. And by college and PhD work, those strategies look more complex because the classes were more complex, but the principle was still the exact same. It was just, I needed more clarity. I needed flexibility, respect for how I learned best. So going back to the UDL, like, just multiple ways for me to be able to digest the information or others to digest information easiest. And any spaces where you can use your strengths to be able to show that instructor that you care about that class, you care about the info that they're giving you, and you're trying to learn, and be able to advocate for what you need and focus on the substance of that work rather than just constantly decoding the environment, because that really saps the battery. Like I have a social battery. And when I have to just keep constantly decoding the environment, like, oh my goodness, what do I need to do? Like do I need to shut down? Like what? Instead of me focusing on that, I'm focused on what really deserves my attention the most, and that's getting that work done.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And, you know, I think that there's so much to be said for living experience. And a friend once said this to me, and I think that I don't know why I'm saying it. Maybe somebody will take it with them today and it'll be good. But a friend once reached out to me once and said, "Why do they call it lived experience when the people are still living?" And she said, I really think that we should all consider that our living experience and lived experience are two different things, and we're still living in it. So I don't know why, but there's your little 2 cents for me on the living and lived. But I think it's so important that we really learn, and we can learn so much from those stories and those speakers. So thank you so much, Dr. Kelvin. I completely agree with that. And I'm going to surprise you because I'm asking you this question next, Dr. Kelvin. How can schools better support neurodivergent students beyond academics?
Absolutely. All right. So when I think about what schools should do beyond the classroom, there's one word I really think about, and that's culture. Schools need to be able to build an environment where neurodivergents are supported in those relationships and those transitions, those social spaces, and in every part of the day where they can learn, grow, and thrive. It means creating that experience where students feel safe, understood, respected, connected as whole people rather than just numbers or just learners that you see out there. And it also means social support, getting, beyond the classroom. Many of us really need help in navigating those friendships, those transitions, lunchtime. I'll even give an anecdote soon. It's kind of funny, actually. And then also group work and unstructured parts of the day. So I'll give a personal example. So during high school, I actually related more to the teachers rather than my peers because I just love talking about academics with them and and facts with them, and just because I love learning and I like learning from them. And I even play chess and Scrabble with teachers outside of lunch, and also read in the library because it just made me feel safe. And I just those types of supportive, mentors, teachers, pairing students with that can help make sure they're not isolated when that academic work is done.
I love that. Absolutely. And it's so important too that, we go into a lifetime. School is almost like the smallest time of our lives, just like childhood. It's sometimes, it blows my mind sometimes, and how many childhood things, I'm 50, how many childhood things still can come up and come from your childhood when it is the shortest time of your life and you have all of this adult life that you live, but it seems the most impacting is those younger years and things. So I just think that that's such a fascinating thing. Allison, what do you think about that? How can we support how can schools support neurodivergent students outside of the classroom?
Yeah, of course. So I think that one of the best ways, I'll put it that way, that schools can help neurodivergent students outside of the classroom is by, like I always come back to, providing that access before it's a requirement. And this goes beyond just field trips or CBI trips. For example, I have a mock grocery store in my classroom. So I am not expecting my students to go out for the summer. We just finished ESY yesterday. I'm not expecting them to just go ahead, you're on your own, go shopping, good luck. We have to work up to those skills. And this can go for any level, not just self-contained. I'm just speaking from my experience. And that goes for anyone, really, not even special education. So by bringing the environment into the controlled area of school, we can target those things That way, when the students do grow up into the adults that they'll be for most of their lives, it's so hard to think about, they're my students, but they are more prepared. When the students are out on their own and doing their amazing things, they can always think back to, oh, well, when I was in middle school or elementary school, I remember I opened the closet, I had my shopping bag, I got my items, and we have a functioning cash register. It's a pretty good store considering it's a classroom. So things like that, just preparing them as much as we can, bringing the environment inside so it is controlled. It is their space to learn. They're going to make mistakes and have accidents. It's better for that to happen in a controlled environment than outside in the store where everyone knows self-checkouts are crazy and people are not the most patient. So just providing those opportunities early, I think, is what it comes back to.
Absolutely. I love that. It kind of reminded me, we have I want to do that someday. I just want to like open up a building that is like life skills, and all these, fake store, fake bank, dentist office, doctor's office, all the things. Because we just go into it not realizing that we're not giving like actual instruction to human individuals, just good luck. We'll we see you in the store, right? But we don't even know what to do there. So I love that idea. We also in Salt Lake have a children's museum, and I've been so impressed over the years how much they have added to that, in that they have an ATM. They have like a little banking center, a little grocery center, a fake little house with all types of things in the house, and a kitchen, and the piano in the living room, and all of and I'm just very proud of how much they have really thought through all of the access for children. They have like a fake little gas your car up. Just so many things that we don't consider, that we do on an everyday basis. If we don't teach our individuals, students, how to be independent by using any of these skills, kind of not really servicing that is as much as we could be. Kelvin, you're inspiring and dropping gems of knowledge and experiences, and your mom is proud of you. I'm sure that you get to hear that more than on a screen, so I'm so happy for you. Bryson, finish us off on this thought, and how schools can support neurodivergent students beyond academics.
While I definitely, Claire, think of the arts as incredibly academic, I think so often that's not the case in a lot of experiences. And I really think that one of the best ways that schools can better support neurodivergent students is by being more meaningful, and one, having access. Not only just is the class offered, but like, how often are they seen? How often are they getting this access? Do they only see it for one quarter and then it's done forever? But the biggest thing is, I think, ensuring that the teachers that are in those roles are empowered and have the understanding, the skills, and the support to do the work that needs done, to make sure that it's not just, well, this is what I've always done and this isn't working for you, so I guess that's not working. I guess you don't get to do music. I guess you don't like music or aren't very musical. And I think the best thing that I've seen is when the arts are integrated especially at the elementary level, just holistically integrated in how we are educating this individual kid. We all have different roles, but we're doing it all in the same goal, rather than I am teaching math or I am teaching music. It is, I am teaching this child. My scope is a little bit, in this realm, but I think that's one of those things, is allowing students to have access, and meaningful access, to the arts, because I have been so blown away, especially within music, how some students that you don't really think have any connection to anything at school will magically unlock and really show that they are listening. They have very strong opinions sometimes, and they are very musical. It just doesn't look the same way. And if we don't slow down enough to notice that, we're going to miss something really special.
I love that. And two thoughts about that came to mind when you were talking. And on the last panel, Mrs. USA 2026. I mean, bad on my part. I didn't even realize that's who she was until she showed up with the sash on. And I said, "Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Like, how could I have not like honored you way more than that?" So amazing. But one thing we said in our conversation was, don't lose track of this now. Uh, oh, meaningful connections with teachers. And I just wanted to tell you, Bryson, and Mr. Sonamaker, I know you're not listening on Instagram, but you ever hear this, just in case, or LinkedIn rather. He was my music teacher. And I remember him over any class, every teacher, anything, my entire career of school. The one teacher, I remember his name. I remember the way it felt like when he stood next to me. I remember how he believed and he heard that my voice could do incredible things, that he could also have fun playing the piano with and doing things, and we could really just work together. He showed me that somebody could show up for me in a way that nobody else had seen or would or could ever. And I did send him a message, I think, one year, and just said, "I know that you may not even ever check this message, but you were the most inspiring teacher to me ever." So I just want you to hold that close to your heart, that music teacher was the one who showed me that I was meaningful enough to stay after class for, to practice. And it's not like I have the singing career or anything, but it gave me worth. It gave me value that I wasn't getting from other parts of my life. So, yeah, just incredible teaching right there. So, yes, thank you. Thank you. I know it's so important how we offer those special interests to the students in a way that can be bettering for them in all ways. So I love that. This is a big question too, and I think that we're going to kind of combine the last two questions if we can. We're at about 14 minutes, so we're not too bad. What changes would you like to see in education over the next decade? And what gives you hope for the future of inclusion? I think that we could probably kind of intertwine the two. What do you think about that? Bryson, we'll let you answer on that. I'm just going to switch it all up on you guys.
I think the biggest thing that gives me hope about inclusion and education is that I have seen so many teachers who are trying to do the work or are doing the work as much as they can within the system that they're in, and I think that is what really gives me hope. And honestly, taking it a step further, I see students who are acting completely different to the other students around them than I even experienced in school. And they're modeling and being okay with differences. And that's the biggest part that gives me hope, is the way that the students are reacting. But a lot of that comes from the way that in the work that teachers are doing. Now, on the flip side of that, the biggest change that I would love to see in education is the system to slow down and give teachers the time to do that work, rather than saying, here's a 12-hour PD on how to do the work, but you don't have any time to actually implement the work, let alone do the PD. How can we make sure that our teachers, we're giving them the tools that they need to do the things that they need to do to make the classrooms more accessible, but also making sure that there's time to implement that work, so that we're not just talking about doing something and then never getting to the point where we actually do that thing. And that's the thing that I really would love to change about so many areas of the educational system, but specifically when it comes to accessibility and inclusion.
I love that. Absolutely. It's so important. Definitely. And I hope that it looks like Kelvin's ready. Yeah, I want to hear what your thoughts are on this.
Yeah. So with my experience, I see that what gives me hope for the future of inclusive education is the fact that over time I've been seeing more people understand that inclusion isn't a special favor or luxury, but rather the foundation of a robust and really good education. And when schools start, designing for belonging and flexibility and student dignity from the very beginning, it tells me that the field of education is moving in the right direction. Also, what encourages me most is that now I sense a mindset shift from how can we make students fit the system, and we go from that to how can we make the system fit the students better. And that gives me real hope for the future of inclusive education. So, like, for example, UDL, the Universal Design for Learning. And it's just really about presenting that content in multiple different ways, multiple different formats, and allowing those students to be able to have those different ways to show what they know. So, like, me, I'm logical, mathematical, as well as visual. Others can be auditory and moving, or movement, kinesthetic learning, auditory learning, that sort of thing. Just whatever helps them get it out of them. Sensory friendly spaces, like flexible seating, being able, like, one of my accommodations, I sit in the front of the class. I focus the best. I'm able to be more engaged like that more often. That helps me absorb knowledge even more. Quiet zones, where I get to, be able to take exams or quizzes or what have you in a quiet space because I am sensitive to hearing or sensitive to light. And then finally, being able to interpreting stress and meltdowns as communication rather than disobedience. So all that stuff I have seen, but with that in mind, changes that I would like to see in education is that I've learned over time that students do best when instructors, schools don't try to fit them in some sort of mold, in some sort of box, and be able to start building systems that honor how those different minds learn and communicate. And that means creating these sensory aware classrooms, accessibility that Bryson's talking about, predictability, safety. Students can learn through play, learn through routine, learn through connection. And even as you go higher up in your educational journey, you have that real family partnership, that two-way give and take conversation between educator and family, school and family, and be able to support for the social and emotional needs and not just academics. And then once you get even higher up in the academic world, PhD, college, it just means respecting their autonomy while still providing that access and resources and structure so that students can thrive without having to mask or constantly advocate for basic support. And being able to train these educators as understanding that our differences is normal. It's normal for us and not something to fix or to hide or to mask. It's something to be, honestly, to be proud of. I'm proud to have. I mean, yes, do I have issues with, yeah, but the superpowers that it gives me, to be able to learn that self-advocacy for myself, it really does empower me, and I'm happy for that. My mom helps me with that. Even some of my teachers help me with that. So I'm grateful for all of them to be able to do that. And we need more of that in future education.
I love that. Thank you so much. And for those of you who didn't get to see the first panel this morning, was family and community support, I believe. Yeah. And that's what Larita, Kelvin's mom, was on that panel this morning. So if you didn't get a chance, go back on my YouTube channel, the SJ Child Show on the live tab. These summits will be there for all of time that YouTube decides to keep them. So they'll always be there for you to go back and watch. Allison, I'm really excited to hear kind of your take on this and finish this off with amazing ideas that you have.
Sure, no pressure at all.
No! You guys still have final thoughts. Don't worry, there's more pressure.
All good, all good. So this actually is something that I realized when I started this current position last year. If I could change education over the next decade, I would make accessibility and inclusion a much higher priority on the list when, I know this is a big ask, but when creating and designing these school systems. And I started as a paraprofessional for about 4 years. So I've seen it on all levels. Well, up to a teacher, not that many levels, I guess. But students and families, when they enter the system, at least in the districts I've worked in, there are many preschools and there are many options. Early intervention, private services, the preschools, oh, that's great. Many resources, right? Then they enter the elementary school, still a lot of resources, but now the school itself is usually different. It's how many classrooms do we need to accommodate the MD or LLB, ABA? I know there's so many different terms for these types of classes, all different. And then it becomes an issue like that. And then coming up to the middle school, where classes are transitioning at least 8 times a day, it's chaos. And that's not something that was considered when I started building my class and my program. And that's all I've worked up to regularly. So I know high school and college are totally different ball games. But I wish in the next decade that was something that was prioritized. Like, these classes are not optional. These classes are not extra. These are students within the district or within the school. It's not always a public school district. These students have the same rights to the same classrooms that work for them just as any other student would. Now, what gives me hope? The students that I have worked with, and not in my class, but just that are around their peers, they've been so welcoming and they've been so warm to my students. We've gone on field trips. We went to the Science Museum. It was amazing. We were all in the planetarium. We do a lost and found cart. So when my class enters the classroom and they use their AAC device to do their little question, does this belong to anyone? The students come up, they give them high fives. That inclusion is there in that aspect. So that gives me so much hope. It's really been a great thing to see.
I love that you're including the AAC devices with the regular students. They need to see that that is an accepted way of communicating. I don't know if any of you were able to see the Elizabeth Bonker pre-recorded video from yesterday that she gave to us for the summit. It's so moving. It's so moving to hear. And I think that her campaign right now through Connection for All is like, I am in here. And it just is like, it's so moving. So Allison, I don't know if you had a chance to go and watch that or not, but I think that you'd probably love it. So if you have a chance, definitely do that. But it's so important when we think about the future of education, the future of the students, all of the students who are in elementary now, in all of the levels, or who the students who will be coming ahead, and what kind of systems we can put in place for those. Because let's be honest, these are our future world leaders. These are our future politicians, our future hairdressers, bank workers, social workers, all of these things. And we need to teach them all of the skills to be in this era of life now, and it's much different than it has been in the past. So yeah, it's a big job, that's for sure. Larita said, thank you, Sarah, for such a wealth of information during the summit. Great job, panelists. Our kids are in great hands with you. I couldn't be more agreeing with that. You three have the people in your scope. They are safe and included and loved and accepted. And we just thank you from me and from everyone else who's listening, and all of those families, I'm sure, and the individuals themselves, I'm sure, would say the same. 100%. I think that we are right into a 2-minute window. So let's hear your guys' final thoughts and what you'd like to leave with our viewers and listeners today. Bryson, go ahead.
I think the biggest thing that I have is just for any teacher who's listening is that we can hold both truths, that the system can sometimes really make it hard for us to do the work, and that we also really want to do the work. And we have to find the in-between of realizing that we can't do all the work all at once, but that doesn't mean we can't do anything. Start with those small needle movers that are going to have a big impact. And as you get more and more momentum, keep on going. That's where I'm going to leave it today.
Beautiful. Thank you. This is just wonderful advice. Allison, what do you think about that?
I agree. My final thought is back to accessibility. And I always start with this: accessibility starts at home. It starts in the classroom. It doesn't have to be this massive undertaking. If you have, just like what I did, if you have an old cereal box, bring it in. That counts. That's providing access to something maybe they wouldn't have had the opportunity to learn with otherwise. It doesn't have to be this grand gesture. It doesn't have to be a big field trip. It's just, if you can provide access to something that would not otherwise be available, you are winning. You're doing great.
I love that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Kelvin, I know that you're going to have this moving piece of information to leave with us. So that's why I made you wait till the end.
Well, let's see if I can follow that up.
I know.
So I just want to just say thank you, the audience, for listening. And thank you, Bryce and Allison, Sarah, for being part of this panel. And it was very, safe, welcoming space for everybody for this conversation. And my hope is that we just keep learning from, autistic, neurodivergent voices and building the support that really, really works. And my final thoughts are just, I want to say that neurodiverse students don't need to be fixed. We need to be understood. And when we have the right supporting people around us who actually want to listen to us and actually helps us want to succeed, we can do a whole lot more than what most people expect. So if you're working with those autistic students, the biggest thing that you can do is just simply be patient. Let us show you what works for us so we can deliver our best to you. And the more that you understand how we think and learn, the better that we can show up and succeed. And that's what really makes a difference, in my opinion.
I love that. Thank you so much. Beautiful last words from all of you. That sounds a little bit dark, but beautiful final summit words from you all, this panel. It's so nice to meet you in person and get to know you more and see, what you're doing in your neck of the woods to move our amazing community forward, because we all definitely have the same objective here, and that is connection. And we've made that all today. I invite you all to share with one another. As I said in previous panels yesterday, and I'll echo again, the original thread that became this incredible networking machine, I couldn't believe it. I was so honored and so excited that everyone was taking the chance to really collaborate and get to know one another and to share their information. I thought it was just so beautiful. So I'm so proud of you all. Thank you. Yay. Okay. Well, I am so glad we had this opportunity to have this panel with you guys today. Please make sure we're following each other on social medias or staying in touch by email. And I look forward to seeing what we all can do again in the future. So thank you for your time here today. I will see you guys later. Have a wonderful weekend.
You too. Thank you, Sarah.
Absolutely. Bye.
Bye.
Incredible day. Thank you all so much. Thank you to our viewers and listeners. Bye, Bryson. Kicking you off the stage. I'm just kidding. And our other panelists are here and ready for our final panel of the day. We had a couple of changes at the last second. We always have to honor our panelists who something comes up and they can't make it. It's not a problem. We always will roll with the punches here. And, we're always up for having amazing conversation. So this will be even more intimate and we can just spend more time on questions and things like that. So if you guys are ready, I will bring you up to the stage. Hello, Miss Samantha.
Hi.
Nice
Can you hear me
to
okay?
see you. Yes, great to see you today.
You too.
And Patrick, hello. Can you hear us okay? think he's trying to figure out his camera still. All right, I'm going to let you figure it out so that you don't have to do it and feel like you're doing it on the stage. But you give me a thumbs up, Patrick, when you are ready and you hear me and you're good to go. And we'll know. Because I could see him, but, everybody else does. How are you today?
I'm really good. I'm really excited, really nervous. Public speaking always gets me a bit on edge. Love it though.
Just like
nervous
talking
energy.
to a friend. I promise that at the end of this, we'll just be like, "What's your phone number?" and making sure we're connecting everything. So throw all that away. Where are you at? Anyways, I forgot you told me the other day.
So I'm in England. So it is 8:30 at night here.
Oh my heavens. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here on such a extreme schedule. Our international partners, we have so much to be grateful for them for. And hopefully Patrick is doing okay. And give me a thumbs up, Patrick, when you're ready to come on. Have your camera ready. And I don't know if he has his audio on. I see him, but I don't think he's heard me yet, so I'm not quite sure if it's working. That's no big deal. And like I said, we Emily and Dory were unable to make it, so we wish them the best and sending them all our love and light today for anything they might need. But while we're on here, might as well please introduce yourself, Samantha. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay. So I go by Sam normally.
Great.
So we can do that. So I'm the founder and CEO of Edge of Enough. We focus on building systems that are fit for use to encourage neurodiversity. And I lost my train of thought. I'm a qualified ADHD coach, so I do that as well.
Oh, that's wonderful. Edge of Enough. Tell us about that. What is that? Where did that come from? I love that.
So I was late diagnosed with ADHD and autism, and I really struggled the first 30 years of my life on that thin line between being too much and not being quite enough. So after I got diagnosed 3 years ago, I wanted to kind of reclaim that edge and turn it something positive, something useful.
I love that you said that too. I think I've had that similar experience being also late diagnosed. And when you kind of overlap that information onto your earlier life and see kind of where you fell through the cracks, where you weren't supported, where, you weren't given maybe the space or just the time. And I love that you said, you were kind of pushed to that edge. And then when you have a chance to see yourself as this whole, and it fits all of these pieces that, are amazing. That was such a special gift. I really was so grateful for that moment that I got that information.
Yeah, me too. I had quite a dip because you have sometimes have like a regression after you get diagnosed, where you suddenly feel everything that you've been masking. So I had quite a heavy year before I found the light in it, but I'm so grateful now, and I know myself so much better. I can give more, and my daughter's also diagnosed with ADHD, so we get to learn together, which is kind of nice as well.
I love that. Mine as well. My son is profoundly autistic. He's 16. And my 14-year-old is ADHD and dyslexic. And her and I, ADHD sisters here. Okay, daughter. I guess I couldn't call her. But, it's such a beautiful relationship. And knowing that I can now kind of give that same grace and understanding that may not have been offered to me in schools and friendships and other things. So it's so powerful when we can do that for our kids. I love that. And let's see how Patrick's doing. He said he was going to switch to another device, so hopefully he is able to get on with us. Technology, right? Like, trust everything with technology, and then you actually can't access it. But I do see that you're in there now. Patrick, can you hear me? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Oh, excellent. Okay, I'm bringing you up. Do-do-do-do. Hello, sir.
Hello. Sorry about that.
Oh, no worries. Like I was just saying, we give technology so much of our trust and everything, and then we have to remember it's literally
for sure.
I'm this close to being a glitch, right? Or something going wrong. And that is the case. Well, we just met Samantha or Sam, excuse me. We just
Either's
met
fine.
and it's because I'm so phonetic, so I'm reading your name. That's what happens to me. But we're just getting an introduction from her. So please, Patrick, introduce yourself. Let us know a little bit about yourself and what we're going to talk about today.
Yeah. So I kind of a little bit of both, both modalities in my life are touched by the autism field. I work in the field professionally, and I also have a child of my own that's on the spectrum. My daughter's 5. Her name is Addison, and she's intellectually and developmentally delayed. But she's doing amazing, really awesome. She just turned 5 last month, and she's just breaking barriers and doing terrific things every day, and just brings us so much joy. And my work, I work for Virtual Health System. It's a pretty big healthcare system in South Jersey. So right outside of Philadelphia, if you guys maybe have that as a landmark. I've been there for 11 years, and I'm the clinical expert for the pediatric program in behavior. So we have a pretty robust program now. We have early intervention child development services. We have a mobile health fleet that goes out into underserved communities, providing lead testing, developmental screenings, dental work and dental screenings as well to refer out. We also have a school-based therapy program that contracts with local school districts that for children that receive IEP services like the occupational therapy, speech therapy. And then we also have a comprehensive NICU, neonatal intensive care unit at one of our flagship hospitals. So, and at Virtual, I do a little bit more besides the clinical work. I'm on the colleague community there that does disability healthcare. So we look to train staff across the healthcare system on disability, everything disability really related to accessibility, and attitude and sensitivity to those that are needing it, and then I also teach in the nursing program, the pediatric field-based experiences. So I did the intro when they come out, the nursing students with the pediatric field experience. I give the intro on child development. And I'm also a career ambassador and on the formal mentorship program team at Virtua. So I like to keep myself busy.
Yes, you have all the hats. You were like,
yeah. I'm like, oh, wait, did I sign up for that? But no, we also just started at Virtua, which is pretty cool. We have, I think I was telling you this the other day with Sarah on the call. Like New Jersey is pretty interesting in the sense. I'm not sure where you guys are, but it's like the demographics in terms of we have some really New Jersey is a small but dense state, right? And then so we have some really wealthier high socioeconomic areas, and then some obviously lower. And the juxtaposition is night and day sometimes. But at Virtual, we have something from a grant that we were awarded from the Department of Health, New Jersey Department of Health, that's giving funding to providing developmentally appropriate support services, presentations to the parents for what they call rural health. So we're going to underserved areas and trying to support and promote all things healthy nutrition and everything along those lines to families that could really benefit from it.
Amazing community efforts right there.
Yeah. So I think that's enough of me talking about myself. So yeah, I can take a break now.
Yeah. No, that's amazing. I love that. That's a lot of work to be done. You sound a little bit like me, like a serialpreneur.
Yeah,
You gotta
I
have
like it
your hands on all the
because
things.
yeah, and I really like it because it gives me a lot of like depth to my work. So it kind of, it's not like I'm doing something that's different all the time. Sometimes it's a little hard with the scheduling and my emails and the calendar, but I really like the variety that I can get with what I'm doing right now. It's very fulfilling and really rewarding, and it keeps me like really engaged. So I really love that part of it.
Oh,
For sure.
good. I'm so glad to hear that.
Yeah.
And Samantha is from England. Sam,
Okay.
oh my gosh, see, I'm not gonna
Either's fine. You're okay.
You're so good. I'm just gonna apologize the whole time. No, and so it's so great to have the great perspectives from both of you to see what we have and what we offer our families and communities. And this is, if I hadn't mentioned, the Family and Community Panel, where we're going to focus on mental health, relationships, resilience, and building sustainable support throughout every stage of life. And that kind of leads us into our first of our outline that we have is how do we better support mental health within the autism community? That's a big question. Sam, would you like to answer on that one?
Sure. So for me, it's about predictability, making sure we know what to expect, because I've been caught out a few times with surprises that throw me off and then I just shut down. So I think that's probably a good place to start, is give people a clear outline of what to expect going into things, and to actually make them accessible and fit for use, because a lot of our systems just aren't built even to support like neurotypical people. So I'm not sure how people who are a little bit neurospicy are supposed to navigate that as well. So I think we just need to build better systems. We need to have reduced amount of shame. Like, I don't know about everyone else, but I have this heavy pressure to mask, like in certain communities or certain tasks. It's like if I'm going to the doctors, I am masking the whole time, and you can ask me questions, but I'm not going to give you the full answer. So if we can find a way to reduce the shame and the stigma in these like environments where you really need to be open, I think it's going to help a lot of people, especially in mental health conversations, because they're already so sensitive enough. And for people like myself who are autistic, trying to explain our feelings is hard anyway. Like I can have 3 or 4 feelings at once and not be able to label them for like a few days. Like it takes me a lot to process. So when you've got someone sat opposite you who doesn't understand that I need process time, it can be really difficult, especially with like sensitive topics. So I think just finding ways to help people reduce the masking for me is a big thing.
And my creativity must be on or something, because as soon as I heard you talking, I was like, okay. I do that. My mom is a nurse. And so sometimes I think that in my life growing up and just being in that that environment. Oh, and Dr. Diane said these are some really great suggestions. And in that, I think that I created what my husband likes to call perfect patient syndrome. Yes,
Yeah.
doctor, I am the perfect patient. Yes, I love getting poked with needles. Yes, I'd love to take that medication that has nothing to do with the root of my problem, but please give it to me. Like I am the same way. Like I show up and I can't be myself. I turn into this robotic perfect patient of how, yeah, I'll go into labor for 65 hours. Yeah, just I'm fine. Don't worry about, no, I'm fine over here. I'm totally fine over here. And they're like, nope, we're doing this C-section now. But I'm fine. We can go a couple more weeks, whatever. No, just joking. But it definitely has set this strange system up in my mind where that happens. And so anyways, when you were speaking about that, and I thought, brilliant, next time I'm going to write my notes out. I'm going to bring something. Maybe I give it to them so that I don't have to read it or leave things out that I don't want to say. Maybe I actually just hand it over and say, consider this later, or put these into your notes or something like that. Just a thought of when you were saying that, because that literally happens to me as well. So I like to let people know relatability, that really touches and resonates. So I agree.
I think I do the opposite, you know. So they'll ask me a question and I'll do the ADHD thing where I give you my whole origin story. So like you just need all the details that aren't relevant, and then they go, oh, but that's another appointment. And I'm like, but it links because of this. And then I'm just in there like half hour.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So now maybe both of us can take a little bit of, you know, I think having the awareness of it, right? We've actually spoken. Now we have some awareness of it. Now we can move to a better situation. And that's an amazing part about neurodiverse people and and the crowd and everything. Patrick, what do you think about how we better support mental health within the autism community?
I really think it comes down to a lot, for me, like in my perspective, I would say like sensitivity to the individual, but also to the family, because I find in my own, you know, experience personally, but also in my work, that it's a, you know, systemic. It affects everybody in the immediate core of the family and possibly extended family, right? But it's, you know, also sensitivity to like the community in which these individuals live, because I feel like, you know, where we live in New Jersey, there is a high prevalence of neurodiversity. I'm finding that more and more. And I just think it's about consideration and seeing people and being accommodating and just being open. I just think there's a lot of times if I see people talk about neurodiversity, it seems to be like a taboo and they shut down, or they just kind of like stop, or they're like, oh, I feel so sorry. I'm like, you know, it's not really a sorry thing. It's just natural part of human life, you know. And I think if we look at it through a lens, like if, you know, everybody's a little different, and that's okay too. And it's just being like, you know, seeing people for where they are and who they are and where they are in that moment too. You know, if I look at my own daughter, like where she was 2 years ago when we were first going through the process with her of, you know, seeing her developmental trajectory come through and everything, you know, into where she is today, you know, it's like you kind of just hold people to like, you know, a standard of, oh, this is where they are and we're going to support them, and then this is where we hope, you know, to bring them through. And I just think that those type of attitudes, and everybody's obviously, you know, track is different with progression and skill development and everything, and everyone's like, you know, like symptomatic presentation is different, of course, too. But it's like really about having that good attitude, and I think that attitude is really like, for me, like transposed into everyday life things, like just people in general, whether it's other marginalized communities or minorities and things like that too, or just people in general. So just having that open sensitivity and trying to be aware and considerate, you know, I think really goes a long way with this community. So it's something I strive to do. I think also taking the time to learn, right? To learn and educate yourself. And then like my biggest thing right now is I love to advocate for my own child, but for the the population in the community too. I mean, through my work, but some of the many little things I like to do on the outside of my work and my family too. So, I mean, but that's me, that's my process, and that's how I feel. I guess it's like my therapy, I guess, about with everything. So, yeah, I think it just depends on the person though, for sure.
I love
but
that.
I think talking about it and being transparent and being open is some of the best things anyone could do in general, but especially towards the population in the community, for sure.
I think that humanics should be like the new word for America, for the world, rather.
Yeah.
You know, like let's look at everyone for who they are. When a person is born, guess what? They're human.
Yeah.
When they go through their life, they're still human. And when they are no longer with us, well, they were still human. And I think that gets lost. I don't understand how that gets lost, but looking at just us as a community of humans together, like, and maybe we discover, what does the word human really mean? Like, what's the real definition of human? I don't know that, so somebody better get on and post that. But I think that would be fascinating, because I think that that's the approach that we need. That's the approach that I take in my life. I don't look at anyone and see them as a different you know, I mean, I think that was, I just had like this epiphany in my brain. I never look at other people like they're different. In that moment, though, I will judge myself that I am different from them. Wow. Right? Gosh, Sarah, give yourself some grace and understanding for being. I just realized that I was going to say, you know, like when you go out in the world, you don't, you know, people might be driving nicer cars or being a homeless man on the side of the street. Like I never look at people like they're different. But in that moment, I often do ask myself, like, am I worse or better than, you know, or something? And maybe not ever better, but worse probably. I think we we have more negative response to ourselves than we should. But yeah, that's sorry about my own little psychotherapy session. We all get to learn about Sarah's brain today. No, I think that that's amazing that, you know, we need to look at people just as equal. And I hope that someday that can be the case. Yeah. What role does community play in long-term well-being? And that's a big question because we're talking almost a lifespan of like support. What does that look like? What do you think about that, Sam?
So I wrote a little note because I tend to forget what I'm going to say on these things, so I don't pre-plan usually. But this question kind of really hit home for me. So the difference for me is the difference between burning out or stability. Because I masked so heavily the first 30 years of my life, and I didn't realize the toll that took on me. When I got diagnosed, I had such a down. If I didn't have a community, I don't think, it's a little bit dark for on here, but I wouldn't be here today if I didn't have community. I was so in that hole after my diagnosis because I didn't know who I was. Like someone asked me, okay, we'll do a basic question. You definitely know who you are. What's your favorite color? And it took me 3 weeks to find out what my favorite color was because the whole time I hadn't taken time to find out who I was. I was in survival. I was mimicking everyone else. So my favorite color would change with who I was with because it's their favorite color. So now we have connection. So when I got diagnosed and I found my community and had people that were like, oh, I'm the same. Oh, I've definitely had that thought. Oh, I don't know my favorite color either. I was able to actually breathe and take the mask off and not have to worry about the little things. I think without that, I wouldn't be here today, honestly.
That's powerful too. I completely resonate with that. I thought that being a podcaster, you know, and being so out and open about things that, I mean, there was a time where my husband and 2 kids had a diagnosis and I still felt like the outsider. Do I even belong in this family? Are these my real kids? No, just kidding. But you know, it's like where do I fit? I was an only child of divorced parents, so there was never like an actual fitting in that that I felt anyways. So it was still like this leftover feeling of where am I supposed to be? And receiving that information, I'll tell you, I thought being who I am, that I was just going to be like, a banner across everything. Everybody was going to know. I was going to go on my podcast. I was going to do this huge thing. All these lives, everyone was going to know. No. It took 5-6 months to sit with all of that information, absorb, overlay onto all of the years, all of the things that had happened or, you know, good and bad, and really suss out like, okay, like you said, who am I now? And when I did that, I think my husband said he saw a physical difference change in when I let the mask out, when I stopped living in fight or flight every single moment. No more anxiety. I'm a little bit flightier, I would say, than normal because I'm not on high aware alert, and I get frightened very easily because I'm just like aloof now. But I mean, that doesn't change my intelligence, of course. Just my awareness that I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable in my environment. I'm not waiting for the next thing to happen all the time. And there's not enough people, like you said, there's not enough people talking about those time periods, those moments when you are down and you like that is when the community coming forward. I remember the moment I was on the Global Autism Project podcast, and it was like a group, it was like a group panel they do every month. And that was where I shared, I think I'm going to go get tested. I was so afraid because here was all these autism advocates, and are they going to think like, you're ridiculous? No, like how could you? You want to like I was so afraid of the judgment or of anything, but that was nothing of the sorts of what happened. They all were so loving and supportive, and it wasn't until I actually went back onto a panel with that same, maybe even not the same group of people, but that same place, and announced that is where, like, I came on here. This is where I announced I'm going to do it. And now here I am saying it's happening. I'm here, kind of a thing. Anyways, I know that I'm not a panelist on this, no, but I just wanted to share that with you because it's so much about that connection, Sam, and how much we can relate with one another. And I feel exactly like what you were going through, and that like fear of thinking you were doing everything you could up until then, but really realizing you were not able to ever be like who you could have been or be who you are today. So yeah, welcome.
It's actually
Life.
so it was one of my friends at the time. So I got diagnosed with ADHD first, and I was all excited, and I went and spoke to my friend who'd just been diagnosed with autism, and I was just expecting like a little yay moment, but she just looked across the table and she went, "Not autism as well?" And I was like, "No, what do you mean?" And we had a huge fallout for like 3 months because I was so deeply offended that she'd suggested I was autistic, because I've grown up in that like environment where like autistic people were seen as like licking windows and stuff.
Cis male, yeah.
And I was like, ADHD is fine. That's like a cool, like, I'm impulsive. It's fine. But I was like, I'm definitely not. I'm not. So I spent like 3 months deep diving into autism to find reasons why I'm not not autistic before I finally got diagnosed, and I had to go back to my friend like, I think you saved my life actually by telling me like I hated you for a bit, but it was the best thing ever. Like,
wow.
So
there seems to be like a harder take or a harder swallow, if you will, on like that autism diagnosis and like you say ADHD. And I find that like within my work all the time. I feel like just as an example, like the parents are much more able to talk to or feel more comfortable or feel less like or almost like a relief. Oh, ADHD. But then if you use the word like ASD or something along those lines, it's a lot harder, a lot worse of like a stigma, I think. Even though they're both neuro-based like brain conditions, it's just amazing how one word can have such a higher value or hold over like another one, like attention deficit hyperactivity. But I mean, that's like a real thing I see really often. More often than I would even probably could even count. So yeah. But I think like the sense of community is really like a true thing, at least for me in my walk so far. I mean, I feel as like in the sense that I have 2 children, and one is like neurotypical and the other one is neurodiverse. But I feel like striving to have like a community is very easy for my son, who is more like the neurotypical end of it, because that's just what everyone does, I guess, around like where we live here in South Jersey, and then to make that community for my daughter has been like a little bit more of a challenge to kind of carve that out. And like my wife and I feel like we do a great job in my family for her in our own ways, but it's like trying to like extend that out a little bit more, like even into the school system. I also serve on the school district's special education parent advisory group. And you would think, it would be like a well-received thing to talk about inclusive events for everyone or accessible events for everyone. But I've been finding even the last 2 years I've been doing since Addison's been in preschool, it's been challenging to get like people from the school district staff and community members to like be open to like changing that or morphing it or accepting like a sensory friendly accessibility to like be home and school event. I'm going on like a tangent and an example, but it's like a real thing. Like, you know, so for us, like community, and then I have a community in the sense of like where I do my advocacy, and I've met people and networked through different programs, and like a community advisory board I serve on, and a couple different things like that. But that for me is like my therapy and my the way I feel like I can give back. So it's a community, and I guess in that sense too. So I feel like I have a couple different ones that I've kind of like been brought into, like however like life has tucked me in that direction. So, but I do think that that's going to be important now, and it has been so far, and I'm sure it will only continue to grow as hopefully carry on for a long time yet. But no, for sure, I think it's a really great question and really valid. And I think you need that. Like, I mean, whether your experience with your children is totally typical, I think people like nowadays, like parents are working and there's so much involved. Like even with my son, like he's involved in these travel sports, and it's like a whole thing. And just to have my family be able to help with Addison and help with Hudson is really like huge. So the community goes a long way for sure for my family.
I love that. And
yeah,
and it's interesting because oftentimes we don't even recognize that there are these great communities around us. And hopefully, you are looking, listeners and viewers, you're looking on, one good thing about social media, you're looking for those support groups in your local church or whatever, grocery store, community centers, look on their boards, see if there are support groups that you could meet with people. I think it's so positive. And for those of us who run support groups and community centers and things like that, making sure that they are sensory inclusive, that they are set up for all access, whether we're talking the autistic community or the entire disability, and let's just say the entire community. And I think that, it really comes back down to that idea that when we build for everyone, we never leave anyone out. What in the heck? Why couldn't that have been the case? Like, I don't understand. Maybe I'm just some, strange autistic brain out there, but like, why was it never considered that it should never just been started that way? I don't know. I guess we were just born too late. That's what happened. We need to go back in time. Sorry. Somebody build a time machine quickly. But I think that this next question is really powerful, and families can really have a hard time with this. How can families recognize and prevent burnout? And it could come for all family members. It doesn't have to be just the autistic family member that's having a crisis. Then how could we support that heart, that peace in that moment? What are your thoughts on that, Sam?
Yeah, so I gave this one a lot of thought as well. For me, it's the micro moments, the little bits in between the big things that happen. So like with my daughter, I will notice when she's a bit more irritable, or she's quick to get angry over something that wouldn't normally trigger her, something she'd usually breeze through, but today she's like really irritable. So then I'll make sure she has a break and a snack and a drink, because ADHD, we forget to feed ourselves all the time. So snacks. Sorry, trying to find my words. For me, when I'm in burnout, I'm very quick to shut down. I'll just go really quiet, and so much is going on inside, but I can't vocalize. So if I go quiet, I just need a minute to catch up before I can express. Or I guess eating patterns is something else. So when I'm having a hard time, my eating goes completely out the window. So normally I'll eat really healthily and I'll be walking a couple of hours a day. When I'm getting close to burnout, I stop walking. I start eating the easy junk foods. I will eat crisps for breakfast for 2-3 weeks straight, and no one will stop me, but you can see me doing it, and that's not my normal pattern. So, and I justify it. I'm like, it's a potato. That's not the worst thing you could eat for breakfast. So eating goes, drinking goes, Like I'll start taking bottles of Coke to bed rather than water. Is a pattern. Not good for you, but when I hit that point where I'm like going to bed with Coke, I'm like, okay, we need a break. Yeah.
Great. Well, at least you now know some of these triggers, or you know
Definitely.
the way they show up.
The other thing is, if you notice your loved one stops making space for joy, for like the little things that make them happy, then it's a moment to make sure that, you know, you're doing something to remind them, you know, to do that self-care, to take that 5 minutes. So I have a thing that's kind of new. So I love drinking out of a wine glass. It makes me super happy. I don't know why. I feel like a grown-up. But I don't drink alcohol normally. So I bought myself a wine glass for my Coke.
I love it.
After a long day, I have my moment of joy with my grown-up glass. Even it's just fizzy. Like it's nothing exciting, but you know, it gives me a tiny moment. So it doesn't have to be a big thing. You don't have to go to like an all-day spa. Just like a little refresh, a little spark, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I love that so much. I think that really helps, and it's part of in as a family member, as a parent, really recognizing, like you said, those patterns when and also honoring and teaching your child to honor themselves in that moment. You know, yes, I'm sorry you're feeling this way, like irritable or whatever. It's human experience. Just to preface that, you're not the only one experiencing it. Not to downplay that it's not still extremely traumatic for what you're going through, but you're also not alone, in that we can discuss these things and talk about how to work through them. Here are some options. Like, I like to go take a bite of cake. Like, you know, I buy a slice of cake at the beginning of the week, and I think I take one bite a night after dinner. I don't eat the whole cake. I don't eat the slice, but I need something sweet. And I know what I like. I like cake. And, you know, my whole family knows that I like cake. And I'm not eating whole cakes over here, okay? But I need it. And it's like,
yeah,
you give yourself those little pleasures. You give yourself those little things for your own mental health and your own well-being. And you know that they're there and you can lean on them. And, you know, yeah, we shouldn't lean on cake probably, but
there are worse things.
Yeah, right.
You're fine.
Oh, it's great. So, and I mean, bakers, they love it. Joking. How about you, Patrick? What do you think about that? About recognizing and preventing burnout? And let's just preface that it doesn't have to be as an adult. I think little kids can have burnouts too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, I have felt that. My kids have felt that. My wife has felt that. I just think it's about again, like trying to look a little bit beyond like what's going on in myself, especially in terms of like my own family. I kind of like read the room, feel out the vibe, but like being like kind of attuned to that has really helped me, like with patterns with my kids, and even with my spouse, because I know we're all working towards like the same goal, and you know we have our routines and our schedules, but you know things like life happens, and we might not get a best night's sleep, or you know someone's stressed about something. So I really have tried to like be mindful and attuned to those type of things in myself, but also with my immediate family, because you know I spend the most amount of time with them. And then like for my like burning out, like to help myself, I really have learned to find things within myself that I enjoy, and I try to make time for that. But I also hold the space that if it doesn't happen, I can I'm learning how to reshuffle and work the wheel. So like I have all these things that I want to accomplish and I think I want to do, and then I've learned to kind of be like, okay, if it doesn't happen, because I think sometimes the pressure of wanting to do things can also, or you know, achieve things can also burn you out from doing them. So it's like the mental, like there's so many different components, and everybody's life and experience is going to be different, because what the person is down the street is going on with them is going to look different from me. But I feel like if I be more, instead of being more like, well, I try to be more attuned to what's going on with those around me and focus on where I need to focus. And that really helps me become more successful without feeling the burnout. And like the burnout can happen just in the sense I can feel like where my attitude is a little bit like, oh, I'm not feeling so jovial, or it can be just in the way I respond. I'm like, oh, wow, I guess I'm a little bit overwhelmed. Like I've really been trying to mindful of that in myself. And then it's also to like trying to take the perspective of the other person, like whether it's something with my daughter and how she responds to something, or even with my son, again, even with my spouse, like it's just trying to see like past what's going on with me and try to take the self out of it. Not completely, because we all are human beings, but like try to see like where the other perspective is. It's really helped a lot. And then of course finding things that I really enjoy too, whether it's like trying to work out or be out in the yard, having like
not eating cake, huh?
Yeah. Well, cake is good too. Cake is good too. But you know, just whatever it is. Like maybe it's like reading a book, or maybe it's just going on your phone for 45 minutes and doing whatever you want to do on your phone. I don't know. You know, and like it could just happen. Anything could happen in a day too. So it's like, it's just trying to be like strap in and go with the flow. and that's really helped me not burning and letting go a little bit, and being more like go with the flow has really helped me not to feel like burning out. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I love the word you use, reshuffle. I'm going to use that more often, because you know, I think that sometimes your terms and get a little worn out. Like, come on, we need a backup plan. We need to, my son loves computers. And so anytime anything goes wrong, we always say, make a backup file. It's okay. Let's just make a backup file for that. And in any like physical situation or anything, we're not even on the computer. We're just making a backup file because it's mentally easier for him to understand. That's how we can, you know, make this a different thing. But reshuffle, we play a lot of Uno. So I'm going to start using that, because I think that is something that everybody can really like understand what is happening in that moment that you are reshuffling, if you will. So thank you. Thank you for that wonderful little tidbit I'm going to take with me. I love
it really does help.
There wasn't amazing, big things. Yeah. Great. You're going to take the Uno reference. No, just joking. Let's talk about the practical supports that have made the biggest difference in your work. You get to go first, Sam.
Every time? Okay. So kind of like the reshuffle thing. So one thing I do with clients pretty early on is I get them to map out their day based on their energy fields. So map out your day 3 times. So the day when you have no energy, you can't do anything, you just want junk food, survival day. And then a normal day where you have like an okay amount of energy, you know, you might do 1 or 2 jobs. And then that day where you have all the energy in the world and you can deep clean your bathroom, and have different scenarios mapped. So in the morning, you know what you need. You know what the actual basics are. Like, okay, today I need to eat, I need to shower, I need to go to work for half a day. It's like your basic day. So anything above that is great. You're less hard on yourself, you know? It stops that burnout. It stops that like pressure. Like for me, I plan so much into my day. If I don't do it, I then feel disappointed, and I'm like mad and angry at myself when I go to bed, even though I know it's ambitious when I make the list in the morning. So yeah, with clients, I'm always like, pick 3 days, like scenarios, figure it out in the morning. Like you've already got a plan, it's written down, you know, it's really, really useful.
It sounds like it really makes an easy way to navigate and to kind of plan, I guess, in no better word, to plan your day so that you can set yourself up for success, and not beat yourself up about all of those things. You know, I'm sorry, I'm going to tell a random story. We got this hydroponic tower for kids for the school thing for, you know, growing plants. And I haven't put it together yet. It's gigantic. I don't know where all of the pieces go. I'm just going to need some help. Anyways, one of the things, it came with all of these starter plants. And yet last year I had this incredible garden, flowers, vegetables, everything you could imagine. This year it's a serious drought. We're not supposed to be watering so much. I'm trying to be respectful. I still want to grow all those things. But this hydroponics set came with all like 19 starter plants, and
Oh
they
wow.
sat on a shelf, and I fed them water every single day, but I couldn't get the time to plant them, and every day I looked at them, I felt more and more upset, more and more beating myself up. I can't take care of this. I can't take care of this. And so finally one day
Yeah.
I just said to my husband, throw them away. Throw all of the plants away. I can't plant them. They weren't ever even like I didn't buy them. They just came with this thing. It wasn't ever my but I was putting so much pressure on myself to plant these 17 plants, and
Yeah.
when do you give yourself space? When do you give yourself a break? Realizing I came home that day, they were gone. I haven't thought about it once until I just mentioned this right now. Like I have not beat myself up one time about those thrown away plants ever.
I don't think people realize like how heavy it sits on you as well. So like my personal record, and I shouldn't be proud, but I'm a little bit proud. So I had a job that sat on my list for 4 years, and I eventually got the courage to do it. It took me 15 minutes. It wasn't a big deal, but it sat on my list for 4 years, and I'd rewrite my list every week. So every week I'd just be like horrible to myself, like I still did not do that. And I'd come up with like different, like, oh, if you do it this week, you get a treat. 4 years, 15 minutes.
I think
So
like
much weight there.
yeah, and I think the balance is really key because I also think it's important to have things that you want to work towards, especially I mean there's all things that we have to do, right? Especially for parents, right? Or we own like a house or rent or whatever, like we're adults. But like I think the balance is in like trying to improve or having something to work towards, but then also being able to like reshuffle or let go or pull back. Because life happens and things, but I also think that having something to work toward to cultivate is important too, because it gives you a sense of purpose and it gives you a sense of drive and focus. It's just how much do we pull back on the reins and how much do we push onto them too, and I think that's where you get all these different emotions and thoughts and feelings and stuff, and where I think like social media can be really helpful in some ways, and also that's where people I know talk to like oh, you're always looking at what other people are doing that look so much better than, and all those things that go with it too. So I mean, sometimes you have to learn how to like cut it, step back, but that's all part of being, again, I think it all boils down to being a human being, and that's part of human nature too, right? I mean, so it's just trying to find what works for you. And I think like for me, like again, I'm only talking my experience, but like with age and experience of life a little bit has helped soften that for me a little bit, and soften it, and also like help focus it, bring it into focus and view too. So which is really helpful too, because then it gives me a sense of like innate purpose of what I need to do, and not what I need to do, but what I want to do and what do I want to accomplish. Yeah.
So you're in all of these communities out there, Patrick. What would you like communities to understand about neurodiversity?
Well, I always tell people in the sense that I feel like if you look at like this autism spectrum, that I think for many years, at least when I first started working in the field, it always looked at like that classic type of autism projection or presentation. And I found over the years that it is quite variable and quite falls onto that spectrum, right? And I think that's really what I want people to know, is that, just because it doesn't look a certain way or it doesn't seem a certain way or feel a certain way, doesn't mean it can't be something that's under the surface, or we just don't know, or all the things that go with that. So that's one thing. I always think, we don't want to judge based on our personal bias, but we also want to have a strike a chord of like inquisitiveness, right? And when we learn and we want to be inquisitive and find out about other people or other ways of life, that can really help make us become a better person too. I mean, that again, speaking from my experience. So I would want other people in the community to just be open to, and I know where you live, like where people live, they get certain families have certain ways that they do things. But I also think that, variety is the spice of life, and we have to just kind of embrace it, embrace things and embrace people and embrace ideas, and might be hard and it might not be uncomfortable, but that doesn't mean it's any less important. So sometimes sitting in discomfort can make it grow a lot. So I think that's a really good thing for people to remember. But it's really hard, I think, also too, in that sense that if it doesn't happen to someone specifically or they don't live that experience, just like if it didn't happen to me, then it's hard for you to pull or to lay into that. So, hearing things like this kind of platform or stories and things of that nature, experiences can really help, hopefully sharpen people's awareness. So, yeah. I mean, that's really what you want people. For me, like the big takeaway for all this is I just want other people, like you said in the community, as your question was, like just to be aware. I don't expect you to understand it 100% or spend hours in it like I like to do, but just to be like recognize it and just be aware of it and bring attention to it a little bit. The consideration goes a long way, right? The consideration. Yeah.
Because if we're being honest, autism is widely more known today in today's society than ever before in the entire existence of autism or the world.
Sure.
Or whatever. Not that it's understood or known about, but the word itself has been said on a platform that many, many people have heard it. And so I think that we really have a service here, a chance to correct maybe misinformation and also really put the work into driving what that means and how people should perceive it, and throwing away all of the old stigmas of refrigerator moms or cis boys having the autism, and looking at people like Samantha and I, and realizing, yes, we may not look autistic from the outside. So many people say that to me, but it's not the case. Like our brains, you cannot see our brains. There's no way that you could see what's going on in there. You'd be writing the super highway of highways in here. So that's what I can kind of compare it to. It's not a country road, I'll tell you that. But and so until we can really do that and really accept that we don't know what's going on in any other brains.
Yeah.
Person could tell us, but we still don't literally know.
I found there's I'm talking about my professional work real quick. That's one point. There's a lot of stigma with I find religious and cultural implications to neurodiversity as well. Yeah. So those are things that I think are really hard because they're steeped in tradition and generation, and so sometimes things like TikTok and Instagram are great to expose people to, but when we talk about the lived experience, there's also a whole piece of it I find with rural or lower socioeconomic with neurodiversity too, that's really hard to crack through because they just don't have access to the services or the evaluations or the insurance to provide the therapies. So there's a lot of different layers. And again, I'm speaking to my exposure and experience to where I live in New Jersey. I can't speak for all areas, but it's a very steeped in communities. It's just it's very variable, and trying to just sift through that and work through that is hard, especially when for my work again, it's the little guys. So just trying to get parents at an early age to be open and advocate for their child as they start out on their journey, if you will. So yeah,
absolutely. Okay, Sam.
Sorry, Sam.
No, you're fine.
This is amazing. All of this is the last panel of the day. We could go 15 minutes over if we need to. It's not a big deal. We got extra time. So yeah, no worries at all. What do you think about that? What would you like to? How could the communities better understand neurodiversity?
I think when Patrick was talking, my ADHD kind of went wild. So I had 20 thoughts at once. So the first thing before I forget to say it is we're kind of the same in England. There are parts of the country that the wait list is 8 years for someone to get diagnosed, and they're just sat waiting around knowing but not, being able to get the help, which is really quite sad. Yeah. Other places are good. I think I got mine privately in 3 months. So I was really lucky, but I know people that really aren't and just continue to struggle. Yeah. So I appreciate it. It's really, really tough out there. Also, what you said about, different generations, have different experiences. So I don't want to say lucky, but my daughter is very forward facing with her symptoms. Like, she's so bubbly and chatty, and if she hadn't got diagnosed and her specialist hadn't have given me the actual symptoms list, not the, cutesy online symptoms list, I wouldn't have known that I was like neurodivergent at all. I was just thinking, I kind of suck. I'm not that good at things. But I just thought I was failing at being a human every day. I didn't realize there was a reason. And when I'd speak to like my parents and my grandparents, they'd be like, oh yeah, but everyone's like that. It's fine. And after I got diagnosed, now my mum is like, oh, I think I am. And now the family's like, your granddad definitely is. And it's just like everywhere, but we're all like thinking it's normal, and we're just continuing the pattern where, you don't talk about it, you just get on. Yeah. So I think the new generation.
When people.
Sorry, go on.
No, I was just saying, I love when people love to throw around like a diagnosis or their thought when they don't even know really what it is to begin with. Mm-hmm. So that's always interesting too. Yeah. It's like they're so sure of it. So, but I'm like, have you even like really understand like what it is? Like it's about what it is. Like it's wild, but I mean that's like a million different ways over from like Sunday about things and people throw a diagnosis or their thoughts on. So but yeah. Sorry, but I see that all the time, and it's just it's a hard way to live. It's a hard way to live, but that's how people are, and it's how they're conditioned. So meet them where they are.
Definitely. I get a lot of that throwaway comment like, oh, you don't seem it, you're high functioning, so that's good. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm high functioning in this moment because I have to mask because you just said that. But later I'll stare at my fridge for 3 hours and not be able to pick something up.
Yes.
I need someone to hand it to me. Like that's where my burnout hits. Like I'm not all go all day. There's something, every give has a take, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So like today I'm doing this and I'm having a lot of fun. Tomorrow I don't want to talk to any humans. Like
phone off.
Yeah. Oops. Yeah, you need downtime. There's like compromises that need to be made.
Sometimes I feel like that though, with like I get so ingrained in what's going on or focusing on like my kids coming in from work, tending to this, that sometimes I feel like, oh my gosh, just to add in a conversation or respond to an email or a text is like so over, like I can't even like put that in my schematic. I'm like, no, I can't do that. Like I did, and then it's like, and then I don't want to have it like I only can do this here. Like, but that's how sometimes like I feel like life sometimes can be, and I'm like, wait, no, that's not how it should be. It shouldn't be like that. It should be come home and relax and enjoy everyone. We shouldn't have to rush out the door and rush to this and do this and pay this bill, and I don't know, but that's I guess 2026, but yeah. I don't know, or maybe that's just the way we live, I don't know, but it's just like sometimes it's just sometimes I'm just like, why do we do some of the things that we do? But that's a whole other question.
Well, that's for the next panel. That'll be
that takes me back to psychology 101, right?
Yeah, right. Oh my God. My little fidget toy is fidgeting herself.
Oh, so cute.
No, her name is Millie. She's my daughter's little pup. She has like, where's your eye? She has a blue eye.
Oh, cute.
Eye. She's such a little sweetheart.
You had a different colored dog the other day, right?
I know. I have a black puppy too. I
was going crazy.
Oh my goodness. Well, we got this little one for our daughter, and then we just accidentally found this other little guy. And my husband had a lot of loss last year, and so he really deserved to have something warm and cuddly that could fill those spaces for him. So yeah, that's where the other cute little guy is. I don't have any. No, I'm just joking. Puppies for me, I just get the love on everybody else's, but I do all the work, so I guess they are all my puppies. No, just sorry to get off topic with the pets, but yeah, it's so nice. And sometimes we just need our emotional support animal near us, which is a cat. Thank you very much. Where are you? He only comes when he wants to, of course. I'm just joking. When do you see the greatest, where do you see the greatest opportunities for growth? And I guess that comes right into the closing question. What gives you hope for the future?
Okay.
You said where are the greatest areas of growth?
Yeah.
I mean, I love the fact that we're like, even today, like in terms of like talking about this on a podcast or like open forum, that's pretty great. Like, I mean, 10 years ago, I don't think it just seems so silent. Like progressively, it's been becoming like autism or ADHD or neurodiversity has been less siloed. Even though it still is like this, but it seems like it's more coming together, more cohesion, more openness, more conversation, more understanding, I think. Also too, for the most part. So I think that's a great like progression moving forward. Even doing something like this today is like amazing that people are taking the time out of their life to talk about these things, because it's important. It's this is like the way of the world. This is people. But what was the other part of the question? Sometimes I get a little.
No problem. What gives you hope as you look towards the future?
Yeah, I just think there's so much more like even with the community we were talking about, like building like the connections and networking, whether it's through social media or something on this platform is great, and to learn, and to kind of find like what makes you passionate about your family, about your life, about your community. Those are so important, and to like kind of live it. Like for me, I kind of live it, but that's what brings me joy and brings me a lot of peace. About the whole thing, especially with having a child with neurodiversity, is that I feel like I'm doing something like proactively positive about it. So I think those opportunities, whether we're doing Special Olympics with Addie or adaptive dance, or we're doing ABA therapy or speech therapy, we're doing all the things like we would do for my other son, but we're doing it in what works for her, what supports her, So it's kind of like just trying to do that. But that's how we want to do it. I don't know. I can't speak for other people, but like my wife and I, we wanted to make sure that we grew a sense of community and of purpose for Addie too. Like it wasn't just going to be, well, all right, she's got this going on, so we're going to focus. We really wanted to do it so we give her a sense of purpose and identity, and also my son, and then trying to blend that together with both of them. So it's still work in progress, but I think if we can do that as a family, hopefully other people will notice that, and maybe not to, but hopefully they will. And that's the idea, that it will continue forward. And then I feel like if I can lead by example in my own life, in my own way with my work or my family, then hopefully that will chip on somebody too. So yeah.
Amazing. Sure. Thank you. Okay, Sam.
Thank you.
Okay.
Final thoughts.
Oh gosh, I have so many.
Say your last thought. What I said to the last panel, like I'm asking them their day on their deathbed. Give us your last thoughts of your life.
I laughed so hard in the back room when you said that.
Whoops. That is funny.
So hopes for the future. So I'm very biased. So I love building systems that actually work. To take something that doesn't work for anybody and make it fit for everybody is so satisfying. So hopefully, people hire me and then I can fix everything.
I love it.
I think it really starts there though, doesn't it? Because if you can fix things that people don't even know they need, like I get so excited over the small things in public when it's accessible. Like even if it's not accessible for me, it's like built for someone else. I just get so excited. So yes, that's what I hope for the future. What I would like the community to understand is, okay, so we all agree we should be talking about this. Wonderful. We should continue talking about this. So like when you're in conversations about, reasonable adjustments at work, that is not a one-time conversation. That needs to happen, every time you have a one-to-one, or at least every month, because what you need today might not be what you need tomorrow. Like today I'm super high energy, but tomorrow I'm not going to be, my needs will be different. My sensory needs will be different. My output will be different. So you shouldn't set anything in stone, like today I might need, water bead fidget toys. Tomorrow I might want a clicky one. Like, it needs to be fluid. You need to not box yourself in, give yourself space to learn about yourself. You might find something that works better, or you might find something you absolutely hate, but at least you know. So I think just keep an open mind, keep, like Patrick said, keep learning, giving people space to say, okay, well, I don't feel that way today.
Yeah.
Because
and I also think to that point, Sam, like learning isn't always like out of a textbook, or it's not sitting in like a college or graduate school class, even though that is learning too. I mean, who are we kidding? We have to do that sometimes to work in certain fields or something. But, there's a lot of learning that can take place outside of a traditional, and I'm in America, in the United States, like the learning system or the higher education system is tough. It's expensive, right? And everything. So like there are other ways to like find like passions and educations and learning. So I always like tell people too, like I look for opportunities that are not necessarily like in a PhD program, right? But like, and some people want to do that too, and that's the thing. But for me, you got to find what works for you. Yeah, and it doesn't always look the same for everybody. Yeah, and learning could be going to trade school too, right? It doesn't have
this is true.
College, So there's a lot of different, like you have to be open to. I just think being an open mind is a great thing to do anymore.
Yeah, I think it's just asking the questions though. Like people worry about offending me with questions, but I'm so open. Ask me anything. Like you're very rarely going to offend me, and then you know the answer, right? So rather than like, I was on a panel the other day, and we were talking about like the double empathy thing. Like you're worried you're going to offend me, but now I'm feeling like you don't want to know. So like you kind of misread each other. Yeah. So I'd rather someone just ask me up front why I'm doing that or what that is, and then the next time. Yeah. Like I have an example with work. So I found that I need fidget toys in meetings so that I'm not worrying about looking normal because I'm busy. And I had people notice that I had fidget toys, and now everyone has fidget toys. So if you don't ask what it is, like you don't know, you might need it. Yeah. If you're too shy, then you're just going to carry on,
There you go.
So just ask.
I love that. Those are and no questions are the wrong or dumb or any kind of, every question is necessary. Let's just say that every question is necessary. And we can always learn more from questions. So curiosity, stay curious. And I just want to thank you two so much for coming in the evening. Thank you for getting dark out. You can, and thank you, Patrick. And one thing you did say, and I want to kind of really just honor and thank you both for, was that just volunteering your time on a Saturday to be here to talk. Thank you so much. It means so much. There was no agendas. There was nothing in it except for what everybody gets out of it. And so I just thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. This was an amazing way to finish day 2 for me, and really close it with some incredible people and new connections that I've made, because I'll tell you guys, out of I had 100 speakers sign up. It was like a marathon of people running at me. I was the most excited. And the most amazing thing in that, about 75 of those people I've never met. I don't know where they found me or, everything. But wow, thank you. Thank you for coming and joining the SG Childs and Autism Summit family. And just know that the invitation is always open for the podcast or summits, anything. And always, if there's any kind of collaboration that you ever want to do or anything, let's do it. Like I'm all about sharing, giving resources and referrals for people. So it doesn't stop here.
Okay, thank you.
I love that.
Appreciate it. It was very nice. I appreciate being a part of the opportunity today.
It's so much fun. This is just so great. It's just I hope you don't feel nervous anymore.
No.
You're settled and
I'm usually like the first 5 minutes I'm like a mess and I don't know what I'm saying, so my introduction always sucks. But like on every single webinar, I forget who I am, and then by the end, I'm so chill. So,
Yeah, yeah. That's okay. I think
Yeah.
that we all show up wanting to be our best selves, and that's not a bad thing. That's a beautiful thing. So keep doing it. I think that you're incredible, and I'm so grateful that I've made 2 new friends that I just see such great value in both of you and what you're doing for the communities and for your children. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't even believe this is the end of this day, but I'm going to bump you guys into the backstage and say my farewells for the day. So thank you guys so much. I should have asked them if they had final thoughts. What am I thinking? Oh my gosh. Okay, if you guys do, you're going to put them over here in the comments for us, and make sure that you leave any of your links or anything if you want people to reach out to you and get a hold of you. Please leave that information. I'm so sorry that I didn't preface on that, but I don't want to keep the pre-recordeds. Will be starting in 15 minutes, so I need to say goodbye for the day and thank everyone who joined us for the second day of the 1 in 31 Connection Autism Summit. Thank our amazing sponsors, Russell Coaching for Students, ABC Pathways, K&L Speaks, David Lee, The Waldman Way, Amma AI, The Caffeinated Advocate, Pendulum Vogue, and our community partners. Thank you so much for supporting us. Golden Healers, Spark Space, AbleView, Tact, Understanding Zoe, International Neurodiversity Resource Center, and Iconic. Thank you guys so much. Spectrum Sailing is another one of our community partners. DJ was wearing his shirt earlier today when he did the introduction. Don't judge. He was wearing it yesterday too because he just woke up this morning when he came in. Right? But yes, this has been just such an incredible weekend to spend with everyone. I hope that you have, things that you've taken from this summit that you will be able to implement in your own lives, real tangible ways to view, to act, and to help and support any autistic individual that might be in your life. So thank you all. And until next Friday morning, I hope you all have a wonderful week. Please get a hold of me if you have any questions, if there were any trouble with you accessing any of the information. That is so important for me to know. Please get a hold of me and let me know that so I can make any changes and fix anything that needs done. Again, thank you. I love you all, and we'll see you next time.